You can't put wings on a car. You can't fight gravity. And you can't make one of the world's best SUVs even better. The all-new GLS. Mercedes-Benz. The best or nothing.
The Simland company has enjoyed more than 20 years of steady growth on the market. It is one of the largest wholesale companies that designs, produces and sells consumer goods. Every day, more than 500,000 people visit Simland online store, which has a range of more than 1 million items. The company has more than 11,000 employees, including more than 1,000 sales managers. 70% of goods are produced in Russia. They can be easily delivered all over the country from the Crimea to the Far East, as the company has its own fleet of delivery vehicles. The headquarters of the company are in Yekaterinburg, where they occupy an area of 250,000 square meters. It also has offices in Moscow, St. Petersburg, Krasnodar and Novosibirsk. The company is also represented in China and India. The largest representative office is located in China, Yiwu, where it occupies a separate area with a warehouse of 20,000 square meters.
Round 11 of FIDE Candidates Tournament was played on Friday in Yekaterinburg, Russia. The closer to the end of the event, the higher the stakes, as the tournament's leader Jan Nepomniachtchi opted for a safe play and draw against Fabiano Caruana. The chasing pack got a chance to catch up. The opportunity was used by Anish Giri, who scored a sparkling victory against Liren of China. The greatest female player of all time, Judith Polgar, called it the game to be remembered for the rest of your life. She added that to win in such a style gives you some extra self-confidence. Still, at the post-game press conference, Anish Giri was humble about his play.
A few people already told me that it was a great game, but I don't think it was as great as it looked at the end. Towards some point, he was the one who had all the play. He was dictating sort of the course of the game.
Another breathtaking game was played between Alexander Grischuk and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. Grischuk got his opponent out of known territory with a cunning opening novelty.
Knight G2 is a novelty. The computer is laughing, like black has 10 good ways, but also he has like 20 bad ways. I thought I will give it a try.
This was the first victory for Grischuk in this tournament. Vachier-Lagrave, who was leading the candidates for 389 days, now finds himself in the middle of the tournament table. With 5.5 points, he shares his position with Grischuk. According to Alexander, chances of winning the whole event are microscopic, but this is not the reason to give up.
As long as there are some theoretical chances, I will fight.
The anticlimactic game between Jan Nepomniachtchi and Fabiano Caruana did not live up to the high expectation of the fans. The tournament's leader chose an extremely solid opening, which led to a peaceful draw after 2.5 hours of play.
I thought Jan might have two approaches, one to get a complicated fight and another to play a more or less safe position, with some very minor chances that I messed this position up, but like 99% of the time this line will turn into a draw.
Caruana still has a chance to reach a second match against Magnus Carlsen with a strong finish, but he will certainly need more wins in the next few days. Today he decided it's too early to go all in.
It's still 3 rounds to go. I thought, why would I burn my bridges?
Another draw was made in a game between Wang Hao and Kirill Alekseenko, who are currently placed at the bottom of an overall standings. Round 12 of the candidates will be played on Saturday. With 3 rounds to go, Jan Nepomniachtchi is the sole leader, Anish Giri is placed second, half a point behind, and latest challenger to Magnus Carlsen, Fabiano Caruana, is third, full point behind the leader.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, dear chess fans, welcome to the FIDE Candidates Tournament. Today we are covering for you the 12th round of the tournament and the 5th of the second half of the candidates. Daniil Dubov is awake, he is alive, and he's with us, so I'm very happy to have him here. He will thrill you with all the analysis. Evgeny Miroshnichenko will help us with the analysis supported by computer. He will spot the unusual ideas and if we missed something, of course, or will confirm our evaluation of the position. Yeah, let's jump to the playing hall, Daniil, yes?
Yeah, finally, okay. They are... No, they're not off yet, yeah?
Yeah, and today we have so many exciting games. Fabiano Caruana is playing with white against Anish Giri. Let me remind you that Anish won a very important game yesterday, yes, with white, and he is trailing just half a point behind Jan Nepomniachtchi.
And when a4 c5 happens, by the way, which kind of gives us a chance for an interesting game.
And if we are talking about the history of their encounter in the candidates, in the first half they made a draw, but Anish, I think, missed a real chance to win the game. Like when I was reminding myself of the game and of the analysis, it was a Slav.
Yeah, yes, it was a Slav with 4-3, yeah. Mm-hmm.
And then he missed a real chance to win this game. So now you have Wang Hao, who is playing against the leader of the tournament, Jan Nepomniachtchi. Jan is having black. He will probably continue to play according to his tournament strategy. He has to be incredibly solid today.
Yeah, with black, it's it's not such a simple task, right?
Yes, and as you remember, in the first half of the tournament, Jan won a very positional game against Wang Hao. It seemed like there is nothing in the position, and he squeezed the water out of the stone.
Yeah, sure, it was a Petrov.
Yeah, Queen Knight against the Queen Knight, and there was probably like one weak square in the position, and Jan won convincingly actually this game. So what do we have today? We have Ding Grischuk. Ding Liren is playing against Alexander Grischuk.
But is it true that he played 1e4 or is this?
I haven't seen this yet, so yes. So let's have a look at the pairings. Fabiano Caruana versus Anish Giri. Ding Liren against Alexander Grischuk. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave is finally playing with white against Kirill Alekseenko. And Wang Hao is facing Jan Nepomniachtchi. A lot of important games. Today.
Well, pretty much every single game is important, yeah. I mean,
of course.
Ding against Sasha is probably the least obvious choice, but still, if Sasha wins this, then he will have a chance.
Yes, as we discussed yesterday, actually, there are a few players who are still in contention for this spot. Yes, Jan is leading, but there is Anish Giri, Fabiano Caruana, and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, and Alexander Grischuk, who are hiding in the bushes.
Yeah. At the same time, well, for some of them, the chances are kind of theoretical. I mean, obviously, if you win 3 games in a row, it normally gives you chances, yeah?
Okay, but when you have nothing to lose and you try hard, miracles can happen. And I'm this romantic person who desperately believes in miracles. So,
wow. Okay.
So while we are having a look at the board, I would like to seize the moment and opportunity once again to thank our sponsors. We have a lot of sponsors during this tournament. So Simland is the general partner of the event, of the FIDE Candidates. Algorand is our official blockchain partner. Kaspersky is official cybersecurity partner for the event and for the FIDE World Chess Championship Series. Mercedes-Benz is our official auto partner. Fosagra is the general partner of Russian Chess Federation. Chessable is an event partner and became a long-term partner of FIDE for the World Chess Championship cycle, the Olympiad, the World Rapid and Blitz. Chess24 acquired the rights to broadcast all the events. So as I've said yesterday, chess is becoming more and more professional, and it actually makes me very happy. And we also have the Pine Creek Golf Resort, which is an event partner, and I actually looked at it. They have an 18-hole course for you, Daniil, so you can try it. And talking about the sponsors, I actually wanted to tell you, we are joking about it, and Daniil is trolling me from time to time, but in another life, I was actually working a little bit in an advertisement agency, and I know something about it.
You know a thing or two, yeah? Okay.
No, yes, I know a thing or two, and I also wanted to drive a parallel. It's indisputable that we love chess, and especially my love for chess is very sincere and infinite. But chess, and why actually? Because chess is a world of ideas, and it actually resisted for so long the consumer society. But on the other hand, it's not so easy to market the world of ideas, and I think it's a very elegant thing for the sponsors actually to sponsor the chess event, because it's not easy to quantify what will be the impact of your investment. So basically,
I hope you're not right, but maybe you are.
And then I think for a while, we always had, historically, we had a lot of mécènes, philanthropes, benefactors, and people who like the game. So I hope that this trend will continue and chess will become more and more professional in this, case.
Let's hope for it. I'm not sure it's exactly about chess. I think it could also be, about the people who try to sell chess. I mean, it could be their mistake, not that there's something wrong with the game.
But it's not wrong with the game. But it's actually, chess is not, because we have a lot of incredible sportsmen, the elite, so which I told you is becoming sort of a rock star of the modern society. So not only we have these incredible sports figures, but we also have the game, aesthetical beauty, which is linked to it, a lot of qualities which you could develop and which could be used also for kids, We
have Wang Hao as well.
We have Wang Hao, and we have, the one and only Daniil Dubov, so please pay attention to this young man.
This will probably prevent us from benefiting, really. But,
but thank you so much once again. Yes, and let's get back to the games. It's very important to have a look at the openings.
First of all, could we please just look at Ding Liren against Sasha? Because I fail to believe that Ding played 1e4, but that's what our
screen says. Yes?
Yeah. So could you please show us the video?
Yeah, actually we have a small technical difficulty broadcasting this game, I think. This particular game. I think something is wrong with the board, but and it doesn't appear. So let's have a closer look at the board.
Yeah,
can we zoom on?
It's Queen's Gambit.
Can we zoom in?
Queen's Gambit declined, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's a very solid opening choice on Sasha's behalf.
Yeah. It's also solid for Ding as well.
But let's have a look at the game between Fabi and Anish. What happened there? So
e4, c5, knight h3, e6. So first of all, let's show the board. I guess we need to show the board.
So 27 rows between those gladiators, and Fabi is leading by 1 point. So they've played quite a lot of games.
It's actually quite strange. I had a feeling like if I had to bet, I had a feeling Anish is ahead. I mean, I remember probably both games that he managed to win. I don't remember a single one that he lost. So yeah.
On the other hand, yes, Fabi is the world number 2. He has qualified to this tournament by being the runner-up of the 2018 World Championship. So he lost his match to Magnus Carlsen. And of course, please bear in mind that the FIDE Candidates Tournament qualifies the player and for the match against Magnus Carlsen at the end of this year. So the stakes are really very high, and yes, you have the prize fund of this tournament also on our running line at the bottom of your screen. So a whopping 500,000 euros.
Yeah.
So which is also worth trying.
Yeah, of course, but it's also like if you win the thing, you get a match. Yeah, I mean there is some equity there as well.
Daniil, please remind me, because I forgot. The rules have been changed. Are there still 12 games or 14 games which will be played during the match?
I think it should be 14.
So
but
yes, so something has changed. Before the match was played in 12 games, so maybe it's more equitable, like to have 14. What do you think about it?
Probably, I don't know what. I mean, what is it supposed to mean? I don't know actually. I think there is a big difference between, let's say, I don't know, 12 and 18. That's a big difference. But then, you know, 2 more games, okay, fine.
Yes, but as you remember, historically also the matches were quite long, and we had in the past 24 games, and the matches which also lasted for months because we had to play till the 6th victory.
Yeah, sure.
And it's not so easy actually,
in my opinion,
to find this optimal number.
What is reasonable, basically, if we have this match anyway, so I think what is reasonable is to have some extra games in case of a tie. So I think, I mean, instead of this rapid tie break, it's better. I think it was originally Kasparov's idea, probably. So if the score is even after the match, then they would play like 4 more games.
A few more classical games.
Yeah, and the challenger has to win. And then if it's still a tie, then the title remains.
It's a very interesting and fascinating idea.
Yeah, I thought it's logical, at least because I mean, okay, if we start to play classical chess, it's kind of reasonable to play classical chess till the very end. Anyway, let's probably proceed to
But on the other hand, how would you feel in football that after such a marathon you would still have to play another half, like 45 minutes?
Yeah, but they normally play 30 minutes first, right? I mean, it's not that.
And then, of course, I understand this.
And there are also I think cases when, in the case of a draw, they just play a different match another day. Yeah. So it also happens. So yeah. Anyway, so knight f3, e6, d4, takes, knight f6, knight c3, knight c6 is kind of a smart way to get the Sveshnikov.
But Anish is staying actually true to this opening because knight c6 is possible in this position.
Yeah.
Daniil, so it's not only Sveshnikov, but he is actually opting for a very unbalanced position which can arise after knight c6, bc6, e5, knight d5.
Yeah.
That was my pet opening when I was a kid, actually, that's why.
Yeah, actually, same as me. That is true.
So that's
I normally played bishop b7 here, I guess.
Yeah, I tried it lately, of course. So please, can you show the line which can arise actually after check and f4 and king f2? So yes, queen c7, f4.
Here, c4, bishop b4 check.
King e2, it's a very unusual position, so you have to bear this in mind when you are playing this move order.
Yeah, that is true. But in general, the whole point is that you want to play the Sveshnikov, so what you're trying to get is normally this position. And then you can go knight f3, knight c6.
You have bishop b5.
Which is exactly what Anish played against Jan, I guess. But then, first of all, there is bishop b5. And secondly, there is knight c3. But Fabi is obviously world's leading expert in this 3 bishop b5. I mean, starting from his match against Magnus, I think he was only trying this. And sort of trying this successfully. So the point of this e6 move order is that after knight c6, you can still go knight b5, d6, bishop f4, e5, bishop g5, and we get the same Sveshnikov. But black managed to avoid, first of all, 3 bishop b5, and secondly, some knight d5 lines. yeah, here knight d5 does exist as well, but it's way less impressive.
Daniil, and what about bishop b4? Because this could be considered also an interesting option if you want to equalize, or not at all. How does the theory stand? Like a3?
Yeah, I don't know. I think they say white is kind of slightly better, but in general it's very close to a draw.
But recently, after d5, I think white is using more this bishop d3 line and is opting for this endgame with two bishops. So
yeah, but bishop d3 is not new. I think bishop d3 was played in a blitz game between Carlsen and Nepomniachtchi, like
of course,
more than 10 years
on
ago.
A high level.
But yeah, I mean, in general, I think it's just that black can take, and then you just take and you go bishop d7, and this is sort of fine. But the problem with this line is that basically, yeah, I mean, white is never too happy to see it, black is never too happy to play it, actually, because okay, you're just trying desperately to make a draw, and you're slightly worse everywhere. But I mean, it should be very, very close to a draw. It's not an ideal scenario for both normally.
So let's just show the main line like a3 here, because Fabi is still thinking.
Yeah, the line, I mean, the normal line I think was like takes, bishop d3.
Castle, castle.
Yeah, now I think there's some choice. I guess they go bishop g4 normally.
And you have d4 as well.
You have d4 as well, probably, yeah. Yeah, I mean, f3, you somehow want to trade everything. Bishop h5, maybe you go d4, bishop g6. You try to equalize, but in general, white has two bishops. I mean, the d5 pawn is a isolated pawn, so yeah, obviously it's white who is trying to squeeze something here. But in
terms of tournament strategy, Anish would be really very happy with the draw, yes, today.
Don't know.
Or like, what is the position right now?
Well, the problem for Anish is that he cannot really he cannot really win in case of a tie with Jan. So it's like he's 1 point behind, 1 full point.
Actually, the a3 move is a very tricky one.
The a3 move is a very good move.
Yes, it's probably one of the best. It's sort of a poison move because it opts for a completely different positional structure. So you avoid the Sveshnikov, you don't have this knight c6, you don't have this bishop b4, and then you're sort of forced of playing Scheveningen. Yes?
Yeah, sort of. So basically you want to play something like bishop e2 or bishop e3, but both run into bishop b4. That's why sometimes white starts with a3, and yeah, I think looking at it as black, I was really worried about this a3, to be honest. So,
I hate it.
yeah, so I'm not really surprised. So it's, first of all, as you pointed out correctly, it's a completely different kind of position, and secondly, it's probably worse for black. So like, first of all, we failed to get our normal Sveshnikov play, or this knight takes c6 bc, crazy position. And now, yeah, we are forced to play some Scheveningen, and we're probably worse here as well.
Daniil, what do you think about Anish's move order? Does he want, like, on something very standard bishop e2 to play the immediate d5?
It could be. Don't know.
Let me have a look.
Could be true. I think normally as white you try something like f4 here, to be honest.
Even the immediate f4. Okay.
Yeah, I think you want to, I mean, normally you want to face d5 with e5. That's what I thought, and then we play some weird kind of French defense.
Yeah, we'll check what were the latest games in this opening. So to
but in general, it feels like once again Anish managed to surprise his opponent, and I think in general this is a very decent scenario for both. This a3 kind of prevents black from sort of forcing a draw.
Actually, both moves, what I see now, are
bishop
e2 and f4. Bishop e2 was played like in 44 games, and recently, so let's see, bishop e2 is probably and d5, yes, is the main answer. So we were probably correct here as well.
But then I guess they want to do some weird things. No, I guess I looked at it, and then ed they want, I mean, in general, they want to play with ed. This I could never get, but this is not like, if you go ed, it's kind of strange to play this as black for the win.
Then ED, let me check if knight d5. No, actually knight d5 was played.
Maybe knight d5 ED. No, I have a very strong feeling that it's normally ED.
Actually, Anton Korobov is one of the biggest specialists in this line, so there was knight d5, queen d5,
yeah,
yes,
okay.
queen d5 here.
And then after bishop f3, it's probably queen c4.
But actually, yes, that's why white castled in this position, and then he took on d4, and he was trying to play this endgame. Then bishop d7 simply, yes. You exchanged everything, and bishop d7.
Then bishop f3, you go bishop c6 probably, and yeah.
Yeah, that's what happened. So this is the kind of structure which you can get out of this line.
Yeah.
And what happens after f4, actually?
Once again, doesn't look fascinating for both sides, I would say, to be honest. Yeah, f4 should be more...
It's more in Fabi style,
more of a game, yeah, you force d6.
And then you force d6, yes, that's exactly what I wanted to tell you. So what did he play?
He played bishop e2 though.
Bishop e2 though, yes. There 4 d6, so basically we are probably, we will probably enter this line with d5.
Once again, there is sort of nothing wrong with d6, yeah? You can just play normal Scheveningen if you want.
Which is interesting because f4, d6, bishop e2 also can be played. So it depends on what kind of position. Actually, Daniil, how does it work from a psychological point of view? Because when you're preparing, certainly for hours, sometimes it takes more to prepare than to play a game, actually.
Yeah, quite
and
often.
Then when there is this switch, you're not ready to play, how do you choose? Okay, you're not ready to play this position, or like Anish, he has more or less an universal style, so he can play any kind of position.
No, I think it very much depends on your sort of general strategy for the game. And yeah, I think in general, before the game, you know what you are doing, more or less, yeah. I mean, you know if you're trying to take risk or you're trying to, you know, keep it simple. So in Anish's shoes, I think, in terms of math, it's kind of reasonable to play d6 here if it's not too bad. Like d5, you will never win for sure, and then you will basically have to win both games. And I mean, it could still be not enough. Because once again, he's half a point behind Nepo, but the thing is that basically if they tie for the first, yeah, he goes d6. Correct. So if they tie for the first, it's always Nepo who is ahead. So it's like it's pretty much like he's 1 point behind, not half a point. And then obviously if you are half a point, full point behind with 3 more games to play, I guess you sort of avoid these drawish endings.
For example, Fabiano in his press conference yesterday said, as we actually predicted, that he was not ready to burn all the bridges yet. So
yeah, correct. But he had 4 games to go, not 3, and he had many whites.
So now, well, sort of the same situation for Anish, but he has a half point.
d6 and
more.
Fabi plays queen d3.
Does he want to castle long here?
Yeah, I guess so. It is sort of a typical idea here. I mean, sometimes even this bishop e2 does not really mean you are going to castle short.
Actually, what I thought,
I mean, sometimes they go g4 or f4, g4. All the stuff makes sense.
So they delay in the castling in order to, well, to choose what continuation will follow. So queen d3, but this is not like a positional way of playing with d4, queen e1, queen g3, knight b3.
No, definitely not. This is more about queen d2 and castling.
No, I mean not g4. I thought that maybe white is opting actually for the traditional Scheveningen, even
yeah,
with the
that
knight
is also
c6.
Yeah, which is also fine. Like you can just castle go f4 as well. Yeah, I mean.
Then maybe knight b3, queen e1, queen g3, rook e1, sort of traditional plan.
But I think in general, this like g4 stuff, I mean, in general, is considered to be much more dangerous nowadays.
So it will be a very sharp game.
It feels fresh, but it's because I remember I played Vladislav Artemiev recently at the Russian Super Final. He opted for this line as well. I think I played knight e2, bishop e2. Bishop b4 is also possible here, but he played something random, like d6 maybe. So he just went for the game. Bishop e3, I guess. Bishop e7. And in the game I played queen d2, castled long, and started some random attack, and was completely lost by move, I don't know, 15. and the game finished in a draw after that. But I checked it after that. I think g4 is even stronger
G4,
here,
yeah.
so you don't even need to castle first. You just go g4, and this is very, very dangerous
And
for black.
how would you normally react here, like in the Kiri's attack, h6 or h6?
It depends.
Is
Yeah,
not really necessary.
h6. No, h6 is reasonable, of course. Once again, g4 is not exactly about checkmating yet. g4 is just about trying to get g5 and h4, sort of gaining some space. I mean, it's not exactly a disaster coming. Then after h6, I mean, sometimes black wants to play g5. It's very, very sharp. But in general, after g4, I thought it's kind of very, very promising for white. At the same time, we can compare this to our game. So there is no a3 played in the position I had, and obviously, I mean, a3 is a useful move. But still, yeah, I mean, if you go g4, probably it's not that you play a3 next move, yeah. So, yeah, I mean, against Artemiev, I could have got an even better version. So what Fabi is doing this queen d3 is also, I think, it's about castling long, most probably.
But then,
also,
yes, how do you react on like a typical question from an amateur would be? So, what do you do after knight e5? You play queen d2.
Yeah, I don't think you go queen d1 to repeat the moves. I guess you go queen d2. Yeah.
And then I don't have time for queen c7. That's the problem. And then you would play f4, maybe even g4 with a lot of tempies.
Yeah.
So.
I don't know what was that. Sorry. No, after f4 you probably have some knight g4, but once again this.
No, here knight queen c7 I didn't like because of knight b5 actually.
Knight c4 is also there. Yeah.
That's
maybe.
I don't have time for queen c7.
Yeah, but you have queen c6. I mean, God knows, it could be knight takes a7. Yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah, takes. Maybe it works.
Yeah, I can probably take, but I'm really scared to take those pawns.
b6? No, probably not.
Knight e4 is not enough. No,
yeah, you probably go b6 and try to trap the bishop, but it feels like black will fail too. Yeah, and there is knight b5 everywhere. Maybe you will fail too. Yeah, queen d3 is normal. That's what I don't like about all those lines. Is black is it basically like any reasonable move makes sense for white, and you will go crazy trying to analyze and then memorize all the reasonable lines. Like queen d3 is interesting, queen d2 is interesting, g4 is interesting. I don't know, castles.
But should I, like, as black, should I use like the standard plan in the Sicilian, play 6 here, for example? How much?
I don't think it's.
Maybe e6 with the idea of knight e5 and b5 then.
Yeah, I don't think it's that standard for bishop e2, bishop e3
no,
setups.
of course, it's just like
but it's
overall.
probably okay. Yeah, I don't know, maybe. Maybe white wants to take simply and then castle. This kind of position is a very, very playable thing for white in general as well. So yeah, there is a big number of ideas. My feeling would be, yeah, in general, my feeling would be that what's the most ambitious line is something like bishop d7. So I would try, normally, like I would want to try to gain a tempo on this a6. I would try to make it look like, so after a3 I don't want a6 b5 this much because a3 is played anyway. So it's like I go bishop d7 and then I try to take on d4, go bishop c6 and yeah, do something quickly. Like I don't want to spend time for a6, I don't want to go d5 either, and I just want you to play something here. Anyways, this will be a sharp game.
Yes, Daniil, what I wanted to tell you, remember how I asked you about the Caracan on the very high level, especially in the candidates level?
Yeah.
So now I'm the Delphi's oracle. Let's see the game played by Maxime Vachier-Lagrave and Kirill Alekseenko. An amazing opening, you know, for the Caracan, but still I think the tournament situation supposed it. He played, yes, let's look at the score between the two players. Maxime leads. So actually, as you remember, in the first half they played this very unusual line in the Najdorf. For me it was, and then there were a lot of sacrifices like rook g6, rook c3, then knight e6, or so many pieces were sacrificed, and it ended in a draw.
Yeah, but it was sort of.
Home analysis.
No, I mean for Maxime, I guess yes. I mean that's what he said at the very least. But in general, it was a perfect game of chess, right? I mean, there were not.
So let's have a look at this peculiar opening.
So f3 was played in the Caracan. Yeah, f3 is probably not the best move, but it's also way better than one might think. This makes sense. So takes e5 was played by Fabi recently, actually, this f3. So takes e5 I think is considered to be sort of playable but very risky line for black. So I guess normally black, it's either e6 here or g6 or you go queen b6. There is a big number of moves. Takes e5 is also sort of possible, but I think it has always been considered to be very dangerous. So bishop g4 was played. C3, knight f6, bishop c4. So now obviously bishop takes f7 is a threat, like if you are not careful enough. You can blunder this thing.
Daniil, can I interrupt you a little bit and tell you that first of all knight f6 is a very rare move, used only twice, and then bishop c4 is a novelty.
Yeah.
So there were only a few games, but...
Yeah, I feel like bishop c4, to be honest, could be just played randomly.
Yeah, exactly. This is such like a natural move in the position.
It is natural, yeah.
But it means that this line has not been probably analyzed that much. So
by Maxime, yeah? Or by Kirill?
By Kirill, on the elite level, I would suppose.
Yeah, probably.
And then knight f6 is a very interesting continuation. It was used by Mikhail Kobalyev once, but in this game, white played
I mean, once again, it's titled Tuesday, yeah,
yes,
okay.
It was a blitz game, so I don't know how to...
So I was actually I realized what would be the brilliant filter for chess-base to, to separate the normal games from the random ones. So I thought there should be a filter that you basically kind of ignore all the games that were played on any Tuesday. So basically, no Tuesday games, please. I'm fine with 6 days a week.
On the other hand, sometimes the stakes in the Rapid and the Blitz tournaments are so high that you do actually show your home preparation. You don't think so?
Not entitled Tuesday to at least.
Yeah, but okay, it depends if you're playing for the first place and.
Still.
So
if you're playing for the first place, you're probably dead anyway. You'll face someone too strong.
But in Norway chess, Stavanger, for example, Firouzja played knight d7. So what's the difference between like the immediate knight d7 and knight f6? If we come back just to the almost to the starting position, what is the move?
No, but then I think it was like knight d7, bishop c4, bishop d6, no?
No, it was bishop d3. I forced the bishop,
bishop
on
d3,
yeah. That's why. Because
yeah, you probably have some idea after bishop c4. That should be the difference in terms of logic. I don't know what's your idea, though.
So I want to understand why white didn't play bishop c4 also in those games before.
No, I mean, first of all, like even if it wasn't played, it doesn't mean bishop c4 is necessarily a bad move. Like bishop d3 makes sense as well. You could also look this way. Maybe bishop d6 here simply. I mean, in general, like let's say if you play bishop c4 and you fail to win with this, I don't know, bishop f7 at some point, and I go knight f6 and castle, so e4 pawn will be hanging eventually. Like let's say if you go castles, I go, I don't know, knight f6, you play something, I don't know what you want to play. Let's say you go knight d2. I go castle, then the whole setup looks a bit weird. Like you're not attacking f7, there is not much going on. At the same time with the bishop on d3, there would be knight c4, e3, for instance.
But here I would suppose that you are playing a bit slow. For example, knight d7, maybe like I asked myself, what am I doing on queen, like bishop c4, bishop d6, queen b3. You will play queen e7, yes?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think I'm blundered at the very least. I probably take on f3. Or you have this crazy variation. Yeah, some
queen h4.
Yeah, probably. Maybe you castle here as well. But then I can probably go bishop e2 or something. If you take, yeah, maybe I have queen h4. Maybe it's fine. Maybe not.
King
but
e2.
King e2, yeah, and just to play somehow. I don't know.
Play position again.
Yeah, well, I mean it looks quite bad. I'm not saying I'm a massive fan.
But anyhow, we actually can have a completely crazy position on the board in a few moves.
Yeah, but maybe you just go queen e7. Maybe this is also.
But here I castle. I'm not.
I thought you wanted to take.
Yeah, I wanted to take, but I wanted to castle. What do you do? Because
No, I guess I go once again. I go knight
Yes,
f6
and
and then I don't know, castles maybe.
So you sacrifice 2 pawns. Yes?
Only one yet, I guess.
You have queen c6, rook c8, and knight b6. Yes.
Yeah, I mean queen c6 doesn't
It's
feel
very dangerous. Yeah.
Also, in terms of logic, if you want to take on b7, it feels much more reasonable
To take it
Yeah,
here.
to take here. Yes, I'll probably do something similar. Yeah. Then let's see, castles, castles. I don't know. Feels like black has some compensation.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Maybe not. Yeah, but I mean, at least it makes some sense. But once again, it is the fact that Fabi played bishop d3 here does not mean bishop c4 is a bad move. So.
No, but I thought maybe there is a really a concrete explanation, you know, so it
Yeah,
could
like
be a
takes,
positional
like
one,
takes
but
on
it,
d4, yeah. I don't know, I don't see it, but maybe there is such thing, yeah.
And
So
also
what
I
do
think
we-
in this position...
c3, queen c7 was played by Kirill, wow.
Daniil, I thought that there is also this defensive resource which we were not considering. Bishop h5 could defend the f7 pawn also.
Yeah, that
because
is
queen
also-
f7 might not look that natural, but I forgot about bishop h5. I was looking at bishop
But
d4.
queen c7 is natural enough to me, actually. You just want to play knight bd7 and castle long
No,
sometimes.
no, I meant in the other position after knight d7, bishop d6. You're
Ah, yeah,
actually
yeah,
not
sure.
forced to play
Yeah.
queen e7 because you have in many positions this type of defense, bishop h5, and you're...
Yeah, but at the same time, how do I get it? Like,
No, it was bishop d6,
yeah, queen b3,
queen b3, and maybe you can give here this...
bishop h5?
Yes.
But you will probably still take,
Still
no?
the same.
I don't know which version is better. Yeah, for sure, bishop h5 is a...
It's a very useful move
Yeah. I
anyway,
mean,
so
is a
could be.
decent idea in general. Yeah. He goes queen c7. He probably wants to play like bishop d6, knight b to d7, and maybe castle long eventually. Yeah, queen c7 looks solid. I think in general this is quite a messy line. Like if white plays bishop d3, it's normally very solid for him. But with the bishop on c4, I guess it's like either you get something immediately, or yeah, you will start feeling stupid in a few moves with this bishop on c4, and the pawn on e4 will be hanging. So I think it's only, I mean, it's only move 7, but I think it's yeah, it's a critical moment already. So white has to come up with something smart.
And I was asking myself also a few questions about black's plans. You've said, of course, that we have to develop bishop d6, knight d7, but do we have the standard idea which you use sometimes in the Scandinavian or in Alekhin to play b5, a5, like bishop b3, but here you might have actually a3 and keep the bishop, yes?
Yeah, I think first
And
anyway,
knight b6 then.
you have many ideas, but in general, as black first anyway, you need to make sure you develop the pieces, yeah, and you castle the king. Then basically, if you manage to do it, you just have a brilliant position, and like b5, a5 will be a possible way to play. But I think in general, like if you manage everything, you will not be too worried anyway. Doesn't matter if it's b5, a5, or some, I don't know, bishop d6, rook e8, attacking e4, maybe bishop h5, bishop g6. Sometimes is reasonable. So okay, let's
move on to another game.
let Maxime take his time.
It's a very interesting position, and I think that we will have fireworks in this game, as in their first encounter. Let's see which rook is going to be sacrificed first. Liren is the world number 3, and he is actually leading against Alexander Grischuk 2-0.
Yeah.
So they've played a few classical games. So
Yeah. And Queen's Gambit declined. Okay. So bishop f4, castle c3, knight bd7, c5, knight h5. I think.
we've seen this line recently in so many games.
I mean, we've seen it, you know.
Mostly played by Hikaru, I think. No?
No, I think Hikaru plays it in, I think it even more weird way. He plays like c6, and then after some move he even plays h6 maybe.
Oh, okay.
Which is also, by the way, I mean, it's considered to be less ambitious in terms of forcing a draw for black, but it's also fine. But in general, I think this c5 thing, I mean, it has always been popular, but I think it's like really popular since Kazan candidates. I think literally everyone, including Sasha, by the way, was playing this line. In Kazan, there were some battles between I think Kramnik and Radjabov. Like Radjabov played it as black, Kramnik played it as black, Sasha. This was exactly actually the line where Sasha was trying to kill chess, right? This is exactly the line where he was offering this draws on move like 10 or something. So okay, if you play this line, I just go home. Makes a lot of sense to me.
But let me remind you also that this is Sasha's like 5th shot. You know, he's like one of the most experienced players in this tournament in terms of not only age but the results. You know, he played the candidates in the matches so many times. He has so much experience that I think that he tried it all.
Yeah, probably.
So every possible tournament tactic, strategy, opening. Wise also, so.
But yeah, this double round robin obviously does not suit his style that much. He would obviously have way more chances in the knockout. Yeah. And that's by the way what Kazan candidates has proven, right? I mean, he got to the final, so he had a very, very tough pairing. Still, he managed to beat Aronian and Kramnik. Lost again Boris. So yeah, before a5, h3, c6, castles, bishop a6. Is exactly what is considered to be this, boring draw, pretty much. Knight e2.
This is the tabia of this variation?
I guess it's one of the tabias. I mean, there is a big number of tabias, but in general, it's all the same. So I think the only line you need to be sort of worried about as black here is like takes, what you need not to run into, let's say, queen e2. And then it's like you need to be a little bit precise, because in terms of ideas you normally want to play queen a8, but then sometimes you run into such thing.
c6, yes.
I don't know, and white has a compensation after rook c1, like maybe 5 and so on. I think this is pretty much the way Magnus lost against Vichy in the World Championship match. I don't know if it was this exactly line, but something like that, yeah. Anyway, knight e2 was played. After knight e2 I would feel like I'm completely fine already as black. Sasha played queen c7, which looks normal.
So basically, in terms of strategy, black's ideas are very simple. They have to play b6 to exchange the light squared bishops, and then
you take on b4, take on c5, trade all the rooks, and off a draw. Yeah,
well, you have one weakness on c6, but it seems unlikely that white can regroup the pieces in a way that they can actually win the pawn.
Yeah, I mean, also in terms of logic, like if you trade it all, then d4 is just as weak, right? You go bishop f6. I mean, you can also pretend that d4 is weak. I mean, it's it's not much for white anyway. Yeah, this is a bit surprising opening choice from both, to be honest. But yeah, why not?
Probably Sasha didn't evaluate his chances that high,
Yeah, probably, but he could have tried anyway, yeah. I mean, obviously you don't win 4 games in a row that often in candidates, and that is true. But why not to try?
Okay, maybe he's like waiting. Well, draw is today and maybe 2 wins.
Yeah, Anyway, let's check what's going on in the leaders game actually, right? Finally. So the Petrov by Yan Nepomniachtchi. Knight f6, knight x5, d6, knight f3.
Yes, Yan is leading in their encounters, and as you remember, Yan won against Wang Hao. Yan Nepomniachtchi won against Wang Hao in their first game in 2020 in the candidates, which started a year ago, and it was exactly the same opening, but not the same line.
Yeah. So this d3, knight f6, d4, I think was invented by Magnus, or like Magnus liked it very much at least. And then after d5, it's all of a sudden you get an exchange French. So knight f3, knight f6 is exactly the same position. So bishop d3, bishop d6, queen e2 check is white's idea here. Queen e7 is one of the moves. I think bishop e6 was considered to be very normal as well.
Actually, I wanted to see.
So queen e7 takes castles. I think this is considered to be like slightly better for white. Black is obviously fine, and he should be capable of drawing this with precise play. But for some reason, they say white is slightly better. C3, knight b4 was probably coming, that's why you go c3, h6, knight h4, rook e8. I'm not a big fan of this knight h4, but maybe it is correct. Knight f5, takes, king f8, g3, knight e7, and bishop h3 was played. Yeah, it looks completely normal for black in my opinion. Like, I would probably go c5 here. White has two bishops though, like if black will play it slow, then if white finishes the development and then gets absolutely everything, he'll be slightly better.
Daniil, but are you sure about c5? You want to put the grip on e4, then knight fe4, because the bishop will be replaced on g2. Yes, and I will start playing against the isolated pawns. So how are you going to take on c5 with the bishop?
I mean, I don't have a different way.
Then, for example, I need to play knight d2 to play knight b3 probably here. So, and to prevent you from playing knight d4.
Yeah. But I should play it as a middle game in general, like I will play for piece activity. No, knight c6 or knight g6, maybe knight c6 to support d4. You go here, bishop b6.
Here, now I have this intermediate move bishop g2 and d4, probably I can take on c6 and win the pawn, so you cannot
Yeah, I will probably go rook e2 or knight e4.
Rook e2.
I'm not sure you can equalize actually. Okay, knight e4 maybe.
Okay, and how to continue here? I would love to play bishop b3, but I need my rook on e1, yes, to exchange the dark square bishops. That is a positional idea. Yeah, maybe you're just in time actually.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. In general, black can play this as a middle game.
And actually...
yeah, I mean, here exactly, I think black is just... I mean, you probably take black, yeah? I mean, if given a choice.
Yes,
rook
because
a2d, d4, I mean, it's very, very simple. Knight takes f2 is coming.
It has a very simple explanation that like pieces activity is a much important factor than the isolated pawn in this position.
It's also very often, you know, I calm myself down, so when you're doing such things as black, and you feel like, okay, I have this isolated pawn and stuff, then at some point it kind of makes sense. You just imagine you have already lost it. So let's say you lost the d5 pawn, you go rook a to d8, it's not that bad still, yeah? I mean, you have some activity, and the pawn is still there.
But it's actually such an interesting opening choice from Jan. As you remember, Wang Hao played the Petrov against him, so I wanted to remind myself what was Jan's choice. He played immediately d4, d5.
Jan played knight c8, by the way.
And then bishop d3, if you come to the opening, just to explain. So here, after knight e4...
No, it was just a completely different line.
Just to show, yes. d4, d5 was played, and bishop d3 here. And as you can see, Wang Hao played d3. So it's a different type of...
No, I mean, d3 is much safer for white, obviously. You just go for a symmetry with...
With two bishops, now.
No, yeah, but in general with an extra tempo, so it should be... Knight c8 I don't like that much, to be honest. Because now maybe white will be in time, so like you go bishop e3. Maybe knight b6 is the point, I don't know.
Knight d2.
Or maybe b3 even. I'll say, okay, knight d2.
Because knight c4 is not really possible here, I think.
Maybe, yeah, but I don't think it's his idea.
Bishop g2, c6, that's what I was thinking.
Yeah. Yeah, but this will not be
I don't like
a fairy tale for black, yeah.
C4.
And there was also b3 here, just in case. Like you're just asking, so where is this going exactly? Knight e4 maybe. But yeah, I mean, in general, this knight c8 doesn't feel right to me.
Yeah, but that's the main problem in this position. If you put the knight on c6, is the knight on c6. So Jan is actually trying to maneuver and replace it to activate it.
Yeah. What he did not like after c5, I guess, was bishop e3. Like, I don't think you're worried about c5, c4 in general as white. So my plan as black would be takes, knight c6. And then takes. Yeah, but then I go d4 no matter what, pretty much, I guess.
Do you think that here your the activity of your pieces compensates for this horrible pawn structure?
I think it's general. I mean, in general, I think it's a draw. I don't know what compensates what, but in general, like if I go d4 and we trade the pawns, I mean, okay, I will not lose this.
Yeah, we have the opposite card.
Yeah.
Bishops, yes.
Like I'm probably slightly worse, or maybe not, but in general, there are kinds of slightly worse that do not bother you that much.
You simply put your king on g7?
No, I mean, yeah. So you go d4, yeah, king g7, knight takes d4, I don't know, bishop c5, rook a to d8. You probably trade knights at some point, and then, yeah, you will not lose this. Knight c8 is kind of a solid, ultra solid approach, I would say. But yeah, maybe it is also fine. Okay.
Daniil, I think a few things have happened in Maxime's game against Kirill Alekseenko, so let's have a look, because this position can change like at every move.
Yeah. Yeah, but that's exactly what I was kind of asking him to do. Yes, that's what I said. Basically, if black will stabilize, then he will be fine. So white has to do something quickly, we said. And that's exactly what Maxime is doing. I don't know if it's correct, but in general, in terms of ideas, I can understand his
approach.
Yeah, exactly. Like you don't want this to, to stabilize. So you basically want to get something from this initiative.
Very interesting the way that you're explaining the thought process. How are you coming to these moves and these decisions? So what was played?
So he took on e5. Now there is no knight g7 once again
bishop f7, knight g5.
Because of this thing, yeah. So bishop f3. Don't know about g takes. Feels like a bit too much to me. So queen f3 was played. Queen takes e5.
Seems very natural. Queen f3 and bishop f4.
I mean, when you see it, yes.
No, but what do you do now? Queen h5? You want to trade? You can take also, yes. I forgot that you can take, okay. So take, then yes, and castle.
I don't know if it's castles. After castles, there is bishop c5 check. I think his idea is maybe knight g2. And it kind of makes sense, like, black should be okay, maybe go knight c5 f6, but in general it makes sense. So if you go knight f6, we just castle long, and then we go rook h to e1. It's obvious that we have massive compensation. If you take, then we take with the king. And once again, I suspect there is a way for black to be kind of okay here, but we have two bishops, like we're never worried, it's only white who can be better. Maybe here we're much better, actually. After knight d2, it does not look like a disaster for black, in my opinion.
Daniil, can you show actually what I blundered first? Because, we see, like, actually I managed to blunder, and you see these things, like, in a split of a second. But yes, I want to show it still. Bishop c5, yes, check.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, even castles would be fine here, but
we have knight f2,
check queens,
So,
so that's why he probably wants knight d2.
So knight d2 is maybe the only move then. Yeah. But can I play rook f1 if I don't want to castle, but it seems completely artificial?
Yeah, but you're not even attacking f7, no?
No, I want to take on b8 and then on f7.
Yeah, but then you will never be better. Yeah, I see your point. Okay, so you want takes, rook f1, but you will never be better there. What I mean is that first of all, I have knight d7, but let's say even if I play bishop e7, just in terms of ideas, and you take, and I takes king d7, I will never be worse here as black. I mean, it's equal number of pawns. I go king c7, bishop f6. How in the world I can be worse here?
Yes, king c7 is a very nice shelter you have there.
Yeah.
So yeah, I agree with you.
So yeah, I guess it should be knight d2. That is his idea. And once again, my feeling would be that you go knight c5, knight e6 here as black, and then white will probably. I would feel like white will probably win the pawn back, but it should be. For some reason, I feel like it should be okay for black. Don't know if it's true though. And we have Evgeny who can tell us a bit more about this.
As long as he will be technologically supported, his thoughts are going to be technologically supported.
I wish I could tell a bit more. In fact, I can tell a bit less about this position than you guys. What I've discovered that first of all, apparently there was kind of a tricky moves order played by MVL. And we know, at least I do remember, that Maxime is keen on playing on those sidelines against the Caro-Kann, right? So like two knights variations sometimes, and here he opted for this f3. Because, oddly enough, knight f6 might be imprecise. So the thing is, after bishop c4 is the more mainstream move in this rather offbeat line, yeah. And the point is very clear, because after knight f6, white is planning to win immediately. Bishop takes f7, knight e5 check, wins couple of pawns, yeah. After bishop c4, what they do is they play knight d7. So now that we've played c3 and black played knight f6, now after bishop c4, white technically has the same threat to take on f7 in case of, say, normal development. Bishop e7, I don't know where they put the bishop, but yeah, bishop f7 still works. Bishop f7, knight takes on e5, takes the bishop on g4 at the end. So therefore, black has to react. And the only game I was able to find in an online database, so it's already a very fresh position after only 7 moves. Perhaps Lichess Ultra Bullet is not included in this database. So maybe it was played. Yeah, but the only game was that I found in the database was bishop takes f3, which cannot be right. White is much better. After bishop f3, queen f3, you still cannot take on d4 because of e5. Maybe much better is a bit of exaggeration, but basically white gets what he wants to get from the opening. And our friend Compi suggests some bishop h5 move to guard f7 and to try to develop sort of normal. Right, after queen c7, I didn't actually check what's suggested after queen c7, but I can confirm that queen c7 is absolutely fresh position. But looking at your analysis, guys, yeah, takes and bishop f4 already played, right? So I thought there might be, but once again, don't take my word for granted, because here I have no clue. I didn't check with the computer. I just thought maybe bishop d6 is not that stupid. Did you discuss this one?
Not really, but then I thought it's knight takes e4. Then
yeah, knight takes e4, bishop takes, yeah, some rook to f1. Castles, I'll have bishop e3, and you mean I'll lose d7.
Yeah, still
maybe I'll get to more or less the same position with king. Yeah. So I would kind of agree with Daniil on this one, that yes, white perhaps never wars, but black has to have a way to equalize. Maybe knight c5, maybe knight to d6, bishop to d6. Something.
Or maybe there is no way. Yeah,
maybe, no, I would not believe that it's too bad. And then, what else is interesting? Dealing with Grischuk, you've pretty much discussed. That's just a queen's gambit. And Fabi. Interesting detail that Fabi has already played this line against Shah Mamedyarov, Karlsruhe. I wanted to say last year, but last year vanished from the chess calendar, so apparently it was 2019. And the game saw, because that's interesting, once again, I don't know what original intentions of Mamedyarov were to go for this line. Fabi played a3, and I don't know about someone else, but Mamedyarov is certainly not the guy who will play this heaven Endgame with black, right? So he went for queen to c7. Fabi played bishop to e2. Black went a7, a6, and here Fabi played f4, after which Shah did Shah thing, basically. Captured, went bishop c5, went up, no, queen d7, yeah. Queen to d3, and d7, d5. So promoting d5 in one go. If white captures everything, grabs the pawn, then of course f4 is a weakening thing. And they've made the draw pretty quickly. Fabi took, think pawn takes, bishop e3, bishop f5, queen takes f5, bishop takes e3, something like that. So position vanished, pitted out to a draw in like 5 moves. Right. So this time, bishop e7, bishop e3, it makes it more of a Scheveningen. Indeed, with an extra move a3, which is, well, kind of a waste of time for now. But yeah, queen d3 is a novelty. Over here, obviously this position was played before. Queen d3 is a novelty, and it partially kind of justifies a2, a3, so there won't be any knight b4. Not that knight b4 is such a scary move. But yeah, imagine this pawn on a2, black would have d5, pawn takes on d5, and knight to b4. So queen d3 is a novelty, bishop d7 is a very natural move, f2, f4, and here
it's quite interesting because e5 is one of the choices of the engine, and it's a very typical move to make, given the fact that white already castled short. I would go like this, because look, e5, that's what happened in the game. Knight takes on c6, and then, strangely, I mean, this one I've checked a bit with the engine, and it turns out like if you take with the bishop, which is an absolutely normal way to play in the Scheveningen with the short castle, white castles long, and immediately computer is very happy, it says the white has a huge advantage. So, in order to prevent this, you take with the pawn, but then white indeed castles short, pawn takes, bishop takes, that's how the line goes in the computer analysis, and then Compi claims that bishop g4 needs to be played to simplify. I mean, I don't know how standard that one is and how easy it is to spot bishop g4, because say after bishop e6, queen g3, white already has some initiative. And say a move not to get in a really worse position, it's rather remarkable here because computer says h7, h5 in order to control the g4 square and prevent bishop h6. So all in all, looks like a very sound opening experiment by Fabi, and perhaps some chances for, for sharp game and maybe for a win.
So, Evgeny, what I like about Almira is that she doesn't like this random talk, so she has checked briefly this envelope's position. So this position after knight d2 we discussed is just a disaster for black. It's not just worse, it's not, black has a way to equalize, as we said, it's basically a disaster. So knight d2 is like over +1.
Over +1.
Over +1, yeah.
Oh, it's a draw, no?
Yeah, that's, I mean, there should be a way, if not to equalize, and to,
So you have 3 grandmasters in the studio who still have no clue about the proper evaluation of the position.
No, only 2, yeah, Almira knows.
Almira knows, yeah exactly.
No, I'm just basically curious about like this position, because like queen e4 was not my first intention actually. I blundered, of course, but I thought like maybe there are a few other options. But it seems that white's initiative is really very strong. Thank you so much, Evgeny, actually for pointing this out. But I was actually trying to understand: is there any other option than queen e4?
I don't really think so. But it's, once again, I mean, I hate myself for saying it, but once again, it's basically Alekseenko being much worse / lost as black at move 10.
Let's have a look at the position once again, maybe. Yes, Daniil, because this is a very interesting position, and Kirill...
Yeah, but you don't do... I mean, you don't play all this to go queen c5 here.
Of course, no. I actually wanted to play queen h5 to exchange queens, but I don't think that this is such a reasonable option.
I mean, you're definitely, once again, it's obvious that you're worse, and as black, and the question is like how much worse you are. I like knight d2 here.
Even knight d2, yes.
Yeah, I just want to take with the knight, and then I want to keep attacking somehow.
Yes, knight g5 is coming, knight d5, and...
I mean, I also have 2 bishops, I haven't sacrificed anything, I mean... Let's say you go, I don't know, bishop e7, I even ignore this knight e5, g5, I just castles, I don't know, and go rook h2 e1. There are no moves.
Yes, Kirill is faced with a very difficult choice, and Maxime, as we explained, has some theoretical chances.
Yeah. But this is once again, I mean,
to win or to make 2.5 points. Yes?
Yeah, but once again, I don't get it, to be honest. Like, I like Kirill a lot, I respect him a lot, he's a brilliant player and so on. And I understand that in general, like, even if you do not prepare at all, you also need a lot of bad luck to, to be running like this as black, like 2 times in a row. This is too much, obviously. So
you mean also like in his game against Jan Nepomniachtchi?
Yeah, exactly. So obviously, like, even if you don't prepare at all, I mean, this is not what you expect to happen like two times in a row. I mean, still, if you have a year to prepare, it's kind of strange to me, but yeah, it happens.
As Evgeny rightfully said, Maxime used mostly, against the Karakan, this line knight c3, knight f3. Recently, he won quite a game by sacrificing the pawn, as I remember. So maybe Kirill was concentrating on this line.
Yeah, I see your point, but once again, this is candidates.
You need to cover everything.
This is not Mickey Mouse tournament, or something. So this is candidates, in fact. No, but the funny part is, I'm just trying to explain the people that I actually know. I mean, I talked to Kirill. So the funny part is that, I mean, obviously they actually worked a lot. And it's sometimes like you look at a game of this kind and you feel like, okay, I mean, what is exactly the way the guy spent this year? I mean, in fact, believe me, he spent this year looking at chess, looking at openings. And it's just that sometimes you are not running brilliantly. Same goes for MVL, by the way. I mean, I find it hard to believe that he ignored chess at all. But then once again, yeah, I mean, he basically fails to get out of the opening in his Najdorf for 4 or 5 games in a row already.
But believe me, last time when I talked to him before the tournament, just like a few months before, and he was already at his training camp. So these players worked so much during this year. But I believe that, for example, for Kirill, it has been such a difficult year because he hasn't played a single game over the board.
Sounds like a brilliant year. No?
But
you can just prepare.
Yes, but it seems to me that, okay, during those training sessions, not only you have to study the openings, to study the middle games, to solve studies and a lot of tactical problems, but you maybe lose this practical feeling, of it, like taking the decisions over the board, feeling the pressure. So this might actually play a very important role.
Yeah. Probably. But once again, I mean, it could be important, but it hasn't been Kirill's problem yet, right? I mean, it was not about him being worried about his choices or something. I mean, it's just that you need to make it out of the opening.
Daniil, like a normal training session, how would it go? You look at the openings, well, physical preparation, of course, plays a very important role, I think. But then studies.
I hate studies.
Okay, but then how much how much of the training games do you play if you prepare for an important event with a sparring partner?
Well, it depends. You definitely play some games, but it kind of depends. But it's true that I personally, I don't play training games just to play training games.
No, you have, for example, you have a new position, so you need to feel it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So if you come up with some new openings, then yeah, for sure you do play some games. But it also depends on the opening and the opening you have and your general mode and so on. But in general, I'm not the right person to be answering such questions. You should probably ask someone more professional. My training sessions are not exactly, following Botvinnik's advices. Let's put it this way.
Yes, but I know that, for example, Russian chess teams, both women's and men's, they gather a few times per year. So you have all these training sessions all together. So I actually know how they go for the ladies. Yes, Alexandra Kostyanyuk always shares this to me, and I found this incredibly important and impressive also for the team spirit, but also for the form of the players.
Probably. For me, it's probably, yeah, I mean, it is team building for sure, the team spirit and stuff. But then, I mean, I need some rest normally after these training sessions. Seriously, I think I was making this mistake for like 3 years. So normally we would have some important tournament as a team, and then they schedule some training session right before the tournament. So it's basically you come there for a week, you work a little, and then you go straight to the airport. And it's like, I mean, in a week I'm already done. I don't want to play at all. I mean, I need some...
Because they're so intense?
Sort of, yeah. I mean, you have to play this stupid football every single day. I mean, it's like... I mean, it's fine if you don't have to play chess, I mean, the very next day. Then it's fine. But I just realized if we have a tournament, I mean, within a few days, I'm normally saying, okay, guys, like, if you want me to score some points, just let me chill at home. I will relax a little. If you want to play football every day, it's fine. But I mean, I will probably skip this.
I wanted also to ask you, because for professional chess players, of course, it doesn't come as a surprise, but it might come as a surprise to our viewers, to our audience, that, you know, you have to pay attention a lot to your physical preparation, because, well, chess games, as you can see here, can last for hours. You need a lot of stamina. So how actually you train?
Depends.
Depends what kind of physical cardio training do you
I
have?
have some physical exercises, you know, some calisthenics and stuff, but once again, I'm not the person to be.
So you're not sitting at the
Asked
gym
about
for
it.
hours?
Not really. No, I mean, I have like when the weather is good, I can really spend hours like outside at some sports grounds. That is true. And yeah, I don't know. I think Fabi, for instance, is way more trained than me.
I know Maxime was running quite a lot, you know, that's part of his physical preparation. He was also going to the gym. Okay, it might not reflect right now, I think.
No, but I think it's sometimes it's even more dangerous actually to change the strategy. So I think normally if all of a sudden like you have, let's say 2 months left, and you have never been to a gym in your life pretty much, and then you suddenly start doing it, I think short term it will only harm you. Like it will start helping you in a few years if you continue like this, but like if you change something dramatically and you have such a short period of time to, you know, to adapt to it, I think it's generally a bad idea. Like Magnus, for instance, he's once again he's also in a decent physical shape, but he's like playing football or doing some other stuff pretty much almost every day. But the thing is that he is doing it for years.
Of course.
And that's the difference. Like if suddenly, like yeah, I don't know, I'll start doing this, I will probably collapse. Once again, I have my own
experience.
No, I have my own routine. I mean, I'm doing what I'm doing, and I'm doing it for years.
But
and at least I have this one arm pull up, and everybody is like, he's probably a very strong guy and stuff. This is not exactly true. It's just that you spend a lot of time training something. I mean, you'll probably improve at it.
But I also wanted to add that it's probably thanks to Magnus's personality that this physical dimension was brought to the game, because he started to wear his opponents down, you know, during those games, because he's such an athlete in every terms. So everyone started to work out more and more. Because they knew that against him they would have to play like very long games.
Probably, I don't know. I think it started at very least with Kasparov, and in fact it started with Botvinnik. But Kasparov was definitely the guy who was spending a lot of time trying to improve his physical shape, and what's even more important, he was not trying to hide it. So he's a very strong. I think he's still very strong actually physically. Don't know if it's true, but that's my feeling. I feel like he's not skipping his gym sessions.
No, I know that it is very important. Yes.
Yeah. So yeah, I think it started at very least from Kasparov.
Okay, so let's have a look. I think Kirill will think for a while. Let's have a look. Yes, at which game? Yes, this one. So
yeah, maybe this one. Yeah. In general, it's not exciting so far, I must say. So Dean Grischuk is this boring Queen's Gambit declined, and Wang Hao Nepomniachtchi is this boring Petrov. Yeah, so we're kind of left with 2 games.
Yes, I think. What is the position right now?
So yeah, I really like the way Evgeny explained everything to us here. So indeed, like in terms of general ideas, Black wants to get this kind of position. Then you normally take on f4, you go rook 8, bishop f8, attack e4, and so on. Maybe you go knight d7, e5 sometimes. But the thing is that, yes, indeed, you need white to be castled short here. So the point of this queen d3 and delaying castling, you can see it here. So after you take on c6, if bishop takes, then you castle long, and then you go for checkmating attack with g4, maybe f5 followed by g4. And on the other hand, if black takes with a pawn, which happened in the game, then obviously you don't want to castle long, as you run into some rook b8, queen c7, queen c8, queen b7 attack, but then you just castle short. And then you get exactly kind of a position that black is trying to avoid normally, I guess.
But if you are trying to play according to the standards, like taking on f4 is not correct, or
no, I think we were told bishop g4 is a move here. But
bishop g4.
Bishop g4 is not obvious. But if you play something more natural, let's say you go bishop e6, then let's say queen g3, and indeed it's quite uncomfortable. So white just wants to play rook a to d1, attack d6, and bishop h6 is coming in all the lines.
Can I take the pawn, Daniil?
On b2?
Yes.
I mean, I feel like
I still have 98 on bishop h6, so I want to try.
yeah, you will probably. I mean, you will probably lose the queen somehow, but I don't know how exactly.
I don't lose it immediately because rook b1 I have queen c. But maybe I lose it.
You
no.
lose it.
Yes. No.
You lose a piece at very least. No. Yeah, I can do this. So if you take on h3, I go 95.
Ah, okay, in this way. But can I try rook fb1, queen c2, bishop d1? But you have there 94, maybe.
Yeah, once again.
Okay.
So white will win. But even this is. I mean, even this is a brilliant position for white.
Okay.
Obviously. Yeah.
You have 3 pawns for a piece, but it's not enough. Okay.
But Evgeny told us queen g3 is fine, and he has an engine. Yeah, it's quite unlikely that he blundered queen takes b2. And then secondly, like whenever you go d5, in terms of ideas, so first of all you have like all kinds of moves. You have ed, you have rook a to d1, you have many moves. But let's say you take, so in general it's very important that white will put his bishop to e5, I believe, at some point. And then whatever happens, like you don't really want to go f6. Also your pawn structure is not ideal as black, like you have two islands at the queen side. The c6 pawn is weak, and yeah, white is just comfortably better in general. So we'll see, but I would say the outcome of the opening is sort of good for Fabi. That's the way I feel about it. And it's also quite easy to play, so like if there is no e takes e4, you can just play rook a to d1 first. You can prepare a little, you can play king h1. So in general...
and if we analyze like the best continuation, take on f4 and bishop g4?
I think this one we just ignored, to be honest.
Ah, we ignored it. Okay.
I guess so, yeah.
So let's
but even this, like in
concentrate
terms of human play, I think white is still better. Like whatever you play, let's say I go
rook d1?
maybe rook d1 if you promise me not to take on b2.
Yes.
I mean, in general, like whenever you take, I want to take with a knight. Then I go knight d4, f5, or knight g3, f5. I mean, it's just very easy for white to play.
Maybe I can even sacrifice here, yes? Queen b6, or king h1, queen...
Or maybe bishop e3 to top on the f5. But yeah, in general, yeah, I see your point. I mean, first of all, we probably win queen. It feels like we'll trap it
and
somehow.
knight c3, yes.
Yeah, I know you have some rook b8, maybe it works, but if it does work, it's a miracle. But secondly, yeah, in terms of ideas, so even knight d4. And yeah, you go knight f5, I mean, it's... the position plays itself. It's just very nice for white. So yeah, I think it's not ideal for Fabian.
It might be balanced, but I remember I had a similar game against Hu Yifan. Like not the same structure, but with these pawns, and could be equal, but it's very difficult to play.
Yeah,
like,
exactly. That's what
from
we are,
a human perspective.
Yeah, exactly. That's what we're looking for as white nowadays. I mean, it's not that you are trying to, as Rouser tried to. Yeah, I mean, 1e4 and white is winning. It's not that you are trying something like this anymore, but yeah, you're just looking for a position that is easier to play for you. So Alekseenko played your queen h5, by the way.
So I start to know him also.
Yeah.
A bit.
Yeah,
no,
true.
but as we rightfully mentioned, queen e4 was very dangerous, and yes, I really wanted to understand, like, to which extent, like, and after queen e4, knight e4, knight d2, and then rook e1.
Yeah, it is surprisingly very bad. It's not just initiative for white. It's just very bad. Yeah, and the queen h5. Don't know what to say here.
You said knight d2.
Yeah, maybe knight d2, maybe castles. I sort of like knight d2 in general. So I don't want to castle, first of all, because bishop c5 is a check and you win a tempo this way. And secondly, I'm not even sure that my king belongs to the right corner. I probably want to castle long even in general. Some moves were played, knight d2 I guess, and knight b to d7. Could be wrong, but I think that's what was played. Yeah, knight d2, knight d7 was played. And now, okay, it feels reasonable to castle.
Because knight d5 doesn't work because of queen h5. You simply lose a piece. So
let's show this line, yeah.
It's just...
takes first. Yeah, this is good for...
But then what is Kirill's idea? He wants...
He finally realized he has to develop the pieces to play the game. I mean, it's like here. It's not that you need a. I mean, it's not that you really need an idea as black. Like you don't take on e4 because it's very bad, and queen h5 is pretty much the only move. Then okay, knight d2. Once again, you don't want to take yourself. You can play knight d7. You're not worried about queen g3. Let's say. Then you just try to develop a piece on knight b to d7, and we'll see what happens.
Yes, but from a strategical point of view, if I will manage to put my knight on e5, then I will be okay. But then
it will never happen.
I cannot find a way actually.
And also e5 is coming here.
Yeah, that's the
he
problem.
probably wants to play bishop e7, but then there is still e5 even. Like there are many ways to, you know. I think even e5 is good. So still there is no knight takes e5. As queen takes h5 wins a piece, so we have to take here. Takes, now knight d5 is just a free pawn. It should be quite bad.
And knight h5, or at least...
Yeah, knight h5 you'll probably, I don't know, let's say bishop e3. So bishop takes f7 is a threat, g4 is a threat, e6 is also unpleasant. Yeah, this is just bad. Same happens after knight g4 probably. Like at very least we can take 7 and take d7. Looks really bad. Yeah, and he played long castle. Yeah, makes sense.
Probably Maxime is still in his preparation. You know, it feels like.
Yeah.
They.
But it's no, I don't think he can be in his preparation. But it's just
no.
very,
I mean,
very natural.
They've probably analyzed queen e4. But as you've explained, you also have to analyze all reasonable moves in this
I'm not even sure that they analyzed queen e4. I think it's quite likely that this was all played over the board. Because, you know, for a strong player, actually, sometimes you don't need all the information, so you just need some little things. So, for instance, you just know that this bishop g4, queen c7, by the way, let the chat praise Almira for pointing out bishop h5 here. Which I think we were told is the best move.
It's the best move?
Yeah, I think Evgeny said it's the best move.
Because at some point when I was trying to analyze that,
no, I think
at
some point it was definitely the best move, either here or maybe with the knight on d7. But in general, the idea is brilliant. So please, guys, give Almira some credit for this. And secondly, so let's say you know queen c7 is kind of bad move. Then you look at the position, so what could it be like? It's definitely, I mean, it cannot be too bad because of castling. So you look at it, let's say, I castle, he goes bishop d6 or knight bd7, how in the world it can be really bad. So you realize it should be something very concrete. So what could be really concrete here? There is no bishop takes f7, so h3 doesn't look completely crushing. First of all, there is bishop h5 and then even takes. And let's say bishop d6, knight b to d7 doesn't look too bad for black. So you come to d takes e5. You feel like, well, there is no knight f to d7, so he is forced to take on f3. Let's continue calculating. Once again, there is no knight f to d7. He has to take. And then you realize, okay, castles leads nowhere, but in general here exactly you feel like this could be the way, because it was all forced till that point. And then you think, well, I have bishop f4, so it's obvious that if it's not queen takes c4, then I am much better. Like maybe queen h5 sort of allows black to survive, but it's absolutely obvious that white is much better. So we're ahead in development, we have two bishops, we haven't sacrificed anything. And then you only need to check this position briefly. And once you see this knight d2 and you realize it's not like really easy for black, you're sort of sure that this is exactly why queen c7 is a bad move. At the same time, if you don't know that queen c7 is bad, it's way less obvious for you. But then if you know the evaluation, you know this should not be good, so you know there was not this queen c7 like in top 3 engine moves. So you know it's at least, I don't know, 0.8 or something. Then it's much easier for you to believe in all this line. So I don't know, but I feel like he could have played all the stuff over the board, all this brilliant sequence of moves, starting with d takes e5. I think, yeah. I think he played it over the board. Knight b6 was played.
No, when I hear Daniil explanations, you know, it all becomes crystal clear to me later on, you know, because I actually was asking myself that doing the commentaries, well, it's quite a difficult job because especially like for me, I'm always torn between my love for chess, you know, and curiosity and this imposter's complex, you know, and because I'm not sure, you know, even if like I find some of the right moves and then, you know, it's not so easy to find this absolute truth, you know, the best continuation, especially when you're analyzing the games of the best players in the world. And like Daniil explains it, and then I say, okay, this is fine, you know. So you guys, I guess, have the same feeling, you know.
But there is no absolute truth.
Yeah, but at least, you know, we are trying to find the best move in the position and to understand the way players, the best players in the world, take their decisions. Yeah. So it's very important because when suddenly you have to play a game and you have three different possibilities which seem equal, so how do you proceed?
Yeah, that is true.
It's probably one of the most difficult things in chess.
Yeah, I kind of partly agree. I mean, maybe sometimes they make mistakes, and sometimes we make mistakes. But in general, I think in general we can kind of follow the thought process. That is true. Like in general, this knight b6, for instance, played by Kirill is also very well. So you want to play bishop e7, you see this e5, so you want knight b6, bishop b3, and then he wants to play bishop e7.
And then you can play knight d5.
Then you have knight d5. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if knight b6 is a good move or not. Maybe it is good, maybe not. But in general, yeah, I mean, it's not that difficult to explain it at least. Yeah, right is better. What to say here? Don't know if bishop b3 is forced. Like white could also try something over ambitious, like I don't know, queen g3, trying to stop the development. Don't know if it prevents bishop e7 though, or maybe queen g6. But yeah, I mean, in general, if I had to bet, I think white is close to winning here with his best play.
Well, Evgeny will help us, certainly, I think.
Bishop b3 played.
Later, so bishop b3, bishop b7, yes.
Yeah, he has some g4 there. Maybe he wants g4 actually, no?
That's actually what I wanted to ask you. We were looking at the same direction. I wanted to ask you if g4 is a possibility, but I spotted it before. But then, like, the bishop was hanging on c4, so I said to myself, okay, this is not the way, the right move order. So then I didn't know how to react to g4.
No, I mean, what could be problem? So knight takes g4, we just ignore. Okay, we know we will win somehow. So queen takes g4. I thought this is a problem. And then, like, if you take and go rook g1, then there is this knight f2 g3 idea. So that's why I didn't like it originally. Now I start to realize that actually maybe you just play, I don't know, queen f2 here. Could be just crushing in general. You just open the file and
rook g1, yes?
Yeah, you just want to play it slow. You're just saying, okay, you're dead pretty much. But once again, this is not that simple. Like one day black will castle long, so we need to make sure we get some pawns back, and yeah, I don't know. Like in such a position, you normally prefer something more simple.
Yes, you told me yesterday that you don't have to rush.
Yeah.
You know, so you have to opt for a more positional approach, increasing the pressure.
Yeah, unless you are completely winning,
yes.
But yeah.
Because like with the bishop on c4, actually my idea was to search for something after g4, knight g4, and I was thinking, okay, this might be winning, but then queen g4 is a quite natural move, so it didn't work out.
Yeah.
So bishop b3 and then bishop b7, but it was not played yet. So maybe he wants to take
at the same time, actually, maybe I start to realize, maybe you go rook d to g1 here. Because let's say knight f6, rook takes g7, in my opinion, looks lost enough anyway.
But if you play knight f2?
Yeah, that was the point. So after knight f2, I know there was no point. Forget it. Yeah, I thought I can take, but I cannot. Yeah, then you don't need to rush like this.
And if I take on f3, I think Kirill is weighing his options. So if I take on f3 and then I play bishop b7, isn't it better like to trade queens?
Here.
Yes, take. And then
Yeah, but then there is no g4 plate, and once again I will play it as a middle game.
Okay, knight g5, knight e5, I will simply castle. Okay, I'm still not lost.
No, I will go like, I think I will do something like knight d4,
knight d4.
maybe. No, I think in general you play such things as a middle game. Like for instance, just to clarify the ideas, you can even go g4, I believe. This makes sense. Like if you, let's say, castle, I just go g5.
Knight d7.
Yeah, sure, but I mean, I don't know, knight d4, h4. It's not that you will trade a lot of pieces, I'm afraid.
No. No, I wanted to play 5 f4, but you still have this a3 and you keep the bishop on the big diagonal, so...
Yeah, sort of. I think it's very, very unpleasant. Like, I'm not sure about this bishop b3, to be honest. Because here, exactly after knight b6, I had a very strong feeling that it's very bad. Maybe it's very bad because of bishop b3, so I don't know. Yeah, takes bishop e7. Is there a way to, to crush here completely?
But you rejected knight d4 because of g6, then I was thinking about e5, e6.
No, it's not that I rejected.
Ah, no, you have knight d5.
Not that I rejected.
There are a lot of possibilities, yes.
Yeah.
In this position.
No, it's like g6, we can even play sort of about bishop h6, but at very least we can play this move, I guess.
So castle?
Yeah, but
then bishop h6.
Or
yes.
maybe
and
g5,
e5.
yeah? Maybe bishop g5 as well.
But probably wins immediately, no? Bishop h6, e5.
Yeah, then you have knight d5.
Knight d5, yes.
But I thought bishop g5 wins immediately on the other hand.
Because I don't have knight d5, you simply take on d5.
Here?
Yes.
No, it's a check, but I go to h6. It's a double attack.
Ah, yes, bishop
Yeah.
d5, of course. Bishop h6.
So you have to play knight b to d7 probably, but then, okay, should not be good. Like we probably go here, we probably take, and I don't know, e6 or knight e6. Should be, okay, knight e6 is good enough, I think. Takes, you just take on e6. Takes. Also, maybe this
Can I
is...
sacrifice an exchange, take on e5?
Yeah, probably.
Maybe that was...
No, okay, in general, let's just stop here. I think white is completely winning, so I don't want to mess it up with some imprecise moves. Maybe e6 is much more... Maybe we just go e6. So you cannot really take. So it's basically you have to allow e takes f7 and ignore it. Should be very bad.
Okay, so let's move on to another game. What happens in Jan's game? It's still the same structure?
Yeah, pretty much. So knight d2 was played instead of our bishop e3, which also makes sense. e5,
Yes.
a4.
Wait, Daniil, we will get the board in a second.
Yeah,
Yes.
so knight d2, a5, a4, c6, rook d1, h5, knight f1. Well, it's all kind of reasonable, so it's a symmetrical ending where white has two bishops, and both sides want to stabilize a little, and black will play it like kind of a fortress, and white also wants to make sure he will develop all the pieces first, so he played f3, just to, cut off the knight a little. There is no knight g4, knight e4 anymore, and knight b6. You play b3 for exactly the same reason. There is no knight c4, king g7, king f2, knight b to g7. So both sides improve the position.
Well, you have only one open file, of course, and then like who controls it also is very important for the moment. Yes, but usually you exchange all the rooks. All it comes to this.
Yeah. But I must say, I don't think this is all that comfortable for black. That would be my feeling for some reason. Because sometimes those are really unpleasant endings. So maybe we just start, indeed, we just go bishop somewhere, rook e1, we trade the toes, and we start some b4 or c4 stuff. I think it normally depends on how many pieces
are aiming?
How many pieces do you have? I think with a small number of pieces, it's easier to draw in general. But no, we have a lot of pieces. The bishop on h3 is a monster. Monster is probably a bit too strong, but yeah, I kind of like white here. So does Evgeny like white here? What do you think?
I think that Evgeny has something to say.
Yeah, of course, always have. Yeah, speaking of the game that you were discussing, I do agree with Daniil, even though I would not make it that dramatic. So it's not like white is too much better, but yeah, it's certainly more pleasant. And you know, when we've seen the opening in Wang Hao and Nepomniachtchi, and it's easy to imagine that, you know, people nodding at each other, yeah, as soon as we reach the certain move number, we will agree. Yeah, but no, but that seems to be serious, and Wang Hao is trying.
And the number is 40 after all, yeah? So you can,
yeah, in this tournament, that's an awkward moment that you have to play 40 moves.
Yeah, you can accidentally get better.
Accidentally, you can win. Yeah, and it's not that I have too much information here and there, but the funny thing is, yeah, bishop e7, I think, yeah, the move that was played, I think it was considered kind of suspicious. And for a change here, you can play g4. That's what Daniil was suggesting. So in this position, you might as well play g4 among other things. But the funny thing is, because I've seen you guys analyzing like trade, right, and then bishop e7 or bishop c5, and it's interesting that what's funny with computers, sometimes computers suggest the moves at the side of the board that we are not looking at all. So a2, a4 is the key idea, strangely, in many positions out there. Like for instance, bishop c5 looked not that bad. So you kind of same idea, develop the bishop, try to maybe castle and to put it on a little bit more active square. And the trick is something like this, so that white goes a4. In response to a5, he goes all of a sudden some bishop, starts with rook he1, and then kind of play a move, and when you castle, because you kind of want to connect the rooks and so on, all of a sudden goes bishop to c7 with the idea, yeah, bishop c7, once again an intriguing move, not very common, with the idea to just play e5, trade that knight, push away that knight, and play rook d7. And yeah, material equal, white is slightly better position, and the evaluation is almost hitting +3. Like, translating to like white has an extra piece. So you can imagine how tough this endgame is. Yeah, and after bishop e7, I guess, I don't think it will be played, but I guess one of the suggestions was the same, like a4 practically in every position, even with queens on the board. Okay, so that was it. And I wonder, what do you think, guys, of this round? So here, of course, we give advantage to MVL, but how are the other games?
Thank you, Evgeny. Actually, this a4 idea doesn't seem that artificial to me. I actually like it because it's a very usual idea when you have this knight on b6 and you want to ask him, yes,
yeah, probably,
where are you going? And especially when I wanted to play myself a5 as black, then now I understand that maybe I should be careful.
Yeah, probably.
So as Evgeny pointed out, there is this strange idea with bishop c7 is done. So
yeah, sort of agrees that a4 in general is easy to explain, but the problem is that a4 is probably the best move, and there are like 10 moves that are easy to explain. So that's, I mean, how? Yeah, why exactly we should choose a4 is what is not clear. Like when a4 is played, okay, we can all come up with an explanation, but yeah, I don't know.
Daniil, let's create the chat, yes? Once in a while. Because
hi, chat.
Yes, hey guys, thanks for all of your support. You know, I think that, well, we've explained that it's very important, and for chess even more nowadays, that we are becoming such an important part probably of the entertainment industry. It's not only sports, but also, so thanks for your messages. And yes, Daniil has a lot of fans out there. I've seen this. So can you move like Mick Jagger? Have you trained your skills?
Oh, come on, stop this. But what I like about you is that you sort of ignore chat for like two hours, and then you say, okay guys, hello, we basically make a living because of you and stuff. I mean,
basically, I don't ignore them, you know, actually I'm reading the messages.
Hypocrite, yeah.
Not at all.
No.
I'm actually reading the messages, so I cannot, you know, bring those during the deep analysis that we have, because they might deviate into completely...
A complete trash talk, yeah?
Yes,
Yeah.
another direction, you know, that
Okay.
I wanted to ask you, what do you have on your computer, but, you know, I don't dare.
You're welcome to.
Well, this is a topic for another show. I think that we will make this one happen one day.
Okay.
So...
We should probably leave this for some boring round, yeah? I mean, this...
But we have no boring rounds, you know, the stakes are so high, you know.
but still we need some backup plans. Yeah, by the way, MVO played rook h to g1. Which, once again, is easy to explain, but it's probably...
G4 ideas
but it's probably not the best move, yeah?
But so then, like on queen f3, he simply wants to take g takes, yes?
I don't know. I'm wondering as
That
well.
would be logical.
Because it kind of makes sense to take with the knight. You still want this g4. I mean, in general, as I told you before, I mean, you can still play it a similar way. But yeah, I mean, I hope you play this with the intention of g takes. Also, g takes is something I dislike strongly in terms of positional play. Black will always get some g6, knight h5 set up, and okay, better is white, of course, but it's not. Or maybe it is a disaster, I don't know. I was about to say it's not a disaster, maybe it is a disaster still. Like knight h5, you just go back, you go f4, you go knight f3, you bring everybody to the party. At the same time, it could be like if black is in time to trade the bishops, let's say he plays bishop c5, then at some point it could become less clear. So, yeah, I don't know what to tell here exactly. I must probably say I don't like rook h to g1 intuitively, but once again, why would you care about what I like or do not like? Let's say I don't like it with the idea of playing g takes f3. I don't like it strongly.
But then you could have made a more useful move, yes, if you want to take with the knight on f3, because you're sort of anticipating the exchange.
Yeah, you probably want to prevent him from castling. This could be the point. So on the other hand, what is more useful move that sort of forces black to take on f3? h3? h3 kind of makes sense as well. I don't think it's more useful. Black will probably take on f3 anyway. So let's ignore this a4, because a4 is not exactly...
Yes, we know that this is a computer suggestion. What would be a more human approach? So we basically need to force him to take on f3.
Yeah.
How do we do this?
You can just say, please take on f3, you... No, I don't know, like rook g1. So he probably, I start to feels that he wants to take with the knight, and the point was just to force this. And then after castling, he will just continue the game. It was just important for him to force queen takes f3. Not that it's necessarily related to this g2, g4. Maybe it's just, you know, rook e1 or something. Maybe bishop g5 one day. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, in general, it will be slightly better forever. Like you go rook d8, even let's say if we just take, you know, somehow take, let's say knight g5 or knight e5 does not win. I mean, even some king c2, e4, you can play it slowly. Yeah, Kirill takes on f3, so we are about to find out what was the plan behind rook h to g1. I still think it's knight takes f3.
Yeah, but in the position that you've analyzed, I had like knight e5, rook f8, rook d1, and it would be really very difficult for you to exchange.
Yeah, that
anything.
is also
because
true.
I was trying to have a look at this. Because even if you play in a very natural way, then you still you're still much worse, probably.
Yeah, but I'm much worse anyway, I'm afraid. The black, so yeah. So what was the point? Is it g takes?
Let's wait.
Maybe g takes kind of makes sense as well. I think
yeah, g takes. Yes,
g takes, yeah.
For me, it seems well. At least you are consistent. Yes, with your plan. You played rook g1. You want to open the g file, and then queen f3, g takes f3 is logical.
Yeah, but I feel like consistency is overrated when you're making mistakes.
Well, it's better to have a plan than not plan. Yes, we've been told since
I think
our
this makes exactly zero sense, by the way. Yeah, I mean, I was told the same way. Like a bad plan is better than no plan.
So g6.
I think this is exactly a false statement, by the way. I mean, at least for professional chess. So a bad plan is much worse than playing random moves. Like much worse.
Well, it was more of a conceptual statement. Yes, I think it's like you should look at chess as a continuity than like random moves.
And
I think
this is, once again, I don't think this is necessarily correct. But these are sort of Soviet standards, yeah? I mean, okay, you had to be a very serious guy in the Soviet time. You cannot just play random moves because you like them and stuff.
Yes, you had... Basically, it's like with an opinion, you have to argument it.
Yeah, sure.
So,
but I think now it is completely different time. So, for instance, look at Nepo, the guy is leading the candidates. But, I mean, there is no plan in his play at all in general. I mean, I'm not trying, so this is not so I'm not trying to make him look bad. What I'm saying is that basically, like every single move, he sort of plays from a zero. So it's like a starting position, he's looking for a move he likes, and he plays it. But it's not like he plays something and he has to be consistent. Like maybe the very next move he will dislike his idea and he will go back.
You mean in this particular game?
I mean in general, like he's playing move by move. It's a bit like every single move he would see the position for the first time. Like it's not that you're playing the game, but it's just you were passing by and you were suddenly asked by someone to play this position.
No, but this seems also logical to me in a certain way, since the computers have changed also our approach and our evaluation. Sometimes you simply have to reveal it, even if you had like a long-term plan. Things can get very concrete, and like the range of the spectrum of the moves that you're looking at is definitely larger.
Yeah, that is true.
So this I can understand, but still, for example, this position is not very concrete, so it's you have to operate by like positional terms.
But it's still very much move by move. Like you come up with a plan is white, and then he goes c5, and you know, who really cares about your plan then? Like you had a slow plan to play rook a2 d1, bishop c1, knight e3, and c4. Then he goes rook a8 c5. You are like, okay, this did not quite work.
Yes, but it's because he realized what was your plan then.
No, it's just because he played c5. I think. I mean, also, let's say you play rook c8, you may think you will necessarily play c5 next move. But maybe white has a move after which you sort of reconsider, and let's say like c5 doesn't work for some reason. I think here it does work. But then you probably go rook c7, rook c2, e7. You look like an idiot because it was more natural to go rook e7 and then rook e8. But it's like, okay, you tried rook c8, it did not quite work. Okay, we'll play a different way.
No, but actually what I like about your explanation is that, well, in general, chess has become less dogmatic, you know.
Yeah,
the approaches are more concrete, and actually I think it's added a lot into the creativity. So because
probably, I don't know.
Look at the openings. We are playing all sorts of openings, the positions. Even I remember when Jan recently played against Maxime. I think it was Magnus Carlsen Invitational. Of course, they didn't want to show their preparation for the candidates, but the game started by b3, I guess. a5 was played. It was some crazy opening still.
Yeah, chess is becoming more of a game than it has ever been. Probably.
So I think that it's actually a very interesting trend. So why not?
Yeah, there is no reason.
Because we were talking about the end of the game, you know, the draws and so and such. But I don't think that's the case, especially in the candidates. We've seen crazy games, sacrifices. And
I think it has never been the case, to be honest. I mean, all those stocks are normally raised by the people who, you know, don't really play professional chess. It's kind of funny. So the guy plays in the candidates, and he's always lost by move 10. I mean, tell him about this, you know, chess is a draw thing. Like, he would be happy to, you know, to have proofs. So here, actually, meanwhile, I think Jan is slowly outplaying Wang Hao. Like, so far, he's outplaying for a draw, I would say. But yeah, it's kind of comfortable for black. I think it's time for white to call it a day somehow.
So if I make a random move, Jan would play c5.
I would guess so. I don't know. I think you go rook c8 to play c5.
Let's say we start with rook d1, just a random move,
C5.
and c5. So how to continue here? Because then if I change, if I play c4 here, do I want to play c4? No, I mean
It's up to you.
as black later, or I want simply to take and to play for b4 square.
No, I think in general you kind of want to take, yeah. Then you want to play rook c3.
Because what I didn't like about c4, then that I could simply play rook b1 then.
Yeah, true. So he played bishop d2, which I kind of like as well.
But how do you want to react on c5?
I guess he simply wants to take, maybe.
Bishop c5?
Okay, you continue, like... Not trying to play for wins that much anymore. You just go rook a to d1, okay, you just play it.
And you can...
Maybe b4 one day.
Yes, and you still have the option of bishop b6.
One day as well.
Yes, one day, so... But maybe I have to try to play d4 here.
I'm not sure.
Not sure?
Okay, if you go d4, I'll just allow you to take, and you know, still I have the bishops. You are also allowing some a5 is hanging in the end of many lines. Like maybe I take on a6, take on
yes,
d4.
take on a6, yes, because I wanted to take with my knight on d4, but I think bishop e6.
Well, bishop takes c8 is also an issue.
Oh, yes, I'm starting. That actually, when you start blunder a lot, it means that your position is gradually getting worse.
You think so?
Yeah, because your opponent is posing so many problems.
No, I'm just trying not to prevent you from blundering.
From blundering.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
No, bishop d2 is reasonable. I kind of like, so it's not such a big move in terms of ideas, but it's, I mean, it's...
It's a very nice waiting move.
No, I think it's kind of significant that white is basically saying, okay, I realized I have probably overpushed it a little. So it's just, okay, so I want to play it slow, like rook a to d1, and once again, if black will play a few waiting moves, then I think white will be slightly better again. You probably play knight e3, knight c2, and then c4 to prevent bishop b4. You probably double on e5 as well, and then you trade all the rooks, and once again you're safe. It's never much, but at least you're safe. And yeah, black has to, once again, has to choose between the c5, which is a very concrete approach, and I mean, continuing this slow strategy, which should also be okay.
Okay, then let's get back maybe to Fabi's game to see how they continued. So bishop b6 was played, and queen g3, which we mentioned, yes, is a very...
Yeah, it is very, yeah, let's wait for the board, yes. But it's a very multifunctional move, so the queen is brilliant on g3, it attacks d6, it also helps some bishop h6 to come one day.
It was here that we analyzed queen b6 and it didn't work.
I guess so, yes, yeah.
So, then,
so he played knight d7 instead, rook a to d1, and rook e8. And to be honest, I don't get this at all. So it feels to me like this d6 pawn is dead, and he's probably relying on some tricks with, like maybe if we take, he probably wants to do it now. Yeah, like maybe he takes first, I don't know, or not. In general, so he wants to give a check and take on b2. But what I do not get is that, I mean, it feels like it's much easier to protect b2 pawns than to protect d6 pawn. Yeah, this pawn is basically gone. Like, you cannot really defend it. So what I'm saying is that even b3 could be considered here. Or king h1 maybe. King h1 is never too bad. At least that's how I was told.
If I still play queen b6 here?
I hoped for you to do something else, to be honest. But okay, let's so let's say I go
Yes.
b3.
I wanted to protect it in this way, sort of 95. Well, if
like this, yeah,
Yes.
you're fine with, yeah.
I want to sacrifice the
Yeah,
pawn.
yeah, I agree. I never want to take this way.
And in this position, you also have the a3 hanging, but
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, this
sort of like positional
yeah,
defense.
this can be the idea indeed. Then I have to come up with something more more concrete. Maybe it should not be king h1.
I managed to puzzle Daniil for a while. It doesn't happen very often.
No, puzzle is a bit too strong. I mean, it's just nice to revise what the idea
Yeah.
what the idea is. So it's obviously like if I had to play it as white, I would spend a lot of time here. But still, it feels to me like there should be a way for white to punish that. And Fabi is actually very, very good at this calculation skills. Okay, let's try the most direct thing. So once again, I take. So how do you do it exactly?
Yes, I want to take probably.
So you
yes.
take, yeah, take with the rook maybe.
Check.
Check. So first of all, I have some queen f2.
And you want
And
to take
then
on
some
e6?
takes. I mean, I cannot make it work yet.
Yeah, so I'll
But
take
let's
on
try.
d2.
So if I take on d7, let's say you take back, I take on f7, you go here, queen d7, queen c3.
Then I can
Yeah.
maybe take on c3 if I want to avoid all the complications. Yes, you take on d7, I take on c3, and I
That's
think
pretty much the same. I take on f7, it's kind of the same position. So if I take on e6, there is no difference as well. You take with the pawn, I guess. There is no knight a4 intermediate, yeah? Never. So I go here. Once again, I'm lost. Queen d7, queen c3. So I can actually play rook takes c6 here, by the way, just in case.
And if I play rook c8, I want just to play positionally.
Then I'm not that worried as well. You're probably fine, but I will probably just take, go knight d5. Knight d7 check is a threat, some a7 is hanging. You're probably fine, you maybe just, I don't know, maybe just
Can I take on
h3.
a3?
Yeah.
Okay, it looks very dangerous, but it's a very concrete position, so you have to calculate on every move.
Yeah, but I would say it's kind of a mess where it feels to me like white is never worse. Like I have some bishop g4 stuff. Don't know if it works, but it has a chance.
Your pieces are more active.
Yeah,
For
sort
the
of.
moment, yes.
Yeah. At the same time, it's also true that, I mean, if I don't play this, then why would I be better here as white? Because I agree, once you get this queen b6 or queen b8 and knight e5, I mean...
Actually, you know, I tend to like your move king h1, because now that we understand all the subtleties of the position, so let's check it once again.
So what's my point after, let's say,
yes,
queen b6?
queen b6. I think we have to make it work here.
Knight a4?
Yes, knight a4, queen a5, probably.
Yeah, but then you go knight e5 next move, yeah? I mean, I felt... yeah, I failed to come up with a real idea, I'm afraid.
And if we play bishop d6, then we enter the same line. Okay.
Yeah, which I actually kind of like. Could be just good. So first of all, let's just check briefly. So can you start with a check? And can you take on b2 then? I think at very least we can just take and go queen d6.
Yeah.
Okay, rook a, there's not much though. Queen c6, rook c8, yeah? Yeah, it kind of takes time. I have a feeling in general it is promising for white, but... So here I think I know the solution. So we go rook b1, queen a3 runs into knight d5. So you have to take on c2. And then I play some precise moves that wins me queen, like queen is3. And you do not prevent rook c1.
Yeah, but that's why I didn't like to have the rook on e7. Like,
Yeah, sure. I just wanted...
we need to understand yet what is the difference.
Correct. I just wanted to make sure we force bishop takes d6. Just to make it more simple for us to calculate. And queen takes b2, yeah? So rook b1 here makes zero sense. You just take a3.
I was thinking about knight a4, but you can take on c2, I guess.
You can also go queen e5.
And queen e5, yes, is also...
No, I guess we have to take on c6. I just don't know with the queen on f2 or queen on g3. Because we could get the same position with the king on g1 and queen on f2, right?
So let's try the first one. Yes, rook c8. That was my point. Okay, so you'll take a knight d5.
Probably.
Yes, but here the a3 pawn is not hanging in this variation because we were that's
not, yeah.
That is the difference.
At the same time, is it such a drama?
Okay, knight d7 is either.
No, I guess you take. I guess you take. Yeah,
Yes.
ed and okay. So what is this exactly?
Oh, this I like much better.
For white.
Yeah, for white than the other.
In general, I tend to agree. It looks safe. We go bishop g4, d6. We have this d6 pawn, but I feel like it should not be that much either.
And can we take the c2 pawn comfortably here or not? Because
Okay,
if you take with the queen, then bishop g4, you don't have. Ah, no, you still have knight f6, rook f6, queen c1.
No, I have bishop takes c8 there.
Ah, yes, you have bishop. You see, I'm blundering the rook on c8 already for the third time, I think, today. So.
But this is, I think, a typical thing. It's actually blackout. So I think I blundered pretty much. That was funny. I think when I was like 16. So I played Russian Higher League, and then I played I qualified to the Russian Super Final, then I played the Russian Super Final, and I think both times I blundered like the same knight fork at the same exact square against Alexeyev and against Svidler. Like it was exactly the same. I blundered it like 2 times in a row, the same fork.
But you know, somehow, like we all have a very unique thought process, and we all have these blind spots. You know, it depends. And there is, I've talked about this very interesting book, Tactical Exercises, written by Mikhail Krysenkov. You know, and he actually has such an interesting chapter in this book, which treats these ideas which slips our mind. You know, sometimes. So actually, to train our blind spots.
Yeah.
So today my blind spot is the rook on c8 and all these long moves.
Okay. Long moves. Evgeny has no blind spots, though.
No, not at all.
Not at all.
No way.
He has it.
Of course,
covered.
I know everything about chess. Okay, at least I'm supposed to behave like that because. Yeah. Alrighty. So coming back to perhaps the most intriguing game of today, Caruana Giri. Who will win? Who will remain in the race to catch up with Nepo? You guys analyzed it in great detail, but perhaps you are missing one idea, which I actually thought was, if not typical, but familiar in this position. So king h1 indeed never harms, and after queen b6, it is confirmed by computer. b4 is the move, strangely. So and what's confusing that after a5 you really go b5 and you create yourself a lot of isolated pawns, but at the same time, isolated pawns as in c takes, bishop takes, right? But somehow it works always because you come, bishop takes, please, nah. White takes with the bishop, chat. Just like that, chat. Yeah, so it combines like d5 square weakness plus some bishop h6 ideas. Yeah, so I think that's the key. So white can play it differently, but if he goes king h1 and b4, it's a stable advantage for white, and it's a little black can do, in fact. Okay. It's like one of the best moves is like to go knight e5 immediately, basically play the pawn down.
But is it bad? I thought this what I did not like actually is white. So set knight e5 and you're fine. But
yeah, well,
sort of fine.
Machine says it's good. I mean, so once again, now I'm just kind of, retroceding. I have no thoughts myself about this position.
Yeah, right? Okay, Shad, this Dubov guy is a pawn down. Yeah, okay, makes no sense.
Yeah, other games, Nepo. I really like your words on this. Nepo is outplaying Wang Hao for a draw, right? So his position is less suspicious. I mean, it's probably not suspicious at all anymore, right? But it's still very hard to imagine how black wins this game, right? So he's absolutely fine, but it's really hard to imagine how black wins this game. Vachier-Lagrave is still much better, even though some things changed, right? And there are good news and bad news for Alekseenko, right? Bad news that the position is still worse in every single aspect. Like white slightly better developed, a bit more control in the center, pair of bishops, but kind of good news that he could have been just crushed, it seems, right? So instead of rook hg1, once again, a4 was possible. And here I believe after bishop e7 also g4, the line that you've mentioned, g4, queen takes, queen f2, and then rook g1 and so on. And it's also very hard for black. Basically, it's not that black has an extra pawn, so the computer line would go with rook g1 and white capturing back on g7, so it's equal material, open position, and white has all the initiative in the world. Right, so this is still going, but clearly in Maxime's favor, and the last one is this. Okay. Here, I will not speak because even with the computer assistance, it's you need Kramnik for this. You do not need computer, you need Vladimir Kramnik who will explain that in 30 moves white comes up with such a plan, I don't know, gets this knight on a5, the other knight on h5, and therefore white is slightly better. So basically that's a very tough position to navigate, and to us mortals, it all looks like a draw, and draw. So that's my expert opinion, and yeah.
Thank you, Evgeny. This b4 is certainly a very interesting idea, and the game between Ding Lizhen and Alexander Grischuk just proves you wrong, you know, Daniil. It's just because we were talking about these long-term plans, and you know, certainly like in 30 moves, white will be still a little bit better.
Yeah, but okay, chat. Who is this Kramnik? I played it as black 20 times. Yeah, I mean, I know it's a draw, chat. Okay, chat. Now it's just a draw. But to be serious, actually, I think now it's kind of promising for white in terms of ideas. Like, I'm not Kramnik, but one of the long-term plans I know, in general, is to go knight e5 one day, with the pawn on b5 exactly. Let's say, you pass. So you go knight e5, takes, and then you go d takes. And then you go knight d4. And then if for some reason, I don't know why exactly, you will manage to open the a file, you'll be sort of better. Like, you trade a lot of stuff, then the rook is coming to a6, and the knight on d4 is attacking c6 and supports f5. What's problematic, though, I don't know, first of all, why would black ever
take on e5?
Take on e5, yeah, and secondly, what's also puzzling, I mean, why exactly do you take on b4? I don't know. But here maybe you're sort of worried after knight d4, some f5 will be coming. So in general, I don't think it's that comfortable for black in terms of, you know, human play. I think what Sasha is doing is also, he's kind of, I mean, it's sort of a frustration race, you know. I mean, it's like you don't want to trade everything with a takes b4 and b takes c5. I mean, you want to try your chance a little to win the game, as like technically he's still in the race. And yeah, he tries this b5, although of course he knows, I mean, in general, the whole concept is quite risky.
Daniil, and one last question. Before we go on the small break, you rightfully pointed out knight d5, and then can you improve your position gradually by playing king g2, then maybe even bringing the rook to h1 and then playing g4, g5? Does this plan exist?
Yeah, of course you can.
Because
especially after playing rook f to e1, so you kind of confuse him, then you go king g2 and rook h1. You know?
Yes, but then how to slowly improve this position? You want to play knight d5, then I will not take, of course, maybe I will play...
No, I'm not joking. No, this makes sense as well. I'm not joking.
You're not sarcastic for once?
No. It kind of makes sense as well. Yeah.
Okay.
I think this rook e1 is not. I mean, it's not that this position is about tempis. Once again, you can go. That's exactly what we discussed in this Wang Hao Nepomniachtchi. Okay, you can try it this way, then you go king g2, rook h1. It's not a shame. There is no but winning to, you know. To criticize
to make you feel very guilty.
Yeah, exactly. So, okay, you try it this way, then you try a different way. You don't need to spend 40 minutes here to realize should you go rook e1 or h1. You just try it one way, then you try it another way. Yeah.
Okay, so let's have a small break, and we will be back like in a few minutes with more analysis and ideas, I hope.
Ideas, well,
yes.
Okay.
Ideas are flying in the air.
The Simland company has enjoyed more than 20 years of steady growth on the market. It is one of the largest wholesale companies that designs, produces and sells consumer goods. Every day, more than 500,000 people visit Simland online store, which has a range of more than 1 million items. The company has more than 11,000 employees, including more than 1,000 sales managers. 70% of goods are produced in Russia. They can be easily delivered all over the country from the Crimea to the Far East, as the company has its own fleet of delivery vehicles. The headquarters of the company are in Yekaterinburg, where they occupy an area of 250,000 square meters. It also has offices in Moscow, St. Petersburg, Krasnodar and Novosibirsk. The company is also represented in China and India. The largest representative office is located in China, Yiwu, where it occupies a separate area with a warehouse of 20,000 square meters.
Welcome back, guys. We're in the studio in Yekaterinburg and we are covering the 12th round of the FIDE Candidates Tournament. Daniil, so what's the latest evaluation in the game between Jan Nepomniachtchi and Wang Hao? Jan is leading the tournament and this game is very important for him. He is playing with black pieces. On your screens you have the pairings of this round, and Fabiano Caruana is playing against Anish Giri. It's a very complicated game and probably for the moment he is much better. Liren is playing against Alexander Grischuk. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave versus Kirill Alekseenko, and Wang Hao is facing Jan Nepomniachtchi. So what's the score between the two players? Jan is leading. Actually, they haven't played so many classical games.
But Wang Hao is probably much older, by the way. Yeah? I mean, it doesn't look this way, but he's... How old is he actually? What is your bet?
Well, I would have to look to look it up. Maybe 35?
I don't know, I'm asking you.
Yes, because I haven't looked like the...
Like, you look much younger than him. And I know how old you are, so, you know.
So it's just because I'm still a kid, you know. Mm-hmm. So he's actually 33, so I wasn't like that way off.
Yeah?
So,
okay, so going back to the game, rook c6 happened before. So now this b4 is a typical idea, like after a takes b4, if white wants to play for win, he normally plays c takes b4. It can get double-edged as there is some rook c2 counterplay, but in general white wants to play e5, b5, and get the passed pawn eventually in the queen side. And like there is some potential in white's position, so black is normally supposed to ignore this b4. Now b takes and rook takes, b7 is in there. So it's either, so rook e7 was normal here, I believe. I think it was completely fine. You just want to take back, you protect b7 in advance. Don't know what was wrong with that, but once again, if you're interested in the evaluation, you'd better ask Evgeny. Jan plays knight c7, which I guess is also normal. But it's probably, I mean, it's probably a bit too, you know, too solid. So black wants to trade as many things as possible. So let's say, yeah, you can take on a5, I guess, take on b7. I could probably take
on a1.
Take. There's probably, I think his idea is d4 maybe.
Here.
So first of all, if you take on c3, you're probably fine as well. I mean, white does have this passed pawn, but his pieces are really misplaced.
But Daniil, even like to avoid the variation with d4, I can take on a8 first, and then you don't have this line anyway, so you probably have to enter this.
Wait, where?
Yes, I will start with
so
taking on a8.
Yeah, but then it's
and
still...
taking on a5.
Yeah, but it's still same. Because if you take, I can still go d4. I think this is his trick. And then you take on d2 and you have rook c2.
Ah, yes, my knight is not protected.
Yeah.
Bishop, no, bishop b6, okay, rook d2, okay, this is...
yeah, like in terms of ideas, I would be more worried about b5. I mean, in terms of ideas, the whole kind of position, it's I think more important what happens
rook
after
d6.
b5. I think it's good.
He wanted...
I think he wants rook c4, to be honest. I mean, after rook d6, it's definitely white who benefits from this. Like you just prepare c4, okay, let's say take and takes. Just prepare c4, so somehow bishop e4, knight d2, bishop e5, you go c4.
I wanted to take with the other knight and go knight e6, knight c5. That was actually my idea.
Okay, but still, let's say I go bishop e4,
rook d8.
Yeah, knight d2, knight e6. I can even take and play c4, like this a5 pawn is a dark square. I'll probably bring the bishop to c3 one day. I think it's just comfortable for white, to be honest. But anyway, I feel like it's rook c4 that is a problem. Well, maybe not a problem, but that's what Jan has to do. And let's say rook a1. I don't know if you need to take first, but in general you want to play d4.
And to activate your pieces. Yes, knight d5 is coming, so...
it looks very healthy for black, to be honest. Like you go knight d5, bishop takes d4, you have many pieces in the center of the board, so yeah, looks okay. So once again, maybe this is just fine. Maybe white has to play something very, very simple.
Maybe, yes, not b5 then.
But it's once again, I may be paranoid actually, but think I said it at some point. Once again, as white, I would be worried already. Like, you should not be worse yet, but it's time to, you know, start kind of forcing a draw. So he takes on 8. I think knight will take with knight from c7. I guess that's exactly what he played. Yeah, takes.
And then we analyzed b takes a5 here.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, I'm not a big fan of. It probably makes sense, by the way, to sacrifice the c3 pawn. Like, if black plays rook takes c3, you go b takes a5, and at least there is no d4 stuff. Like, maybe you go bishop f4, for instance, here.
Okay.
So my idea is basically, if you take, I go bishop takes a5 and take with rook on b7, and it's kind of a better version. So the bishop on a5 is stupid.
Yes, but maybe I can still play bishop c7 here to prevent you from playing bishop e6, and then I want to trade.
No, you're not worse. You can play rook c2, rook f2 as well, I guess. I mean, it's just that I'm trying to hold it somehow as white. Like, you can just give a check, go d4, okay, well, now would be worse, just push the pawn. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, he has to come up with something. It would be really stupid if he would lose this as white, and as the tournament would finish this way. We'll obviously congratulate Jan, but yeah, I mean, in terms of intrigue, it would be not ideal.
But, can I sacrifice this then in another way and play knight e3, or that's way too much? At least to sacrifice for the pair of bishops. So if you play bishop e3, then take on c3, then I will even play bishop somewhere.
Yeah, but somewhere d4 runs into rook c4.
Then okay, let's say bishop f2. How do you react here? Because I simply threaten to open the position.
I'll probably take
rook b4
and d6. But yeah, I agree. In terms of well, I don't know. I was about to say in terms of looking for a draw, it feels safe for white. Then I realize there is g5, g4 coming. Somehow this bishop on h3 is
now it's not looking as a monster anymore, yeah?
Yeah.
The monster under your bed.
Did he play something? I think he was about to play something. Yeah, he takes on e5. Okay. Yeah, he probably, this kind of makes sense. So takes, rook takes b7. There is actually knight d6 followed by knight c4 here as well. But yeah, we thought d4 is a move, yeah? He probably calculated something till the very end here. And he managed to find a way to force a draw. I don't know what that way is.
But I agree with you.
Maybe,
white needs to be careful.
Wait, after d4 we have c4 actually. So this is what he wants.
Bishop d2, knight d2, protecting the pawn.
No, I mean, once again, there is knight d6, it's still black who is trying. But okay, this one will probably hold somehow. Like takes, takes. Okay, we have traded a lot. We probably go rook a1. Okay, we should survive this. The d pawn will not queen, I hope.
Maybe I'm faster, no? Knight d5, knight d3, then maybe check first. I wanted to.
Yeah. Go to g1.
d3.
Yeah, I'll have to switch for fighting the pass pawn, but I think I should hold this somehow. Guess I go here. Go here.
Yes.
Go here. Go here. Takes. You go knight f2. I take. Takes, and then we continue the game. I have the a pawn. Yeah, I mean, I'm not worse for sure, I guess.
But okay, a5 knight g5, yes.
Yeah, I probably do this.
You have to play for it, but then white is winning, no?
I don't know. Well, first of all, even if you get this,
yes, knight to c7.
Yeah, but it's not that I'm terribly worried here as white, I would say.
Yeah, but okay, it's quite a cute line, I think.
Yeah, but I don't think white is lost. That's my point. I think it's just
a necessary one, of course. So.
Yeah, but this f4 was probably good enough. Anyway, so they're heading towards this direction. So rook takes b7 was played. So is there something wrong with d4?
Can I play
C4?
for more starting by knight d6, or it doesn't make any sense? You simply will play rook b3.
I guess it does make sense.
Just to play positionally, but I'm not sure what to do after.
Okay, once again, I will probably do the same stupid thing already, like d4. I'm really scared I can never take. I'm afraid I go c4.
But here, like, your rook is on b3, which is a bit worse, maybe.
Yeah, maybe.
So can I exploit this?
No, I mean, in general, like, if I will trade bishops and knights, I guess in general I should hold this. Like, I don't know if I play
and look at Wang Hao's expression. You know, he's shaking his head, looking at his opponent.
Which normally means exactly nothing in
as you explained to me.
Yeah,
yes?
yeah.
So in his case, as in Jan Nepomniachtchi case, it's
yeah, they
doesn't mean
are,
anything. Okay, they're very expressive, and it could be very tricky.
I don't think there is a real trick there. It's just that all the people are different, and when Wang Hao is shaking his head, it's like you are not. It's a normal state of mind, you know. There is nothing wrong with that.
Okay.
Okay, let's leave Jan thinking here. So he's obviously trying to figure out if he has a super chance.
And we have a very interesting game between Maxime Vachier-Lagrave and Kirill Alekseenko. We left it for a while. Maybe we. Oh my God! So many things have happened since.
Yeah, but it's not that much actually. So after g6, knight c4 was played.
Wait a second, we will get the board. Yes, Maxime is leading in their encounters.
Yeah, so knight c4 was played. Takes is forced. I don't know if it was marked by white, but maybe it was. b5, bishop b3. And now Kirill probably realized he's in some sort of zugzwang here. And he preferred to go knight d7 to give up the f7 pawn. So there was probably something wrong with castling, and something, you know, really wrong. Don't know what was that, but it was something terrible. Yeah, maybe bishop d6 simply, for instance. Like takes, and then we win c6 pawn, at very least. Anyway, so Kirill went knight d7, allowing bishop takes f7, rook takes d7, king e6, rook c7 was played. Which I think is a mistake. I don't know, why not rook d1? I actually don't like what Vachier is doing at all, to be honest. Like, you can go rook d1, I guess rook f8, you just ignore it. And whenever he plays rook takes f3, there is rook c7. Looks crushing to me. And if you don't take on f3, I would say it's much better to play rook g2 d1 than to play rook c7, rook c8 position.
Rook c8 was not played? Yes, it was.
It is played, yeah, it is played. No, I mean, okay, you're obviously still a healthy pawn up. You can just take go rook f1, rook f8, you go in bishop e3, brings the king to e2, we'll play forever. But in general, I think black has very good chances to hold this.
Yes, so here there are more, like white will be facing more technical difficulties to convert the pawn.
Well, at very least, I'm not even sure, to be honest, that it's closer to a win than to a draw objectively. Here, I would feel like it's probably closer to a draw.
If I simply play bishop g3, f4.
Yeah, I'll play rook f8 and wait some h5 one day. Maybe you'll have to, like, you'll have to come up with a second front. You'll have to go a4 one day and so on. I mean, it will be a long game. But
yeah, but then why not? Yeah, I will bring my king. I will play bishop g3, f4. Let's play some moves to show.
Okay, let's say I go here. I would say you go to e3. I don't know.
I wanted to bring my king to e3, so I didn't know.
But then it will be a check one day. Okay, let's say I just I don't know. Maybe I go e5, a4. Let's say you bring your king.
Yeah, okay, king d2.
Go e4.
f4.
4 is a strange move to me. Okay, I just chill. Somehow.
So I wanted to play a4 myself, but then it would run again, like into b takes a4 and a3, I guess.
Yeah.
That was your idea,
Yeah.
yes? Okay, so...
I mean, it's still a game. You can still play b3. One day takes rook a1. I mean, I managed to trade some. I don't really get this this idea with bishop g3. It is also like asking for h5 on many lines. Like as white, I would probably.
Okay, can I like king f2 still?
Okay, sure. Chill.
King f3.
Okay, chill.
Okay, and now can I play c4?
Yeah, that's what you will have to do one day. Something like c4. Yeah. And then I will.
That was a setup that I was aiming for, but I'm not sure at all.
Yeah, but then I will. I don't know. Maybe I go b4.
Yes, b4 is probably. For how long can you chill?
Oh, people who know me will tell you I can chill forever.
Okay, then maybe now I have the option of playing e5, king, e4.
But it was always there.
No, but I mean with the c4.
Okay, but I just. Let's say I go bishop e7, go rook d8.
No, okay, that's why I was actually thinking about rook d1 first. So, okay, let me start with rook d1.
Yeah, but I will go for a trade, I guess.
Yes.
Yeah.
d1, rook d8. So, how are we evaluating this one? Take, and king e4. And you just wait.
I would guess so. I can probably even play c5. Yeah, I mean, in terms of general ideas, it's not correct, but here I don't even see how. Okay, it's not a mistake to go bishop e7 for sure. I could also try b3, but okay, b3.
Yeah, of course. Okay, no, I need the rooks.
Yeah, this is probably a draw. No, but again, I mean, we've played like a few dozens of random moves. Oh, you're living paradox. You know, either we have to have a plan or we have to play random moves. So you have to pick a side. You said that random moves are fine, so... No, random moves are fine, but not that many of them, because they are way too random.
Okay.
That's a problem. No, I think as white, like normally, it was all fine, but I think you normally go bishop e3, in my opinion, yeah. First of all, you're attacking a7, just in case.
So a5?
Yeah, let's say e5, yeah, then you bring the king anyway. Let's say we get something like this. Then I think first of all, so one of the reasonable ideas is to play bishop f2, h4, rook h1, h5, or at least provoke h5. Then g6 pawn would be big. And then, yeah, one day you switch for this rook c1, c4 thing. Probably. But, I don't know.
But that's actually a very interesting endgame.
I don't think it will be easy.
It's interesting to know what Magnus thinks about this endgame.
Well, what Magnus thinks is that probably you need to play it, not discuss. No, I think this is his typical. Okay, it's obviously playable. There's obviously a chance for white. Let's just play. So I don't think this is just a straight fortress.
It reminds me of a conversation like that I had with Monica and Bartosz Sochko, you know, a very famous Polish couple. Both of them are grandmasters, and they have a very different approach. Actually, Bartosz is trying to explain to her the subtleties of the position of the opening, but Monica is very practical. So at some point, she just grabs the pawn, and Bartosz says that, but come on, I have enough compensation and see the activity of my pieces.
She's like play move, yeah?
Yes, and she says, just make a move. And she's completely right. So sometimes you have to make a move and to prove your point by calculations, actually.
Yeah, that's just true.
So what's happening in this game? So this is Fabiano Caruana.
Yeah.
And Anish Giri.
So I think now that we know
that there is b4.
Queen b6 before was good, and the 95 you simply collect. Once again, this is not obvious to me at all. I would not be worried about it as black, to be honest. Like I would feel like, let's say, takes a5. I will not lose. But okay, maybe it is alright. Anyway, so this explains why Anish played Queen b8, not Queen b6, because he wants to control the e5 square. So b3 was probably a better move here, but b4 is very natural. Knight e5 was played. b5, the same idea. Rook c8. b takes, rook c6. Now I actually expected him to go knight b5, to be honest. I thought that's his point.
But what do you want? You want to take on d6 because you have queen f8?
No, I want to play knight d4.
Knight d4 simply.
I want to play knight d4 and then I want to have some initiative. Because I think this is sort of typical. Let's say if you take knight d4, you go somewhere, then this knight takes e6, things are normally annoying, like queen h3 maybe, or even bishop g4 and some lines.
But what happened? He played knight d5 in the
He played knight d5 instead, yeah. Which is also kind of reasonable, and queen f8 happened. Yeah, I don't know how exactly we checkmate here. Maybe we are not going to checkmate, we are probably going to take a rook, yeah? We're probably going to take go d6 and bishop f3 at very least. Maybe this was our point. Okay, maybe. Anyway, queen f8 was played, which I think is a normal move.
So now he simply wants to, well, after knight d7, queen e7, if you take queen e5, then you take on c2 at the end, yes?
Yeah, moreover, it reminds me a little bit of the game between Jan and Caruana. Yeah, I mean the c pawn and a pawn, they are weak forever, basically. Even if you don't get it back immediately, you'll get it back eventually. Okay.
So
rook takes d6 does not really work, yeah? Okay, after rook takes, bishop takes c5 wins. But there is this idea.
Yeah, but that's exactly what I calculated in the previous version. I thought that you wanted to take knight b5, knight d6, but then you have queen d6 and queen f8. So the same idea works here. So then how to continue with white? If not...
Here I don't think there is
if not
no
knight
way.
d7 then.
Don't know.
I like the knight.
I must say in general it does not go Fabi's way. It feels. Maybe you just reshuffle again. Maybe you go knight e3. Maybe you go knight e3, knight f5. I think in terms of practical game in general, you normally need to sacrifice a c2 pawn and get some sort of activity for it to really play for the win. Like obviously you are not worse. You can just play whatever you want. Basically in terms of a draw, you can play I don't know c4. You can take on e5 on e7. There are many moves, but if you really want to win, you need to get closer to the king somehow. Now, bishop b5 looks tempting to me for some reason, but after rook takes c2, I don't
that's
see
what
a single idea.
I didn't like about our bishop on e2. Also, we need to improve its functions, but bishop d3 probably runs into knight d3, yes?
Yeah, probably. Also, yeah, I mean, in general, it's kind of strange, yeah? So we force him to take first. You can go bishop d3 here if you want.
Yes, but that's what I was asking. Bishop d3
not with
here.
Bishop b5,
no,
yeah?
here.
Okay.
Yes. Because I didn't like if knight d3, c d3, then you probably can take on d5.
Yeah.
So even though we traded this incredible knight,
we probably go queen d3, yeah.
Queen d3 is an interesting option. Yes, I agree with you.
Once again, you never really lose it as black. Like you just don't try to get everything. You give up d6 and you just, attack the c2 pawn. Maybe you're slightly worse, but you are not supposed to lose this. Maybe you go bishop e3, attack a7. But, in general, this whole stuff is not impressive. You can play this way. It's. Maybe it is very, very little advantage for white, but
But if you don't find anything concrete in this position, then bishop d3 might be a try. Still, because I don't know, I was looking.
Yeah, bishop d3 could be the best move.
So how to improve? Because in terms of pieces activity, yes, you have to explain. Our knight on d5 is perfect. Bishop on f4 is perfect, queen g3, rook f1, rook d1, everything is like. But this bishop on e2 is actually, for me at least, for the moment, is not doing much. If we can trade
but
it
also,
against this...
Yeah, also black is also fine. Yes, this queen on f8 actually protects d7, protects d6. The rook on c6 is fine. The rook is going to c8. The knight on e5, I don't think it's worse than the one on d5. The bishop on e6 is a very good piece. It protects everything here. and it's at least equal to our bishop on f4.
But so then, if we can exchange the knight on e5 against our bishop on d3, then it might be a slight advantage for
Yeah, I
for
think
white.
in general,
you think
it's
so?
yeah, it's very decent for us. Yeah, very decent trade.
So what
played
was
something.
played? Let's have a look.
And he played.
We don't have it on the board. Let's because I'm trying to have a
He played
closer.
c3.
Oh, c3.
He decided to.
That's his favorite move, you know,
Yeah,
since the game against Maxime. Actually, is c3. It's such a peculiar move at the first sight. You will have to explain it.
I don't get the point at all, which only proves yours to be correct.
But it was made after quite a thought, you know, so I really need to grasp the idea. Okay, we would...
I mean, it could be that we are trying...
Just not to give the c2 pawn in every variation that we've
Yeah, but after rook
analyzed,
a2 c8, I mean, if it's not rook a2 c8, then I can explain everything. Because one of the ideas, for instance, is that you can, so if it's not rook a2 c8, you can go bishop b5. There is no rook takes c2.
Yeah.
But rook a2 c8 was played, and I mean bishop b5 runs into bishop takes d5. At least that's what I thought. Once again, not that we are dramatically worried here as white, but it's probably time to look for a draw somehow.
But maybe like he wanted to take on e5 then now, because that was the variation that we were calculating. So after c3, is this possible? But then a3 is hanging as well. So knight, yes, queen e5 here, yes.
Okay,
And,
but this is, I mean, even in general, this is not much, and yeah, h3 is hanging. I think even with white to move once again, I mean, to remind you of yesterday's game, let's say, go h6. Okay, it's a long way to lose it. Like even bishop takes d5 in many lines. Bishop takes d4. Let's say
and bishop f6. Yes.
Let's say even here, say I just take ed. Let's say I include bishop d6 to get the blockade.
You want to get
and then I take on c3. I mean, okay, why would I be worse here? I think it's actually like long term. It's sort of dangerous for white with this king, and yeah. So you probably take with the queen here, or somehow you want to, you want to hope for some bishop c4 eventually. But and he plays rook c1.
Rook c1. Okay, we were wrong.
Yeah, but this is a very bad sign. This is not how you really try to win.
Yeah, so you think that he's no longer fighting for an advantage as white?
Well, I think he kind of had to admit that he does not see a really ambitious way, and he had to play moves. Like he's down to 16 minutes, it's only move 22. Okay, I mean, you go c3, rook c1, you sort of accept you're not better anymore, and you're switching for sort of safer mode, but does not mean the game will necessarily end in a draw.
Actually, which proves that Anish you were praising him, he's in great shape. You know, he was playing really well in the second half of the candidates, and recently he also won the Magnus Carlsen Invitational. He has improved like in every aspect of his game, I feel, and also like in Vaikanzi he missed the trophy like in a very dramatic Armageddon.
Yeah, I agree. So, like if he will continue like this, he will finally win one tournament. Yeah, that is true.
He won many tournaments.
Like what?
I believe the super tournament in China, the championship, no?
The championship, yeah, okay.
But I believe, I think that actually Anish is very stable.
I have actually won my neighborhood championship, I think 3 times. Does it count? Nah, come on.
Yes, please zoom the camera in that. I'm bullying Daniil right now.
No, I think he actually won this Reggio Emilia, I think, trying to secure his 3rd place. He actually won it by an accident, I guess, once. But once again, he has never won something like, I don't know, Singfield Cup or. So the super tournament in China is not exactly WAIC, and the WAIC he has not won, yeah. So. Jordan Van Forest has won a super tournament in his life, no doubt about it. Anish still has to prove it.
Okay, so
But this
let's
is
wait for him
this
to
is
prove
trash talk,
this.
but yeah, I mean in general, yeah, indeed he plays sort of well.
No, that's also, I feel that it's very important, well, in terms of stability, you know, his results are very stable. You know, he's gradually improving.
His results are very stable, like for a month or what? No, I mean it's like he played Wike where he played well indeed, then he played like 2 Swiss Rapper tournaments, one of them he won indeed once again. In the first one I think he failed to qualify even from the prelims, and I mean okay, now he won 2 games with White. Okay, what I don't like, I mean in general I kind of agree. My point is that I mean I don't like when people overestimate some you know, results at very short distance. Like people are saying, okay, Vachier is in a very bad form. I mean, okay, come on, like he probably is, but it's like you play 2 games in a row with Black against Fabi and Ding. Then Sasha comes with this like super idea in B3, and okay, sometimes you lose. He'll probably win today, and where is his bad shape then? It's not that if you like lose 2 games, you're necessarily in a bad shape, and it doesn't work. The opposite way as well. Like if you win few games, it does not necessarily mean you played really well. So for instance, Anish, with all the respect, actually in this game against Dink, I checked it briefly. He was like much worse. It was like -1.
You know, which we analyzed yesterday.
Yeah. It was like -1. So yeah, I mean, if basically you win such a game, kudos to you, but it is not exactly perfection, yeah.
But on the other hand, for example, I've looked at the. At some of the opinions expressed during the tournament, and Vladimir Kramnik said that he, for example, doesn't think that he doesn't estimate that MVL's chances are very high, for example, so compared to the others. So
he said it before the start, yeah, not now.
No, no, during the tournament.
No, but when exactly?
Well,
like
at some
when
point,
he...
I think it was like the first round commentary. So yeah, okay. Well,
proved to be right. But once again, it's good to be Kramnik, right? You can say literally anything, and you know, like if it works, it works. If not, nobody cares pretty much. Like if one of your predictions is correct, then it's fine. Now, I'm obviously trolling. I see his point. I mean, I saw that interview as well. I mean, I kind of understand what he was talking about. That that you have to spend more time on chess and stuff, but in general, I mean, still, it's not that Nepo spends a lot of time at his chess. So the truth is, someone has to win anyway. Like even if they would all ignore chess completely, someone would have won. So
also, you don't think that it's based on merit?
No, I mean, I think it's. I mean, I think it's human nature to. You know, to believe in justice and all those things, but the truth is that there is no justice, and someone just has to win.
Meanwhile, knight d6 happened actually. You know, we were analyzing this move, and not rook b3, but rook a7. Yes,
yeah, and bishop takes c3 was played.
It's a more active move.
This
but
is
then
the current position.
d4 didn't work.
No, after rook a7 it didn't work for sure.
No, before.
You
yes.
mean here?
Yes. So why did he?
Yeah, but I guess c4. Maybe our guess was just
it was correct. Yes.
Maybe. Yeah. So bishop c3. He plays bishop d7. Well, but this is really strange, to be honest. It's like he wants to draw dramatically by this point.
He just wants to force the exchanges.
Yeah,
yes?
but I mean, first of all, rook c5 looks very natural to me. Like if you're down to 1 second, why not rook c5? Maybe because of bishop f4, and there is no good square. Okay, maybe. Yeah, this can be true. And then after knight c4, you have bishop e6.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
So you have to. But if I take on d7, then it's a forced draw. Yes.
I mean, still.
Take on c3.
Still a bit of a game, I guess. You want to take on c3 first. Yeah.
This
is kind of a draw. Yeah. Okay, even this is like, you know, check.
How do you
d5,
protect?
rook d5, Rook c1, yeah, rook d3 is there. Yeah, this is a draw. You go rook a1, collect the pawn of a draw. Yeah. Maybe he holds. Knight takes d7, rook takes d7 was played. Maybe...
No, it was not. Like, what do we have?
I know, it was not played. It was played by me, sorry.
I don't know what is the current position on the board. We'll
Yeah,
have to
yeah.
wait, yes.
My fault, yeah. But once again, when Jan is sitting like this, trying to pretend concentrated, it basically means things did not go his way, and he's going to force a draw.
But Wang Hao is down to
10 minutes,
yes.
I mean, he has to play 4 moves.
Ah, only 4 moves.
Yeah, one of them is going to be something like bishop takes c3, yeah? I mean, I guess he will manage.
Okay, so...
Like, technically, you could still make an argument for gambling this little, like rook c4, bishop f4, bishop b4.
But why would you
Knight
gamble
s3.
here?
I mean, gamble, you don't really gamble, you just feel like you will never be worse. And the guy has 10 minutes, like maybe you have some small chances. So basically, if Nepo wins today, it's basically over. And we can just go home after that. So I mean, it kind of makes sense for him to push a little if he's given a chance. It's just all about this line between pushing a little and over pushing, I believe.
Yeah, the players would have actually a free day tomorrow, and then Jan will face Maxime Vachier-Lagrave with white. Yes, the pairings were inversed because he played Maxime Vachier-Lagrave in the last round of the first half, and he lost in the French Vinagre. Yes.
Yeah.
So then.
This is actually I wanted to point out this one time. So actually, the French is not doing really well here. Yeah.
No.
No, I'm not joking. This is not related to Maxime at all. I'm saying.
No, I know.
So Jan played this French, and so basically he lost to MVL and should have lost against Alekseenko. Then he finally realized this is not a good opening. Sasha played it here and lost against Kirill, and played this crazy game against Wang Hao. So yeah, overall it does not look impressive.
But that's why I asked you the question about the Caro-Kann, actually. I was anticipating.
Caro-Kann is just as bad as the French defense, yeah.
But then, and then Kirill played it today.
Yeah.
So let's
By
see
the way,
how
this is going pretty much the way we expected it to go. So indeed, the king is on f3, the bishop is on s3, and the rook is on c1. So he's prepared to play c4.
But what does it change in this setup? And then on c4 you will probably react to b4?
Don't know, maybe.
You don't know, yes.
Yeah, I mean, maybe sometimes as white you can try, so let's say you chill. Maybe you can try c5, rook c4 plans, yeah. Then you go rook c4, rook b7, bishop d2. Okay. Black will probably have to play, I don't know, b3 one day.
But b3, then I'll play a3, yes?
Yeah, probably, I don't know. You can even play rook c4, for instance. Rook a7, and now you can probably take and go rook b4, by the way. It's probably winning.
No, but that's why I didn't want to start with b3. You need to play c5. Let's make a random move. You play rook c4. I need to start with rook b7 to offer you more resistance.
So you don't want to play b3?
No.
But what do you want to play?
Let's say bishop f8, just to wait.
Offering resistance is nice, but yeah, I go rook c4.
It reminds me of a joke, yes.
Yeah,
You've
exactly.
told me so.
Yeah, but
Bishop
I mean,
g7 now? I want to force...
No, wait, it's me to move. So you offered me some resistance, which brought me an extra tempo. So now I can choose.
Okay.
Many ways there.
But
like,
generally speaking, if I play
bishop
f6, then what would you do before? After c5, let me try bishop f6 then. Okay,
but,
not the random move, but...
Yeah, like this. Yeah, probably. That's what I thought makes sense as well. But maybe I just go e5, king e4.
Yes, here
and then I don't see how
you
this helps
centralize
you
your
really.
king with a tempo. Yes. That's why I actually played bishop b8 with the idea of playing bishop g7, so I wouldn't give you this idea. But then you simply prevented me.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's move by move game. Yeah, like you want to play bishop g7, provoke e5, go king e5, and that's your plan. But I mean, it doesn't work. I mean, it does work. I mean, it just.
It very rarely
Kirill
works against you. That's what I noticed. But maybe
I
like.
don't think there is a direct relation. And Kirill played c5.
So actually he anticipated this. So I simply stopped you from playing c4, c5, then c4, b4.
But then you have a pawn on c5. Yeah, I mean, so normally I would feel like. Maybe I'm wrong though.
How do you win this?
No, I think I go like c4, and I go king e2, and then I just go rook d1. But is it lost or not? Like from far away, I would be sure it is lost. But now I start to think it is not lost. First of all, I don't think you ever want to play b3. No. So let's say you just wait. And go rook d1. Takes. So let's say for some reason you don't play b3. One of the reasons could be that it's lost after takes, king d2, bishop f6, e5, and king c3. So you wait.
Let's show
I
first.
will.
We need to show yes on the board.
So let's say if black plays b3, in terms of positional ideas, it's smart because you want your pawns to be on light squares.
And to fix also the pawn on b2. Yeah,
exactly. So takes. I think black is not in time because of king d2. King c3 is a threat. After bishop f6, there is e5, and then king c3, followed by king takes b3, which has to be good enough. Okay, so that's why you have to chill here. Then we go king c2, for instance. I think it is important actually that I go king c2, so I want b3, h3 exactly. So you wait, I go b3. Now it feels to me like taking is probably dangerous because of king takes.
And then king a4, king b5? Or?
Yeah.
Maybe. Do you have time for it?
Why not? Probably.
Or if I play king d7, king c6?
Yeah, I'll go f5. Okay, let's just check simple thing first. Let's say you go h3. So if it doesn't work, we'll go back. It's not a problem. So how should I try to win this? Because maybe even this is the draw, that's what I'm saying. Because, I mean, it feels lost. But how do we win this? So let's say you go h5. I can anyway force h5 by bringing the king to g4.
G4 yes.
Yeah, you will go h5. Yeah, I mean, you probably had to get this with the bishop on e7. But there could be zugzwang, yeah? I'll go king g3. Okay, let's say
basically you want to play h4, h5, create the f pawn, and then bring the king to the queen side.
No, I think after h4 you go h5 yourself as well.
No, but I know if I let you, just because we need to show the general picture. If I let you, you need to play h4, h5.
Yeah, but the general picture is that you probably go h5 yourself anyway, and then it's probably just a draw. I mean, it looks very bad, and if I have a single idea, I probably win this, but I don't see this idea. Maybe I have to go f5 and break through somehow, but...
How?
One how?
Basically, like as in our previous analysis, I tend to think that we need to keep the rooks on the board here. Like even if we played e4, a5 and king e4, we didn't make this work. So I had the feeling that we need maybe king e2, and then we can switch to this plan, rook h1, h4. What do you think?
Yeah, I agree. It is. I mean, it sounds very, very healthy. I mean, we can also start with h4 here, probably even. Yeah, I guess you're right. Anyway, we will always have this chance to play king e2, rook d1. There is no rush. That is true.
So just the general feeling, because we tried every possible continuation, and maybe it would be wise to keep the rooks on the board.
Yeah, probably. So how should we play here, though? Like rook h1, yeah? Yeah, probably. So, okay, let's say he waits h4. So h5. So after h5, it feels like this is an improvement for us, and it's important that we have rooks.
Can I play rook g1 immediately here?
Yeah,
so
go
king
back.
f7. Okay.
But I agree that it starts to look nice. We probably go e5 simply, then we go
Yes.
king e4, bishop takes h4 is always
Take on
answered
c5.
by taking on c5. There is a 6 idea. Yes, this does not look nice. Yeah, I guess you're right. The whole concept should be something with rook h1.
Okay, so let's wait for some moves, and we will get back to this.
Yeah, what's up
game.
with Sasha, by the way?
Well,
There is no
10
problem.
minutes on the clock. Yes, that's probably the most important factor so far.
Yeah.
The position hasn't changed this much. They just exchanged the bishops.
But it's actually funny. So normally when I play this white, it always starts to feel like I am better when they start to spend time. Like if they play quickly, like Hikaru does. Hey, child, by the way. Then it's like you feel like, okay, he's playing completely random moves. He is confident. There is nothing at all. But yeah, when they start to think, you realize you have some ideas. Maybe this is funny. Like once again, maybe this knight a2 followed by knight
Once
e5,
again,
d
yeah.
takes e5 and stuff. So what actually happened? So they had this position. So this was rook f2 e1 where we left it. Sasha doubled on a file, which is normal. Rook a2 b1. Takes. Bishop d3, queen d3. So we had some trades on b4 and d3. He played bishop f6, allowing h5. Rook a3. Now white, just in case, wants to avoid the spin. Bishop e7, king g2, bishop f6. So Sasha started just waiting. So he just played bishop e7, bishop f6, and so on. Okay. Feels like he knows his plan.
Daniil, and as I remember also, like quite a while ago from all of my training sessions, one of the most difficult decisions during the chess game is to know like if you have to trade rooks or not.
Yeah.
So what do you do here as white? Do you need 2 rooks, 1 rook?
First of all, it depends.
Should you play, for example, like a move like, because I didn't like knight e2, then maybe you start chasing me, but rook a2, you will play rook b2. Yes,
Yeah,
you will
probably.
change then. Okay, but then I will take on b2, you play queen a7, or that's nothing. Then you will play knight e5.
You can. Yeah.
Just
you
to
can.
understand the spirit of the
can.
position.
But in general, first of all, a lecture of this kind, first of all, I think it costs a lot of money, and secondly, once again, I am not the right person to be doing this. So I think there are people indeed like Kramnik, first of all, and Hikaru probably, who knows these patterns and they can explain it way better. I think in general, yes, you kind of try to
trade 1 rook.
I think so. In general, when there is this pawns on b file before b5, I think in general you try to keep as many pieces as possible as white, and then you try to prepare some stuff like g4 one day, like king h3, rook e3, rook g1 somehow. You try to play there, and then when it's let's say no, it was b5 too early.
When you take on before c5, yes.
Yeah. So let's say if you get something like, let's say this. Then I guess as white, I mean, you can even play after all the trades. Like, I think normally you keep exactly 1 pair of rooks, but even this is, I think, very playable sometimes.
Yeah, we were not blundering the queen, we were just explaining.
Yeah,
this.
exactly. In terms of general ideas, it can be quite playable. So you bring the, like, let's say, go queen b3, you bring the knights to b4 or maybe a5, and it's easier for you to get to c6. And
yes, you have this b4 square. Yes.
Yeah. And with the pawn on b5, I think black has less counterplay, which allows you to to try something more ambitious as white.
Basically, then
because let's say after bc, some knight takes c5 would be a threat in this position, yeah, and it would be less free for white, I would say.
But so if we look at it like in a concrete manner, knight e2, if I play rook e2, then like, what would be your best option?
I don't know. Maybe I just go queen d1.
You simply...
Yeah, because sometimes it's not that simple, like you have these active rooks, but at the same time, what are they doing exactly? I don't know. Like maybe I go knight c1 next. Knight c1, knight d3 sometimes. Anyway, should we check what's going on in Fabi?
Yes, let's have a look.
Fabi against Anish.
Because this is the game of a crucial importance.
So what was that? Queen f8?
Let's have it on the
c3,
board.
rook a8, rook c1. He played knight g6. Which is sort of a typical move to play, I guess. It does not make a lot of sense, but there is nothing wrong with it either. So you just try to chase the bishop away and then you go back sometimes. Bishop d2, bishop h4, queen e3, attacking a7, rook c5, c4. I'm planning bishop b4 probably to attack the rook, and h6 was played. Yeah. So the point of this h6 is obviously bishop g5.
Oh, it's also a very useful move.
Yeah, it is. I mean, in general, bishop b4 was a threat. Yeah, was a threat.
Functional move.
Yeah, and now you make a luft, you come up with this bishop g5. I don't like, once again, in general, I don't like what's going on for white.
Why not?
I think in general, black is about to get what he wants to get. So he wants, first of all, he wants to trade the bishops. Then he wants to play knight e5 and take on d5 one day, and then he has to. So let's say, I don't know, in terms of ideas, whatever. Like takes and go knight e5. You somehow wait. Takes. So this is I think quite a good scenario for black to sort of have only one pair of minor pieces and to have the knight against this light square bishop that has to protect c4, d5 or e4, doesn't matter. And then you normally, it's not even that you try to win c4, but sometimes you just reshuffle it for some mating stuff. You go rook e8, rook c7, e7 maybe, bring the queen to c5. But it's, I mean, it's very little that white can do here really.
Maybe rook f4, rook f1, something like that.
Yeah, but
I agree with you.
What you are attacking exactly?
No,
yeah,
I'm not attacking anything. I'm just.
Yeah. So you have to you have to play it as a fortress.
Yeah.
You have to sit and wait, which is obviously very unpleasant.
But then, in a way, you were talking like probably like Fabiano. I couldn't say that he lost the thread of the game, but something went wrong. But then he managed to stabilize a little bit things in the center. But I'm not sure what move to make. Okay, you want to play bishop g5, yes?
Yeah.
So I simply have to avoid. Can I avoid this? I don't want to exchange the bishops, but I'm not sure if I can do that.
Also, look at Giri. I think this pose normally represents that he's confident and he feels like he's better, or at least things start to go his way.
And Fabi's. He has only 13 minutes left.
Yeah.
Okay. What can I try here? Queen move? Anything? Queen b3? I don't like queen b3.
It's also kind of problematic considering his time management. Yeah, I mean, you kind of try to play for the win, but then if you spend like 8 more minutes, and then you will be slightly worse, you will just lose it quickly, most probably. So it's either you kind of save time for a tough defense, or you just try to, to come up with some miraculous idea, you check them all, they all do not work, and then you are in a very unpleasant position in time trouble as well. So what I want to say, so first of all is white, I would probably prefer in terms of ideas this kind of trade. So I want him to play h takes at very least. Don't know why exactly, but it feels to me like the king will be weaker this way. And then I probably go knight e3 to prevent this bishop takes d5 thing. And then let's say I go rook d1, I start attacking d6, and I hope for some trades. And yeah, this kind of looks acceptable, by the way.
So queen d4, yes, queen. I like this move, yes, because I was looking for a queen move, but queen b. I didn't like queen b3.
Once again, you probably take immediately.
Maybe you take immediately. Can I take with c pawn? Or it's
then
even
bishop g5.
bishop g5.
No, I think you take with the e-pawn action. Then after bishop g5, you try to make use of this sort of weak king side. You go, bishop d3 and look for some attacking ideas there.
And what does Evgeny think about this position?
Black is better.
So it confirms Daniil's analysis.
Black is better there. Yeah, exactly the final line you were analyzing. So in fact, if we go a little bit back, and I think it popped up in your conversations, that kind of this position was critical, right? And if we go even a little bit more back, right, that queen b6, b4 was strong, queen b8, strangely, I'm not so sure, because sometimes b3 would be an alternative, yeah. And I have to confess, I actually lied to you, Daniil, if you're still interested. Queen b6, b4, knight e5, this is why. This is why. Knight a4 to, okay, queen b8 over queen c7, don't ask me why, and then knight to c5, knight to d3. So with this maneuver, somehow knight gets traded on e5. And, okay, so that's why white was better in this position at the first place. Queen b8 was a tricky move, because as Fabi went for the same idea with b4 and b5, and here black is already fine according to what we found out there. Capture, that was all right, and then bishop d3 or c4 were two alternatives with, say, equal evaluation. This, I don't remember what computer says, but it doesn't look good. c3, rook c1, so it must be that Fabi had some concerns about c4, and that's why he played c3 and rook c1, but yeah, he still ended up playing c4 here, a few moves later, and under less favorable circumstances, yeah. And h6, and while I was explaining all that, few more moves were played. Yeah, queen d4 was indeed the strongest move according to machine, and then black indeed trades on d5 first, then goes bishop g5. That's what happened in the game. Now, yeah, he still doesn't move the knight away. Yeah, still doesn't move the knight away. He plays queen g3, so black still can take perhaps. Yeah, so this does look somewhat more pleasant for black, at least like in terms of structure. And perhaps one more thing to add. When you were discussing, guys, somewhere out here, I don't remember what move it was. What was, okay, let me play a random move, because everyone likes to play a random move. I'll play king g1, or just, I mean, anything. Is it white? Yeah, white to move. I mean, to get an understanding of this structure, let's say, black trades, puts the knight on e5, yeah? So, of course, black is better in many ways, not like attacking c4 pawn, and also effectively having the king side majority, because it's really hard to imagine for white to push c4. But a little factor that I want to point out, which adds to white's problems, that there isn't a pair of knights on the board. Because with an extra pair of knights, whenever white pushes f5, black pushes f5, you have a hold on e6, like knight gets to e6. Here there is no such piece that gets to e6. But that's too abstract of the explanation. This position that you were discussing, Ding with Alexander Grischuk, also have some thoughts. Not a computer source. Computer always says it's equal, sometimes better for black, like minus 0.10 plus 0.10, doesn't matter how you shuffle and reshuffle. But I've heard your discussion about like how many rooks to leave and so on, and once again, to me it always seems, it's like it will be the polarized opinion. So it's either you keep everything, as Daniil said, or you trade both rooks, strangely, because it's like if we think black controls the A file, but he doesn't have two squares for the rooks. Like rook on a3 is kind of active. It cannot do any harm, but at least it ties down white's pieces a bit. Right, second rook on the A file doesn't do anything. So white either, I don't know how, like lifts the rook, one rook to d3, puts the other to g1, and obviously white is concentrating his stuff to push on the king side. Or we trade all the rooks and we claim that it's still enough, let's say this knight will go to d3 and then g4, g5, which apparently isn't enough, right? But at least that's kind of a plan for white, so he's absolutely safe about the A file, nothing can happen. So that's kind of a logical thinking there. And here, Vachier-Lagrave against Alekseenko, there were quite a few interesting moments. So you were absolutely right about that, and I think our chat had it also that rook g to d1 was stronger than rook c7. However, after rook hc8, it was still possible to play rook b7, and apparently it was stronger to keep the rook on the 7th rank. After the exchange, I mean, if we talk about, say, position on the board, I remember you guys were discussing h4 and so on. I actually thought, what happens if white brings the rook to h3? And can't it be, like say, so now, once again, I'm supposed to be a computer expert. I mean, I didn't really check this one with the computer, but it's just interesting to discuss. So we bring the rook to h3 first, and what I'm trying to achieve that so that black will play h5 and my pawn will be still on h2. And then I will return, attack the, I mean, basically we'll do all the same, but we'll not have a hanging pawn on h4. And it turns out, as you guys say, it's, call it random moves, and my question would be, what's black's next move? Maybe it's rook on along the d file, right? But what happens if I'm moving the bishop to say f2? Can it be that one day black kind of gets into a zugzwang? So it's just, you know, some food for you to think about. Because it might be like a study-like solution. You can win it with brute force by h4, h5, but maybe this kind of sets black in the zugzwang and he actually can't do much. Because now if rook moves rook d3 ideas, right? If king moves f5 ideas, yeah. So here you have it. And Jan is
actually better, I think.
Jan's position, I can't find it. Yeah, over here. Yeah, well, he actually is better, but I've heard your conversation where you said like bishop d7 is strange and so on. Worth pointing out that, no, here, after rook b7, d4 would have been met with c4, right? Mm-hmm. And this is kind of okay. So knight d6 was the strongest move. Bishop d7, surprisingly, technically is the strongest move. It's the difference between minus 0.30 and minus 0.15, but still, like kind of including bishop d7 was clever. And black could have played any of the two, rook c5 or rook c4. So, and this was supposed to be absolutely equal, rook c6, and maybe rook e7 is not the most precise move. So like, I think computer was giving knight d2. Mm-hmm. And you get the feeling like, yeah, it shouldn't be too far, this draw, but that's exactly the scenario that you can lose. Like you relax a little, I mean, it was unpleasant position now. Seemingly everything is equal, but black is much more active here, right? Mm-hmm. Much more active. So Jan might have a chance.
Yeah.
Okay, so that was not an analysis, but kind of an overview of what's happening. And back to you guys.
Thank you, Evgeny. You know, and it's not that I call Evgeny grandmaster for nothing. It's not that he's only a very strong chess player, but I also wanted to remind you that he is a very experienced chess coach. You know, and I really love his way of explaining things. You know, sometimes even the most difficult questions are finding answers. Yes.
But let me tell you a story with a completely different, you know, point. First of all, no offense to Evgeny, but I think it was a Magnus training session where Magnus was like sitting with a board, like analyzing some position with someone. And there was another guy sitting with a laptop who could always check, you know, the lines that were...
The first line of the
that were, I mean, appearing on the board just to, you know, just to make it sure they're not analyzing some completely random position. And then at some point, Magnus asked the guy with the laptop, like, what's the move here? And the guy said, well, the first line is such, but you can also play this and you can play that, and I think... so that blah 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 blah, and Magnus reacted, well, I'm paying you such a money not for a stupid opinion, just tell me what the first line of the engine is. Well, that was brilliant, I think. But no offense, we don't love Evgeny for engine lines.
Of course.
And Jan is actually, I have a very big feeling he'll just win this. To be honest, I think it's just very, very...
Actually, now, you know, just coming back to this bishop d7, I understand this inclusion because we were trying to analyze the activity of the pieces, and this bishop on h3 was, you know, very passive then somehow. So, of course, now I understand the evaluation of the computer even better, but...
Vachier, meanwhile, has traded rooks, so he thinks this is winning.
Okay. Okay, let's see. Well, he has to demonstrate still.
Yeah, or just
the winning
draw.
plan. No, but this is very strange.
Yeah,
And
I mean, if
really
it's winning, it's
yeah,
fine.
no,
Like
no, of
normally,
course.
this is obviously what you start with. Like first you check this position. Like if it's winning, then.
No, because I really liked Evgeny's idea, rook f3, rook h3, and then bishop f2 with the idea of rook d3, rook d5.
But there was no Zugzwang at the end, yeah, because of rook f7 and the 4 was hanging.
Yes.
Yeah.
And there was no way we could implement it.
I don't know. No, I think the idea was nice. I just don't know how to make it work.
Okay, let's get back for the moment because these are quieter games,
Yeah.
but I think there are a lot of things happening in Fabi's game against
Yeah,
Anish Giri.
I agree.
You were correct. I think we were looking for these queen moves. You know, I was looking at queen b3, and I think that was played, and you were suggesting queen d4 and knight e3.
Yeah.
So look at the position right now.
So bishop takes d5 was just played, which I think is smart.
Yes, you were talking about exactly the same structure.
And ed.
ed and knight e5 here, yes? Or
Probably. I mean, I realize there is actually knight f4 that probably just wins the pawn immediately, right? Or you have bishop
but
g4
maybe that's
here.
the least of your worries then.
Okay, you're a happy person if this is if this is that nothing for you. No, I guess he will play knight e5, of course, but even in terms of same logic, you're attacking c4 as well. Why not to go knight e5? Then you go g6, king g7.
But it's also that I didn't want to
He played
force
knight.
the position.
He played knight f4. Wow,
yes,
this is.
I wanted to play knight e5 because I wanted
And queen f2 happened.
to play for
I
a
think
while.
I think he kind of missed queen f2 by the way. Or maybe not. Okay, now the point is queen takes f7 obviously, so he will have to play something like rook c7 or something of that kind.
Can I play queen f6? Then you simply have g3. Yes?
Well, bishop g4 is still there,
Okay.
don't forget, so I guess he will play something very simple like rook c7.
Rook c7 was played, I think, no?
I guess so, yeah. Yeah. And now Fabi has to come up with some kind of a defense. But once again, I think what black should be doing in order to win this is not attacking c4 forever, but somehow transferring pieces to king side. Like let's say after rook d4, I guess you just go rook e7 and you start
So rook d4, rook e7, yes?
reshuffling a little, yeah. Or maybe queen f6 followed by rook e7, don't know.
And if I sacrifice in exchange, well, in terms of practical chances, does it give me anything? Rook
On
f4?
f4?
Yes. Bishop d3 then?
It's exactly 0, to be honest. No offense, once again. No, but it's just you go g6 and then I have all the dark squares. Shouldn't really work.
Yeah, of course.
Like I go rook e5 maybe.
So queen f4
Here.
and...
This is a very stable setup normally, and then
Yeah.
I bring the rook back and go rook e1. Alright, so let's just follow this game maybe. So it's going to be a very unpleasant time trouble for Fabi. He goes rook d4 though. But I think he kind of knows this is not
I wanted
great.
at least to have... what is the time? Like 10 minutes and...
Yeah, I think Fabi is down to 10 minutes and Anish has 16.
So let's follow this game closely.
Yeah, the way he plays is sort of strange today. I mean, I did not really get this like c3 and then rook c1 and then c4 was very strange sequence of moves, but we'll have bad days.
Yes, so our clocks are correct. Yes, 10 minutes and 15 for once.
Okay.
You know, they're not ahead of their time. And then I actually very much wanted to activate my queen, but you don't want to do this, no?
So which queen is yours, first of all?
Well, it depends on the move, you know. Then I'll
okay.
take black now.
Okay.
Can we actually? You said to me that we have this possibility to flip the board. Can we flip the board? Sometimes it helps also to have, yes, to have another view.
I think it only helps to women, by the way. So I discussed this many times, and no, seriously, I mean, I know many girls who really cannot, let's say when they're preparing, they cannot really look at the board on the board from the white side if they're preparing to place black. And for men, I think it's like zero difference.
It's irrelevant. By, for example, here, like, well, I understand, of course, what is the evaluation of the position, but it helps me a great deal.
But
just
it's
to have a different perspective.
Yeah, but then my theory works, yeah.
So let's see. But why? You want to play rook e7, not queen e7. I don't know. I wanted to bring. Can I bring my queen?
I mean, in general, I'm not excited about this knight f4, to be honest. Like in general, because I don't want to take on e2.
But you suggested it.
Yeah, then I said it's much more natural to go to e5. I can suggest anything. I'm not playing there.
But can I play my move here now, queen f6? Because yes, that's the way I wanted to put it on e5. Or now I'm simply threatening knight e2.
You're way too strong. This way, I'll flip it back. Okay. Now let me think. I go rook e4. Now it's your move.
Seems like Bobby Fischer's games, you know, against himself. So rook e4.
Okay, chat, she's outplaying me, chat. I flipped the board and she started, you know, she started to play really well, chat. I don't know what to do, chat. I cannot even flag her, there are no clock.
Maybe rook e7 now, and then if
chat, I'm in trouble. Yeah, I don't know.
Or you feel that you should keep the two rooks? We finally managed to play a blitz game in a very artificial manner, but
queen
it's
e3 or something.
Yes, but it's a blitz game. Okay.
No, what you're doing is reasonable. I mean, it kind of affects the games that you are much better at the start. Yeah, I like what you're doing.
No, but
you're better. Keep up. Good job. I think now you probably go rook c to c7
yes.
actually.
But I was thinking about a more direct approach. Can I take and play queen c3?
Well, think again. No, but seriously, it works. Yeah, takes and queen c3 is a mistake, I guess. So it really works for you to, you know, to flip the board.
Okay, yes, rook c7 also.
Yeah, rook c7 looks nice, and you take go rook e7. Feels natural. Anyway, something was played, I guess, and that something is queen to. Wait, what? Yeah, queen to e8.
Yeah, queen to 8.
Okay.
So it stops rook e4, or you want to transfer your queen to e4? I don't know. Take on c4.
I mean, it kind of attacks it too, so you want queen e5 in many lines. Maybe one day queen a4, even if you'll be that lucky. But yeah, in general, it's quite unpleasant for white. So there are many pawns to defend, which is difficult, and you normally go some kamikaze move and you start sacrificing them. So another point of queen e8 is of course to play rook e7, and then you kind of double two heavy pieces.
Yes, but then there's like the pressure is off the c4 pawn, and maybe I can play bishop f3 then.
Yeah, but then I go knight g6 e5 back probably. Like I can shuffle and reshuffle, that's the problem. So basically as white you never can really get closer to a draw. It's like either you blunder it and it's over, or you will have to defend all the stuff forever. Black will try it this way, that way, like knight g6 e5, rook e7, two rooks on c file, two rooks on e file, something else.
It's basically what Fabiano did against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, you know, in their first game. Like
sort of.
The ending was not the same, of course, but I mean the spirit of what you're telling us.
Yeah. But also, Fabiano, I think, was much more sort of ambitious with every single try. So he's normally going for it. Like if he finds an idea that he does not really see how to, you know, how to beat. From the other side, he would normally go for it.
You mean how to refute?
Yeah, I mean exactly. While people like Magnus or Anish, or actually probably me even, they will first play like 20 random moves that we know why they're not winning, but it does not miss much, and
I
then...
think Fabi decided to give up the pawn, yes?
Yeah, but he can take h7.
What happened actually?
He played bishop f3, rook takes c4, takes.
And queen a7 is possible here.
Technically it is, yeah. But there is some rook a4. Maybe his idea is actually rook a4, queen c7, takes here. G takes is forced. We need to check. Now rook g1 is checkmate. Queen d8 is pointless, so we go here. King h7, we go queen b1, g6, and now we resign anyway. So that's his idea. Rook g1, queen takes f3. Yeah, makes sense. Queen a7 was played. So what's wrong with rook a4? I don't see it, to be honest. So this queen a8 once again proved to be a very smart move, yeah?
But then maybe I will not take on d6. And
yeah, but then you are just a pawn up in a very, very bad position, I guess.
You will be forced to place...
Pawn down, pardon, yeah.
Yeah, h3.
Yeah,
and
but then I just...
96, 95.
Yeah, or queen e5 for stabilize. I think in terms of ideas, it's also dead lost if I trade rooks. Let's say I trade rooks and play queen e5, I think this is just completely lost. Just go g6, king g7, f5. Slowly but surely I will win this. So your bishop is eyeballing this d5 pawn. It has to defend it forever, and it's very, very bad probably.
Then if Anish win,
then once
Jan
again,
makes a draw.
No, but Jan will probably win this. Yeah, I mean it looks very, very dangerous to me.
This is such an incredible scenario. Yes, we have.
So it's basically if they both win, then it's an improvement for Jan, in fact, because once again, if they share the first place, then Jan wins it. His first tiebreak is a direct encounter, and Jan managed to beat him in the first round. Last year and this year it was a draw.
But I haven't looked like at the regulations. There are no tie breaks in case of a tie?
There is a tie break if two things are similar. So yeah. So first of all, it's direct encounter, and secondly, it's.
You mean two parameters have to be similar?
Yeah, and then which will never happen pretty much, and then you go play. H4 was played. Actually, H3 is coming. I don't like it at all for white. I mean, for now it has to. I mean, I would say it's probably still a draw, but it's kind of a draw that you lose in a few moves normally. Maybe it's not a draw anymore even.
I don't know. From a human perspective, once again, when I look at it, I feel like physical pressure. You know, I don't know what would be my next move. It's very difficult to defend it.
And you can never really play something like rook d7 and g4. As there is rook d6 or knight d6, so you do not even get it back. So yeah. I have a feeling that Wang Hao just decided to gamble. He did not really want to.
It was not that he made like one reckless move and he found himself in a difficult position.
No, I think it was one very strange move, to be honest. Like here, as Evgeny pointed out, basically, why would you go rook e7 here? Like rook e7, it does not even come to my mind, to be honest. I don't even get the point. Like you are trying to get back to e2 and blundering rook c2 check, or what, I don't even know. This knight d2 was very natural, so rook c2, rook d6, you make a draw. Otherwise, you just go, I don't know, knight b3. It's a much better version, no?
Yeah,
I mean, it's still a bit unpleasant, I understand, but it's so not that you lose. I think he's about to play something. And that something is rook a8, I believe. But then he will just get mated, no? One day. Okay. So after h3, does he really want to play rook h8? But this is like really bad now. So the question is like how much? You can even play, let's say, rook g2, rook f2, king g1 is, I think, forced. No, maybe you go rook g2 and then maybe rook a2. So even something like this, let's say you take, and then all of a sudden there is knight e3, I guess. And I think you just promoted black.
But if I don't take, I can play rook king g1. We will be in the same position, no?
Okay, it doesn't really matter, I guess. Yeah,
maybe
I
you
can
need to
still
take first. Rook h3 and d3.
Now I think I start with this move, forcing king f2, then I go back.
But then I'll play maybe king e1.
Okay. Still looks very bad. d3. Yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe we start with d3. Okay, d3. I mean, there is still king f2. No,
no but then I have
f2.
yes.
Yeah.
Then I have tempo.
Yeah, maybe you're right. Somehow it, once again, I mean, it was a dead draw, and then he, like, if you go rook e7, now it's just very, very unpleasant.
But that's how it usually happened.
I mean, once again, you don't play rook e7, I think.
No, rook e7, I agree with it. So basically it's one reckless move. Sort of artificial, yes? I mean, superficial.
No, I mean, but he played
say.
many strange moves, to be honest. I mean, already here we didn't like it really. So all this b4, b takes e5, I mean, we were not biggest fans, right? We started saying from the very beginning that this d4 is fine. So somehow, yeah, I mean, like somewhere over here, it did not look, I mean, dangerous. Rook b1 or rook c6, okay, fine, play something. If you remember, even here at some point I told you, I mean, you need to feel these things. I told you that, okay, it starts to look dangerous, and as white you have to be like really careful. It's actually time to start playing for a draw. And then, yeah, this b4 was probably an ambitious try, but this is where it led. Now you probably go h3 and just win. The problem is that after h3 I do not even get...
I don't see what version do you want to get.
As white.
Yes.
Yeah, that was exactly my question, sort of. So if this pawn is alive, you're always lost. If you go rook h8, I think there are...
Daniil, can you get this version? Yeah. Then maybe sacrifice the a6 pawn, maybe even then...
So after h3?
Just to play something.
Rook, I don't know, d8 or what?
Yes, rook d8.
But then the problem is that it always runs into king e7 one day.
I wanted to activate at least my knight.
Yeah, but you will never manage. No, obviously if you will manage, then you're fine. But how? I mean, let's say I go here.
But then rook d7 was running into king e6. Yes, in exact the same.
Yeah.
Oy.
I mean, maybe at least you gain something for rook h8. But yeah, I don't think the lines we looked at were exactly about where the king is. Looks just lost to me.
Can I try here, like rook a6, g4? Okay. And maybe I can...
I mean, first of all, I'm not forced to play rook takes a6. Yeah, secondly, I go knight e3. So even this is, I mean,
here,
it all looks close,
no? No, I take rook king f1.
Yeah, you have to go king f1, but then I think I will just start playing for domination somehow. Like I go king f6.
So you think that even this is completely lost?
King g5, I don't know, but I mean,
h3, king g5
it very well could be, to be honest. It very well could be, yeah.
Yeah. It looks very dangerous, I agree. Okay, so...
This is what I'm saying. Basically, as white, you probably have some miraculous save, but normally when you play like this, you will... Basically, after a tough defense, if you get such a position, you probably hold it. But after being slightly better / equal for half the game, I mean, it's normally way too disappointing to play this and you normally lose. Yeah, so
Yes, Daniil.
Rook a4, Queen f2 was played. Yeah, so indeed he realized there is no Queen takes d6.
Let's get back to this game
Rook
because
a3, h4 was played.
they need to reach
Queen
the
e5.
time control. There are a few moves left, and Fabiano has 6 minutes.
I'm not even sure, to be honest, he will.
Reach the time.
I mean, Fabi will make it to the time control without being completely lost. I mean, it's not only bad in general, it's also that you're under some sort of an attack. Like there is no rook e1 because of knight d3. Like once you take, I think black just wants to take back.
Queen g5, and
Yeah.
it's very difficult to find the move. That's the problem.
Can maybe go rook e1, but yeah, it's obviously bad. Okay, so
Anish proved you wrong once again.
Proved me wrong on what? No, I mean, of course, he can play really well.
I'm just kidding. He's in great shape in this tournament, I think, and he continues actually to perform very well this year.
Yeah, I agree.
So, and what about the end game that we left?
It's still king takes d1 and Kirill is
Kirill is still thinking.
Yeah. But it kind of makes sense to think here because, yeah, I mean, obviously it's not that you will blunder very many things here. So it's just like you check it forever, then you start playing. So basically if you figure out what you're doing, I mean, 30 seconds will be enough. Like you just wait, then you go h5 for one day and then you wait and so on. I would also say that the fact that Kirill is still thinking makes me feel like they both believe it's lost.
Ah.
I mean, if you are sure that it's a draw as black, one day you play a move, yeah, I mean, otherwise you keep checking it forever.
Have a look at the board, you know, the bishop is on h4 actually.
Ah, so it is
yes,
it
the
is a different position already,
improved, yes.
So we simply lost the... But then I guess it's something we can
but then
probably...
it's a better version than we had in our
probably
analysis,
figure out. I don't know, so first of all it's like this. His bishop is on c7. So let's say e5 is played, bishop a5, king e4, bishop b6, bishop f2, bishop a5, bishop g3, bishop b6, bishop h4, bishop h5. So this is the current position. He plays bishop g5. And he wants to bring the bishop to f8, and this is how he wins. So let's say you go bishop b6, bishop h6. You keep waiting. Then we go bishop d6. This is the only move. And we probably win it somehow in many ways.
And if you play bishop c7 here, you will play
king d7.
Yes?
That's exactly, I'm trying to...
you want to make this work, okay.
Well, I think it does work actually. So if it does, it's very beautiful line.
Let's see.
Takes and you go king f6.
f6. Okay.
Nah, it doesn't. You're in time with bishop b8, bishop,
But it's a beautiful try. I was thinking about it, but I was not sure. I'm always, well, you have to be sure 100%, you know, when you sacrifice it.
No, but obviously...
But then if you play h3, you simply play bishop b6 and, okay, there is no way to... I think there are a few technical difficulties with the board.
This is probably how you win. So you go here, and you go here, king d8. Do you win this zone?
King f7, yes.
Bishop b8 is forced. Probably take. This is probably lost in general. Yeah, we simply collect the pawn and then we go back and we run the h pawn.
No, king f7, yes, I wanted to try g5, but you simply have e6 there. I have no time for bishop b8.
Anyway, I think we have Evgeny who knows better. Many things he knows better.
Well, I don't know if the mysteries of our universe still represent troubles for Evgeny, but I think he has an answer for everything.
No, nothing. This bishop sending, I do have a feeling it's winning, but once again, no clear path. No, I'm here to basically to say two things. I mean, first of all, as dramatic as it looks, Nepo is still not winning, at least according to comp. The thing is, like, yeah, I wholeheartedly agree with your assessment that this position is the position you lose, basically, if you keep playing, right? But nevertheless, seemingly Wang Hao did the right thing over here. Yeah, like stalemating your rook, and then somehow white is supposed to wait. And apparently, like, the computer reaches depth 50 or something, and it's still, you know, still seems around equal. And Fabi is once again have to give you credit, Daniil. Fabi is completely lost. After Queen E5, completely lost, meaning not just a pawn, but -5 after minus 480 something. There was a critical moment, well, last perhaps critical moment, that Queen C7 was indeed the only move that white could have played. Even the computer is scared of playing Queen C7, as you can see. Yeah, Rook takes, a combination of two ideas. You were absolutely right that Queen D6 loses to Rook takes F3, Pawn takes, and basically all the variations you've shown. Yeah, Queen E2, and White runs out of checks. However, over here, after Rook takes A3, H4, so a combination of two ideas. Now if you take Queen D6 works, and funny enough, why H4 and not something else? Then over here, the presence of this pawn on H4 actually helps white with a perpetual check like this. Check, and you don't have King H6. So it is a perpetual check. Right, and then after H4, no, after that H4. Black is still, of course, better. I don't quite remember what the move was. I think... So, no, honestly, I don't even remember what the move was after H4. But basically, they were getting the position with equal material and still much better for black, right?
Okay.
So
well,
white would
game,
take on G5 and somehow hang to this pawn on G5. That's it. But it's still, it's -1 in computer evaluation, and as we all know, it's very unpleasant experience in human chess, right? Yeah. Playing all those. I want to say knight of structures, right? I mean, very typically it comes from this Sicilian, and this one is not exceptional.
This would be still a game, yeah.
Yeah, that would be still a game after Queen E5. Yeah, pawn down, and what's G6, King G7 is devastating as well. Rook coming to H8.
I just wanted to tell you that we had some news from the King's Landing, and Maxime won his game.
Won,
yes.
Yeah.
If I may make a joke, I'm a huge fan of Game of Thrones, so I'm actually curious to see how it's actually happened after. That's all we have.
I mean,
yes,
okay,
or it's not our. That's not the position.
No,
of the
well,
board.
we had. I think we. So I did it myself. I think this was the position for sure.
Yes.
Like Bishop D6, Bishop A7. Then we can figure it out ourselves. I think many.
That was not our analysis actually. Okay.
No. It's just
it was the game.
It's just from the video. Yeah. The simplest way is to probably just go F5 and you go King F4, Bishop B6 and go King G5.
What a tournament actually.
And that's where, once again, yeah, I mean, all those talks about the good shape, bad shape. I mean, when you have white and the opening goes you well, you're normally in a good shape. When you play the knight off and you're out of the book, I mean, early, then you're normally in a bad shape. I mean, that's how it works, you know, it's not only about the shape.
So we will wait for the press conference, I think.
Yeah.
Meanwhile...
Let me show you a funny trick here. So actually, Rook A2 would be nice here. So if white takes, then you go Queen H4, Queen takes E1 check, Queen takes E4. But the funny thing is that you can do this, yes. And there is no Rook takes F2 because of Rook A checkmate. And then black has to probably go Queen H5 and Knight E2 check, and he's still winning. King F1, Queen H1, or Rook E2, Rook E2. It's completely lost. So maybe Rook A2 is actually winning. Like many things are winning here, but maybe Rook A2 is sort of winning immediately. Maybe you still have some Bishop C2 though. I kind of agree with Evgeny that, like, for, once again, for the Soviet school people, okay, play G6, huh? Relax.
Yeah.
Play G6, play King G7, okay, You will definitely win it unless you blunder. There is no rush at all. That's what I told you, remember, about Boris and stuff? I mean, I realized that you don't need to go for this rook a2. I mean,
and to force things.
Even if your opponent is in the time trouble, if you know that you can play g6, okay, he will get another hour. You'll have to spend, you know, like 50 more minutes playing this game instead of chilling with friends. But I mean, still, if you're sure you will win, then you should do it normally.
Daniil, and let's have a closer look at the game between Ding Liren and Alexander Grischuk, because they still haven't reached, well, the time.
Yes, move 36.
Move 36. And yeah, he played knight d5, knight d3 as we expected, and g4. Yes.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, but still.
And
like,
he kept both rooks on the board.
Yeah. Now he plays king g2 to f2. So he probably wants to play king e3 and then he plays g5. So he basically wants this g to h2 squares to be occupied by some heavy pieces, and he feels like his king will be in safety. That's what I'm saying, yeah? I mean, with the b file being open, it's hard to imagine this stuff working, yeah? This force would be opened, like d4 would be always hanging. But when there is a response on b4 and b5, you can do literally anything as white, pretty much. And yeah, there is no direct punishment normally for the thing.
What do you think about the press conference, Daniil? Do we want to hear it at least for a while?
I don't mind at all.
Yeah, we want actually to...
Let's be fair to Maxime. We were looking at all the press conference where he lost. Let's let him, you know, brag a little.
Yes, and also it's also very interesting to hear his ideas in the opening. The press conference is ready.
We have Maxime Vachier-Lagrave here with us. Maxime, you won the first game in this second part of the Candidates Tournament, and my congratulations, and of course your fans are happy right now.
С нами Максим Vachier-Lagrave, который выиграл первую партию во втором круге турнира. Конечно, ваши зрители, ваши фанаты очень рады. Расскажите, пожалуйста, о партии.
What about you? How do you feel?
I feel mostly relieved. Of course, it's a case of opening gone bad. So I don't know exactly where it went wrong, but I mean, like Queen c7 for sure. Maybe here it's already sort of unpleasant, but yeah, at this point with Bishop f4, where you cannot really take, because now I go knight d2, and well, now my next move I'll just castle rook e1, and the king is just not safe. Strangely enough, because you don't have any weaknesses but the two bishops and the rooks on open files, just devastating.
Конечно, я чувствую большое облегчение, и здесь, конечно, сыграло влияние дебютный выбор. Не совсем уверен, где все пошло плохо для черных, но вот в этот момент после слона f4 черные не могут побить, потому что после конь d2 у меня два слона и очень крепкая позиция.
He mentioned knight f6, that he played it fastly, and let's say after that his position was not so great.
Да, он быстро пошел конь f6, и после этого позиция была не столь хороша.
Yeah, it's a difficult line to play. You have to be aware of many details. I didn't remember all of them, but just enough.
Это очень сложный вариант, и здесь белые должны помнить очень много продолжений. Я не помнил их все, но достаточно, чтобы переиграть соперника.
So anyway, in the game, of course, like I have pair of bishops, quite endgame. I don't know, maybe g1 was a bit too fancy. Maybe I can start with knight c4. But the thing is, I initially wanted ideas with knight f1, knight 2 e3 here. And I'm obviously slightly better, but in the end I thought maybe knight d7 and knight c5. Some of this didn't feel as clear as it should be, so I'm using the fact that at some point, can we get rid of this? Yes. So at some point I wanted like e5 and d6, and that's why Kirill decided to go for drastic measures.
Конечно, у меня очень крепкая позиция, 2 слона, очень приятное окончание. Может быть, вместо ладья G1 можно было пойти конь C4, но у меня была идея с переводом коня через F1, и вообще, в принципе, я хотел пойти E5, E6, и все было направлено на это. Может быть, Кириллу стоило попробовать перевод конь D7, конь C5.
And this move gave him some practical chances, so this knight d7 was a very good decision, I think.
Hey guys, welcome back. We actually had to cut it short because we are experiencing a few technical difficulties today with our boards, electronic chess boards. So let's get back to the games. And I think Jan Nepomniachtchi is pressing. Yes, let's have a look at this game.
The good news, first of all, is that everybody made it to move 41. So we'll probably have some break soon. And yeah, indeed, Wang Hao. So Evgeny praised Wang Hao for playing rook 8, a7, king e7, and g4 was played, and knight d6. So this is the current position. And how is probably yeah, I don't know. So knight b5 could be the idea, of Jan.
You mean knight b5 and rook b8, knight a7, yes?
Yeah, something like this.
But
then it should be okay. Yeah, I see. I mean,
maybe I can hold this one. I'm not sure, but.
Yeah, it feels like it should be manageable, yeah. Sort of manageable. So first of all, we probably start by playing knight d2. We had enough.
Yeah.
We had enough with this knight. Let's try knight d2.
So
let's say knight b5. Now, the question is if we ignore this thing completely.
Then I will simply keep the pawn and you...
I mean, the thing is, if you trade rooks, then we'll probably win h3 quickly, yeah? Let's say I go king f1, that's what I'm talking about. Maybe you have something like g3. So first of all, like if black trades rooks, I guess we go, I don't know, maybe king e2 first, but in general knight e4, knight f2, then king e2, and then we capture h3, stop the d4 pawn, and off we draw. This is fine. Secondly, if you take with a knight, then I guess we are not too worried somehow. We just play king e2 maybe.
Okay, rook a3.
Yeah, but then how do you want to improve it? Yeah, I'll probably go, I don't know.
No, first of all, I want to unpin myself.
Won't be easy.
Yeah. And check, you simply go...
I guess I even go ahead, to be honest. Yeah. I'll probably go f4 simply. I think this is fine.
King f6.
Okay. Don't know, f4 maybe.
There is no way for me to take on h2. No.
I mean, you can probably try g5, but okay,
g5 and take it on h2.
Yeah, but g5 you trade a lot. Yeah, I mean, then I will definitely hold this somehow. I'll probably go f5.
So can I take, like rook h2, rook g2 then?
Yeah, but you'll get checkmated somehow, is my feeling. Don't know how exactly. Actually, maybe I go like knight d6. I don't know, it's a strange position. But okay, at very least I can play knight d6. I don't think I'm worse. I'm like looking for a win here as white because I got overexcited. But at the very least I can take and go rook h7. Yeah? I mean,
you mean you just give the like?
No, I go knight c4 check, of course.
F4.
And then I go here. And then my f pawn will start running. I mean, this is.
No, but king g3 still.
Okay, I don't know, f6.
Rook f2.
Okay. I mean, yeah, even this you'll probably you'll not win, yeah, because of knight g6, but yeah.
King g2.
Yeah, but then I just give up. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
I go 94. I take Anish 2, go king takes d4.
Yes, but I was, well...
But it was really close.
I
She was about to beat me, child.
Yeah, no, I think it's also very interesting for the general audience to see all these variations, well, to some extent till the end.
Yeah.
And it was a pretty one. Daniil, maybe we can switch to the press conference because they managed to fix the board and we can use this moment to, well, for a short break.
Sure.
Let's switch to the press conference.
Let's not review what we do.
Yeah, we will have a...
Пять.
So in the game, Kirill decided to bring his bishop to d6, and now I went e5, bishop c7, king e4, and here again I managed to get through bishop h6. So let's say you go bishop d8, and here, well, I wanted first to get my pawn to h4. And now I have two options to win. The easy one, I would say, is
Здесь простое продолжение, ведущее к победе,
Go
это
this way.
f5 и проход короля на g5.
but it could sort of backfire. Let's say if you go something like this, maybe, just maybe, you somehow, well, I doubt it, but you're somehow getting some sort of counterplay.
Может быть, я очень сомневаюсь, но может быть здесь черные могут получить контр-игру с ходом слон d8.
Something more forcing with bishop c7, so now the king has to move to attack the bishop, but now I just simply give it back. Now I threaten king f7, e6, e7, so this is the only way. And
Поэтому
I
я
just
решил пойти на
take
форсирующее
h5
продолжение
and push the h1 and
с жертвой слона и проходом
it.
короля через f6.
Great technique, actually. Looks like you didn't give any chances.
well, I mean, it has to be checked because, of course, like there could have been maybe some better defense, but yeah, in general, I assumed it would be a win. Even though it was not like, I mean, it could easily have been a draw, so I was happy with how I calculated things, and hopefully it was alright, and this would mean I can move on with my tournament and try to play a good game, I mean, 2 good games.
Я доволен был своими расчетами в эндшпиле. Возможно, у черных где-то были шансы спастись, но я надеюсь, что я правильно все посчитал.
Okay, obviously it was not an easy period for you. I mean, these previous games, how could you try to cope with all this pressure and, you know, still stay alive in the tournament?
Конечно, было непросто вернуться после партий, которые предшествовали сегодняшнему туру. Как вам удалось восстановиться и прийти в форме к этой партии?
Yeah, in general, I don't think it's been about pressure. I don't think it's been about like the seriousness of my preparation. I think it just come down to a few bad decisions that I took, and in every critical moment, in every game, I was taking some sort of bad decisions, and I think this cost me a lot. And I don't think there was any remedy for that. That's something that can happen sometimes. I mean, it was very, very bad timing for me. But in general, there was nothing I could really have done to prevent that from happening. I mean, it happened to me also.
The Simland company has enjoyed more than 20 years of steady growth on the market. It is one of the largest wholesale companies that designs, produces and sells consumer goods. Every day, more than 500,000 people visit Simland online store, which has a range of more than 1 million items. The company has more than 11,000 employees, including more than 1,000 sales managers. 70% of goods are produced in Russia. They can be easily delivered all over the country from the Crimea to the Far East, as the company has its own fleet of delivery vehicles. The headquarters of the company are in Yekaterinburg, where they occupy an area of 250,000 square meters. It also has offices in Moscow, St. Petersburg, Krasnodar and Novosibirsk. The company is also represented in China and India. The largest representative office is located in China, Yiwu, where it occupies a separate area with a warehouse of 20,000 square meters.
Welcome back, guys. We are here in Yekaterinburg, and I just had a chance to see Maxime after his press conference and actually to hug him. So, not a very sanitary, gesture nowadays, but I was actually so happy and so excited about his win. And yeah, that was a very interesting game. So let's have a look at the other ones, yes, Daniil?
Yeah, I did not even get it originally. Like my English is not good enough. Like hug him, I thought, why would you hug him? He probably has Kaspersky and stuff. But then I realized this is a different word. Okay.
Yes, but to win a game, especially now, it's so important for him. So, as you know, I'm rooting for him during this tournament. So
can imagine.
It made me very happy. And actually, yes, we haven't seen the players. We only I only saw them on the screen, and just had a glimpse. Yes.
No, but it's nice that you keep rooting for him, actually. No, I mean, seriously, like yesterday I was actually disappointed. First of all, I am not rooting for him myself, but I mean, he's a nice guy. It's just that I'm not rooting because I don't need to. But yesterday, I think on Facebook I saw the post by Romain Edouard, and the post was like, the point was basically, yes, Vachier played very well in the first part, and then now he's in a bad shape, and it's sad that like he failed to qualify and blah blah blah. But you French people, sometimes you probably give up too early, no? He still has a chance.
You French people, who are those?
I mean, in general, why would you? Okay, I mean, he lost 2 games now. He won today. Is he back on track, or Romain Edouard wants him to win 2 to start rooting for him again? How does it work for you? I mean, I don't really get this. For me, it's a simple thing. Like if I'm rooting for someone, if he has 1%, I'm still rooting for him. Yeah, I mean. Then...
Yeah, but we explained yesterday that he still has.
But
some chances.
Yeah, but Romain doesn't believe in him anymore. I'm afraid he's not a believer, probably, or there is some other problem. Anyway, let's go to where should we go? So first of all, Caruana Giri. So this is
the current position.
This pointless rook a2, which I mentioned was played indeed, but in fact after rook a8. Like, there is no better move than rook a8. After rook a8, you're still winning. Rook a2 was, like, as I said, as Boris would probably say, I mean, it's a nice move to play, it's tempting. But in fact, after rook b1, you just have to go back. Still, it does not change much, so basically, in terms of static things, black is completely winning. So I guess unless he blunders the d6 pawn, he should convert this, sort of confidently, I believe.
Oh, it will be a long game, but still.
I don't know. I'm not sure, actually. I think in general, like you go rook 8, once you start going g6, king g7, you win it sort of quickly. So yeah, it could be a long game, but maybe.
But where do you transfer your knight then, or g6, king g7? Then
it depends. But sometimes I will play knight takes d5. That's also a problem. And sometimes I go knight h5, knight g3.
Yeah, if I will play rook f1, for example, after.
Here?
Yes.
Here I will win, that's what I'm saying. Sometimes you win it quickly.
Knight e2, yes. Yeah. That's a very nice mate.
It's not yet mate, but yeah.
Well, look at queen e2.
Once again, you French people give up too early. It's not yet mate, yeah? Okay.
So
this one is still in progress technically, indeed. So rook b1 is a good move. I mean, black cannot win it in like 3 moves, so he has to go back and continue the game. Now Sasha is, I guess, in trouble. That's how I feel about it, at least, because like there were like ages of nothing. Then white finally somehow improved, and then this rook a1 started a sequence of trades. Rook a2, queen a8, knight c1, so both sides fighting desperately for the a file. Rook a2, rook h3. And I think rook e4 was the move here suggested by an engine at least. But rook a4 followed by takes is not what you play at move 40, I would say.
This is a very responsible decision and not an easy one. So the engine was...
It could also be irresponsible, yeah?
yeah.
So in fact, Sasha played rook h3. And now takes queen d2, black is in trouble, I believe. And
but the difference is that the engine wants to have the pass pawn.
Yeah,
Yes,
yeah,
even
sure.
though like it's like from a human perspective, once again, it's very difficult to assess. I will play knight a2, knight c3, b5. It seems
yeah, I think
very
it's sort of you, like if you get this, you get this different ways. So you get it because you understand that this position is actually very bad. As one day you have to take on e5, and then as I told you before, it's always d takes, and then knight e2, knight d4, f5, and if you will think about it, you can realize that you are actually in a massive trouble, like white has at all in general. And otherwise, I mean, you have to protect c6 somehow. I could see queen e6. It's probably just queen a2. So I think, for instance, this position, just in terms of ideas, this position I think is just lost. That would be my bet. I think it's just completely lost. You just go knight c1, you bring the
knight on d4. Okay, let's say I will put my knight on b8, which is not ideal, but the only move.
Okay, but I will improve it slowly. Let's say I bring the king, you go knight a6, I go knight d3. Yeah, I don't know, king f8. I don't know if I start immediate f5. I can probably start immediate f5. Like to have absolutely everything, I can probably play king d4. Then go king c3, whatever you...
knight on d4.
Yeah, then I bring the knight, yeah, exactly. Like, let's say you somehow wait. I'll bring the knight. So you go king d7, yeah, whatever, and then I go f5. And then I will obviously win, like takes, I'll go f4, then I'll go f5.
No, but Daniil, you didn't have g5 there?
Where?
The typical g5.
Here.
Yes.
Yeah,
yes.
That was probably...
Actually, g5, h5, f6, yes, that was my idea, of course.
That was probably also very good, yeah.
But e takes f5, then knight f5 simply, yes?
E takes f5?
Yes, after g5. Because you can take, yes.
Here,
yes.
yeah, I think even g takes is good enough.
Better g takes f6.
I think, once again, if you want to show off, you go takes f4.
Okay, this
probably,
is the most precise.
Kind of, yeah. Also, you have some knight c7, and then you end up being smart, but not smart enough to win. Okay. So anyway, yes, this g5 probably wins, but even so, g5 is nice, but even without fireworks, you can just play, f4, take f5, you'll win. You can also play f4.
Or even f6, now that I think about it.
Okay, f4 is never a mistake. Let's just play f4 and then we'll see. Yeah, maybe we'll be allowed to play f6, maybe g5, maybe we'll take and go f5. But in general, it is completely lost. So with queens off, this is completely lost. And that's why, in general, that's why Sasha is in trouble. So it's like if you wait on b7, then somehow white will also probably improve, like knight b3, knight a5 maybe or something. I think it has to be very, very unpleasant, to say the least. Now let's go back to Jan, because Jan is actually, I mean, I don't know if he's winning or not, but it looked kind of dangerous to me. So rook takes a7, so it was knight d6, rook b8 played by Wang Hao, rook a7, rook b4, a very smart maneuver that allows white to get the pawn back. But the problem is that he's probably still lost, which is obviously very difficult to figure out over the board. But it feels natural, so you are attacking d4, you kind of hope to hold it. If you take the pawn back, and you do take it, d3, rook b3, and rook a2 was played. I think rook a2 was even more accurate instead of d3, but it's still good. And rook takes d3. I think with rook on d4, you go rook g2, rook f2 in this position. And here Jan played knight c4. I don't know, it's not that simple,
What can we play here?
So I think now it sort of changed from black is better, flash winning, and white is trying to hold desperately, to my feeling is now with precise play white should not lose, and the question is how difficult it is to play. Which is, I mean, completely different thing, obviously. So let's say, I guess, more or less direct way is to go f4.
Then you lose the g4 pawn, yes? Or
okay, but I don't resign. So you go here, here. Then you go knight e3.
Rook f4.
Rook f4, knight e5 check. So you have to take. and then I take on h3, and once again, okay, this is not a dream position, but it's a draw as we know. Rook takes f4, yeah, you'll play, but...
And is there any other way, like knight? You started by f4.
f4, yeah, I'm attacking the pawn. I think this is very concrete. Also, if you play rook g2, king h1, rook f2, then I guess it's pretty much the same story.
You mean 93 here? No.
I don't know, here or...
93 here, you can't exchange the knights.
Yeah, you go king e8 something, yeah? Yeah, I guess I start this way.
Or I have maybe rook e2.
Okay, fine, but I start this way.
Rook f4 and knight e3 here.
Yeah.
Can I play knight b6?
Yeah, but I will somehow catch you, yeah, b3. So this is more or less...
rook e4, no? I don't know.
Yeah, but we will just take now. Yes. This one
but I wanted to keep this one. Maybe I don't have here now king f6.
No, but I think in terms of practical play, you don't really mind this position. I mean, this is not as easy as draw in the world, to the least. And also for Wang Hao, who is, I think, a very creative player, but I don't think he enjoys these long games that much.
Also, it's not so easy to be patient here.
I mean, it's not only about patience. Actually, this ending is not even that drawish. I mean, you can just lose it even being patient. I think I lost it against Peter Leko being like 16. Not that I was not patient, I just didn't know how to hold it. And actually, in general, I would prefer this ending not to appear, because once again, I'll have to recall how you're supposed to hold it exactly.
Actually, I did this once, but there were...
I mean, you go with king h1, rook g1 stuff, yeah.
No, but in my case, I had g2 pawn and fe. So
but this one is different.
Yes, it's
it is different a little, yeah.
So, but I understand how difficult it is.
No, I think it's normally like you play h3, king h2, or h2, king h1, and then you play rook g1, and you wait like this. So the f pawn starts coming, and you're still waiting, king h2, rook g4, h4, one day, and somehow. But this is like if it will appear, I hope to find it. But
by the way, do you know I have seen? Well, we can always appeal maybe to. Is there such thing as a rook ending database? Because during the first round, I've read that actually all the like table-based sites crashed. Because everyone wanted to know what to do in this endgame. Yes.
Yeah, this is funny.
Yeah, this is actually a funny thing.
Actually a funny thing, yeah.
It's not that like some news site crashed, or sports site. Yes.
No, also many people probably wanted to, to find out if it's lost life. Yeah, I mean, during the game. Yeah. But it is funny. Yeah.
That's actually, I think, one of the biggest indicators that chess is experiencing a huge renaissance right now.
Okay.
And the interest is.
As you say. No, I hope there is some renaissance. I'm not saying anything. Let's hope, yeah. Yeah, I would say basically, so if you calculate all the stuff and check it twice, I think you do it normally. Because this position looks unpleasant anyway. I mean, it's not that you will force a draw here. It is not equal, and I mean, it's kind of obvious that it is not equal. So you have to, kind of admit that you're worse. And then you should look for the most schematic draw here. And I would say like all the lines where you trade knights are pretty much schematic. Okay, let's see what's going on in.
Yes, because I just had a look at if anything changed. Yes, in
so Sasha went in this exactly direction. Yeah, he took on e5, d takes 97, and knight e2 happened.
But he decided to keep, like, we were analyzing this position without queens, so maybe he wanted to keep the queens here.
Yeah, probably. No, I think he knows that without queens he's just dead lost. And this is sort of playable. Maybe he wants to take on c5 one day. So I fail to believe this can ever work. But also, I mean, okay, what could he play? Yeah, I mean, here Queen A6 does not look, you know, great either. Queen A2 and stuff. So maybe he kind of wants to play, I don't know, F6 one day. Or...
Yeah, maybe.
But F6 is always met by E takes and then Knight D4. And it's very stable for white. It's very difficult to get to this king even. Yeah, doesn't look right from back in general.
And what about the sacrifice that you've mentioned? Yes, let's try.
I mean, it is a sacrifice, but it's probably.
It's a pseudo sacrifice, but still.
It's probably is only, you know, positive thing about it. I mean, I guess you could just go Queen D4. There will never be a perpetual, and you can never attack the pawns. That's the problem. Like
okay,
you go,
let's say Queen E7.
Yeah, go Queen B6. Like this check will never lead anywhere.
Yeah.
And go here.
Yes, well, I need to play C5. I desperately need to play C5, but this Queen D4, Queen B6 is a very nice idea.
Yeah, but there are also, I think, two more ideas of the same kind. I mean, I can go Queen E3, for instance. Now, if you, I don't know what you want to play.
Yes. Okay, let me try Queen C2, a different approach.
Okay, then I guess I win by Queen C3, for instance.
Yeah.
No, but even if you play C5, I mean, if you manage C5 as back, I think sometimes we get mated there as well. It obviously depends on the position, but or let's say Queen C2, Queen B6 is still there. I mean, many things are annoying here.
No, but
Queen C1 is also good.
My idea, like on Queen B6, was actually to play C5 and D4. Maybe that was possible.
Yeah, like this, yeah.
Yeah. But this is probably my dream case scenario.
It's probably still lost, I have a feeling.
But
and it's lost in a very prosaic way, by the way. I just go here, just take. You go D3. Okay, just check.
King H8.
Go back. I think I just win this. Just go with 5. I mean, I'm always winning the pawn ending.
C4.
Yeah, but I guess I will just promote myself as well. Just E6 and so on. Yeah, doesn't look right. Yeah, but once again, when you are lost, I mean, most of the lines.
I just confirming the evaluation, yes.
Yeah, sort of.
And what's happening in the game between Fabiano Caruana and Anish Giri? What did they play?
I guess Rook A2. Rook B1, Rook A8 was played indeed, and Rook E1 now.
So we suggested G6 here, yes?
I mean, we suggested something slow enough. G6 being one of the options, yeah.
So G6, white has to wait. Yeah. As we know, not by Rook F1.
Yeah, I mean, it's sort of difficult to analyze here, but in terms of ideas, you just go King G7, Rook H8 check, maybe Knight H5, Knight F6 if you don't win immediately.
Yes, King G7, Rook H8 is a very important threat. So you cannot play King G1 because you run into Knight H3.
Yeah.
It's a very cheap trick.
I also feel like in terms of ideas, you're fine with the queen trade as well. There is nothing wrong with that either. So let's say something like, I don't even know how to...
Daniil, no, I think I wanted to parry, yes.
Yeah?
Maybe I need to have the rook on B1 and...
B1?
Yes.
So he just played rook B1 to E1 after rook A8, but okay, fine.
No, I mean, like to play against this G6 idea, I wanted to play as Queen D4, so you wouldn't be able to play F6, exactly.
Yeah, but then Queen H4 check and Knight E2. Also, Queen D4 is like you're trying to stop me, you're running into some Knight E2 and stuff, but in general, after Queen D4, so let's say you go Queen D4 here, I go G6. I mean, even if it's white to move, so what do you want exactly?
No, I wanted to play Queen D4 after King G7, but you were explaining that even Queen F6 is enough.
Yeah, that was my...
Otherwise, F6, Rook B7 to create some...
Anish played F5, by the way. F5 is kind of a move that... I mean, it is not a random move. It either wins pretty much immediately, or it's a bad move. Because in terms of, static factors, in general, it's not ideal. This is not how you play black. Like, you start with G6 normally, this F5 is weak, and if white will manage to trade the bishop for the knight, I mean, he'll have a chance. Anish is probably sure such thing will not happen. But we can just, there are not too many moves here, yeah, so we can just check them all. First of all,
when you're talking about static factors and dynamic factors.
So first of all, what's wrong with rook f1? I'll help you. You wanted it like 5 times.
No, I remember this.
Yeah,
but
yeah. So yeah, that's fine. Yeah. Okay. So.
I've learned my lesson. No,
Okay.
I wanted to ask you about the book written by Josef Dorfman, since you were always operating when you evaluate the positions that, well, you're talking about static factors, dynamic factors. So have you read this one?
Which one? The method?
Yes.
Yeah, I have.
So if you like this one and...
Makes pretty much zero sense to me, to be honest.
Why?
I mean, I think it's very... let's say it's a very interesting attempt to kind of try to come up with some formal criteria to chess. But in general, I think it never works. I mean, it's like, so, I always feel like it's very result-oriented. Like, he knows that white is better, and then he's coming up with some arguments that prove it. But it's like sometimes you look at the position, and he's saying like blah blah blah, white is more active, but black has this, but white has that, so white has to be better, that means we need to look for a shot, and then there is a shot, and it all works. Then I move the pawn from a2 to a3, like all the static factors remain absolutely the same, but the shot doesn't work anymore, and black is fine. So that's, that's not exactly...
No, this I understand, but actually I
help.
like the book very much because I think it's a huge help for amateur players, but at certain level, because it explains all these factors, I think, in a very, the methodological way. So it structures your thought, actually, from this perspective.
I mean, probably, but it's... like counting down all the the factors and but pieces and stuff. I don't think it really. Let's say it was very very interesting for me to read it. So I mean I understand. So this is a smart book in a way. So I understand what he wanted to achieve sort of, and what was his ambition, and I understand what he was trying to to say, and it's very interesting. I mean, the way he thought and the way he was coming up with this criteria and everything is very interesting. I just don't think it works in chess, I think it was a very decent attempt. I was like, I was having a brilliant time reading it, but I just don't feel like it works that easily. It's not that you can just, read everything and...
Well, it opens your horizons, because as an amateur, when you start playing the chess game, you learn the openings, you learn basic principles, then you need to make a lot of progress to understand the game. So it's, I think
probably
you were right. It's a very important attempt also, and I think it's a very interesting book.
Yeah, it is very interesting. No, I'm just saying. So basically, if you would ask me to recommend like 10 books that are the most useful for the players of different levels, I mean, this one wouldn't make it to my 10. But
so, what is on like your?
I should have said 2. Yeah,
chess pantheon.
10,
Yes, if I can call this 3.
10
3 books. Name 3 books which made it to your chess pantheon of books.
No, for me, I mean, obviously, first of all, you can count it as one because it's, it's like one big one. For me, so all the Kasparov's books, I mean, starting from this, like, Too Much is a nice one, but it's sort of different. But then all the modern ones, starting with my great predecessors, I think they're just brilliant. I mean, I keep reading them sometimes. I still like them a lot, and it definitely helped me very, very much to improve in many ways. And then, Boris' books are definitely, once again, very, 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 very instructive in my opinion. What else?
They're very instructive also to understand like the decision making process.
Yeah.
It's very important.
But it's even called this way, decision making, I think. Yeah. So it makes some sense. And then, I have never been a fan of this Black Syria. I've never, I don't know. I've read quite a lot of them. I've read recently, actually, so I have to do it for my this YouTube thing with the Soviet Championships. I had to read this Voronkov's book on USSR Championships. I think it's just brilliant as well. I mean, it's probably not such a big help to improve your chess. Like, it's not as good as solving puzzles or something. But in general, I mean, it's you learn a lot both about the game itself and about the best players, the history and stuff. I mean, once again, it was a very nice read.
It's unfortunate, I think, for our viewers that your reviews are not available in English, because
no, of course they are.
They are? Because I've seen only the Russian ones.
The great predecessors?
No, the reviews. That you're making. Yes, sure. Of course. No, that's, I think, a great loss for the chess community, because
they are actually going to come up. Well, our guys are going to come up with
to translate them.
Subtitles, probably. Yeah. I'm kind of against it.
So I really recommend them.
So what happened here, actually? Going back to chess. So once again, we saw this f4 is kind of an unpleasant draw. He played knight g3 instead. So could someone explain me what's wrong with the check? King h1 probably, and rook d2. How should we save this?
Well,
first of all, I think
you have to take. Yeah. First, let's take, and then have a look at this one. So, if I play f4, and I don't give up the pawn immediately.
Yeah, I thought some knight f3, and I was kind of worried.
Knight d4.
Then you come to f2, yeah, okay. And if I just start running immediately, like king g1, I have knight f3 checks still, yeah?
Yes, king g1, knight f3, king f2, knight h2, and
g5 there, something
g5.
like that, yeah?
I don't know what to do.
Okay, king d5. It somehow reminds me very much of the game between Giri and Alekseenko from
Yes, Kirill Alekseenko and Anish Giri, and it was a draw, but there were a few practical chances left. Yes.
Yeah, but the game finished in
decisively. Yes, Anish won. Yes, of course.
So it was not. I mean, it was a draw objectively, but not.
Yes. No, I mean, it was a draw until Kirill made, I think, the very last error.
Yeah, it was a draw until it wasn't anymore. Yeah.
So.
Okay, knight g3. Knight g3 is a strange move. This is what.
Can I try knight d5?
Once again, by the way, people, one more rule from Boris. So basically, if you see that. If you feel like this f4 that we looked at, if you feel like you calculated it precisely and you think it leads to this, like drawish rook ending that you will have to play for quite a long time, and it's not that simple that you want it to be, but you know how to hold it, and you know that it's, in general it's a draw, then you should basically do it instead of some knight g3 that is very ambitious, and you are probably trying to say, like, I'm almost not worth at all anymore, but then, still some things you can blunder, and then it will be out of control, as they say. I would feel, like as white, I would feel like I need to trade knights by any cost in general. Then if I'm not dead lost, then it's all a draw. Like if I capture h3 and give up f3, g4, the rook ending is a draw.
I wanted to try knight e5, but after rook s3, king d6, then.
Yeah, that's the problem. Like as white, I don't
knight
even.
e4 check. No, that's.
Yeah, then you go to knight to 6.
Yeah, but king d. King, no, but
no,
I have king d.
No, you probably go here actually. Probably go here.
Because I have king d4 there.
No, here king. Yeah, but not here.
No, not here.
Yeah.
Here, no, that's doesn't work. So rook g2 is probably forced, no?
Rook g2 was just played at least.
Okay, so king h1.
Can he ever go to f1? Probably not, yeah? No, okay. Probably not, so you have to
Why
go.
would you give up this important pawn?
I don't know, because you feel like after rook d2 you're lost, for instance. I mean,
Can
also.
I try knight d2 here?
And then, what is your next?
Well,
move?
I want actually to keep your pieces this setup. Yes.
But I'm still made it anyway. Like
Yeah.
I guess I go f4. You know.
And
what can I
then you will just keep on
do? G5
moving the rook.
f5. Yeah. G5 f5. I guess I go. No, don't like it. No, I mean king h1. So let's say if it's not rook d2. At the same time, you can also play some move, yeah, and rook d2 is still there actually. That is also a problem. So let's say you go king e6, for instance. Yeah, but then it runs into knight e4, knight g5, knight h3, no matter what, including knight e5.
I don't know what happened.
So he played king h1, obviously. So rook d2 or what?
But what was our verdict?
There was no verdict, I guess. We just simply panicked. And king f8 was played by Jan.
Ah, that's a tricky move.
This can also be smart. So what is the point exactly?
No, I think maybe he wants to play knight e5 here, so he's not pinned anymore, and he will try to win the f3 pawn.
Probably.
So Wang Hao is only left with 13 minutes. It's also a very important factor when you're defending such positions.
So let's say 4. What's the plan?
If I play rook f2?
So first of all, what's my next move? Like, you're always in a rush. You want to win immediately. I guess I go f5. F5 you have knight e5. Yeah, maybe you can win win immediately as well. Yeah, that's reasonable.
Yeah, that's a very interesting move.
Can I start with g5?
G5 here, yes. But then
actually kind of like g5 in terms of ideas. I just want to prepare knight e4 one day, and then once again I will try to win h3 and give up f3 and g5.
But what do you want to play after knight e5? Rook e3?
Probably. I mean, it's not that I want to. I have to. That's the problem.
Now,
I don't want to, be here at all. Maybe, but no, it's actually fine. Okay, so knight c4. There is rook e2, yeah, and we save it immediately. In general, king f8 doesn't feel like a big drama. Anish, I think, has won. Yeah.
Oh, the game ended right now.
This is big. So Anish, for the moment, wow, this is impressive. So for the moment, Anish is the sole leader of the tournament, technically.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's have a look quickly, just how the game ended, because it's.
So after rook e1, it was f5. Bishop b1, king f7. So the same idea, but he didn't want to lose the tempo for g6. And rook e3 was played.
So rook h8.
To prevent rook h8 check, followed by knight h3 check. So rook h8, king g1. And now, instead of knight h3.
Knight g2.
Which was probably also possible, by the way, but then it's less obvious, maybe. Knight takes g2 was played. There is no queen takes g2.
No, there was bishop f5 there, maybe bishop b6 and some practical chances,
but some queen c1, yeah. And then, anyway, knight takes g2 is way more convincing. So after rook g3, you have queen c1, queen h1, and all the rest is just queen g2, queen e3. There is no different move, I guess. So yeah, congratulations to Anish. One more. I mean, maybe not ideal, but in general very tense game where he played reasonably well. Once again, the more tense it is, I mean, the more difficult it is to play sort of brilliantly, right? So once again, he was worse yesterday, but managed to win. Today, I don't know. I think he was also worse, but in general, those are tense games, and if you eventually win them without some big blunders, it just means you you can sort of withstand the pressure, and yeah, kudos to him for that.
But still, winning with black against Fabiano Caruana at such important moment of the tournament is an incredible performance, really. So,
yeah, I agree.
Yes, we will wait for the press conference, since we know now that we can actually follow it. Here, after Rook H3, I just wanted to ask you one question.
Here?
Of course, it's an unnecessary variation. No.
Here?
Yes,
yeah,
here.
Knight H3 check instead of Knight H2 takes.
Yes, so you said, like Queen F5 is lost anyway, yes?
Queen F5 is dead lost,
yes,
of course.
so you just change and you sacrifice in D5, yes? Simply.
I mean, there are...
No, I mean,
yeah, this is
the easiest.
This is good enough, yeah, this is good enough.
Okay. So...
I think it could even be lost without G7 pawn sometimes. Like if you play Bishop E6, this position could be won, like you go Rook E5, King G5, and then you use some Zugzwang motifs.
Yeah, you bring King to F4.
Yeah, and so on. But with the pawn on G7, you're right. It's the easiest way is just to take. And what's going on in Wang Hao and Nepomniachtchi? So Rook C3 was played, and Jan's reaction tells us he feels like he's just winning. And he plays Knight B2 and then Knight D1 F2, yeah, and he wins. So this was his trick.
What a round! This is amazing. And I cannot control the D1 square? There's no way?
Okay, you can go Knight E4, I don't know, we probably panicked a bit early. But I know Jan, when it's such a phase, it normally means he's sure. Otherwise he would be more, he would look more tense probably.
Do I have a 5 there and Knight D1 then?
Probably, yeah.
If I don't have something.
So you have to start with a 5,
yes.
right? You have to start with a 5, and we actually need Evgeny for this, yeah? I mean, we're tired enough. No, but this way, then we give a check, and then we have Knight G5, no? And there is no mate. I mean, in general.
Yes, and then I
like takes, and we take, yeah?
So what happens after Knight E4 then? And the game, like, it's like an avalanche, yes, of results.
Sasha lost.
Sasha lost? What happened? He lost so quickly.
Yeah, I think he knew that in the
long run he will...
In the long run, this is just very bad, yeah, so he simply... Yes, he simply played F6 as we predicted. Takes, and he went E5. F takes. E4. Some random counter-attack, but after Queen C3 he simply resigned. Yeah, once again, if you take, I mean, you probably takes, E takes F3, so it takes, King takes G7, and once again, the main problem is not even being a pawn down, but it's once again Knight E2, G4, and you're also paralyzed, and then G5 happens. Yeah.
So Liren beats Alexander Grischuk. So Alexander is out of the race.
Yeah, and we are left with leader's game. Yeah.
They will be ready in the moment with the press conference. Probably Anish Giri will be the only one giving it.
So this is actually how you win probably. So Knight E4, Rook E2.
So,
like if you go King G1, then we somehow have Knight D1, and then Rook E1. Yeah, okay. This is it probably. Yeah.
Daniil, let's hear thoughts of Anish Giri, and we will be back to you shortly.
Ну, он пойдет курить, я надеюсь. We have Anish Giri here with us. Anish, my congrats on your victory. I think it was really important for you. How do you feel after that?
Yeah, I'm very happy with the fact that I won another game. Very happy.
Аниш Гири
Очень счастлив.
с нами на пресс-конференции Аниш Гири, который выиграл свою партию и, конечно же, поделится сейчас впечатлениями.
Especially also with black pieces. How did it go?
Yeah, I mean, you have to be lucky, of course. I think the pivotal moment was here. Fabiano, I felt he was quite enthusiastic about his position, but after Queen F8, which is a good move, he probably realized that he no longer is playing for an advantage. And I think, given that he was in a must-win, it was a big letdown for him. And then it's hard, when you play a position where you have to defend and you are in a must-win. You don't have any enthusiasm whatsoever. I felt here still, I think here he's still okay. Bishop to g4, maybe bishop to b5, but this was definitely too soft. Now I think I'm slightly better. And then, yeah, it's just very pleasant for me, and it was hard for him to defend, I guess.
Конечно, очень тяжело.
One more nice thing was actually here, sorry. This was the crucial variation, I think. Based on this, I keep an extra pawn, and then yeah, then it's very, very hard. There was a funny moment here in after time control or before time control. I thought I'm winning on the spot, and I made a horrible move. Rook a2. I calculated bishop b1, bishop c2, and then I have queen h5, knight e2 idea after bishop b1, for example. And after bishop c2, I have king f8, and after rook b1, I assumed I have queen h5, knight e2, but then I realized he just I have a back rank issue. He can sacrifice the queen. So here I had to go back. I did see that I can always go back, so I thought it's not a very risky decision, but still it was just very stupid. I should play f5 right away. Probably here he can put up a better resistance, but it's hard for him. I think he cannot really play g3 because some, for example, things like this are quite annoying. So I guess he's just lost anyway. But it was just a funny tactical.
Was it difficult to play rook a8? I mean, after you played rook a2?
No. I mean, yeah, I was very. I mean, I thought I already won. So here I was a little bit upset because I didn't see this. I mean, I thought I just didn't see this.
Здесь в этот момент я был очень расстроен тем, что я пропустил интересную тактическую возможность за Фабиано из-за слабости моей последней горизонтали. У него есть возможность пожертвовать ферзя из-за грозящего мата, поэтому мне пришлось вернуться на a8, и я был из-за этого расстроен. Казалось, что я уже выигрываю в любом случае.
But I'm just positionally winning and tactically as well, so it's not just, it was just a funny little moment. Otherwise, it was just, I mean, after queen f8, I felt the game sort of started turning around, and for me, I thought this, this moment.
He also pointed out this moment, this queen f8, and he thought maybe knight c4 would be an option, but he said like he didn't know what to do after knight takes c4.
Queen f8, c4, knight c4 is just a draw, I think. Take, bishop
В этой позиции возник критический момент. После хода ферзь f8 Фабиано, скорее всего, понял, что у него уже нет шансов бороться за победу. И здесь, конечно, ему было тяжело принять решение защищаться, потому что он в ситуации, когда ему необходимо выигрывать партию.
Yeah, I mean, I expected c4 more with an idea to make a draw already. I don't think he has anything more, which is a bit strange because I think.
Я ожидал, что он пойдет c4 с игрой на ничью.
Because if I take, then I'm losing right away. There is a.
И я не могу победить, потому что я проигрываю.
This kind of thing. My rook on a8 is trapped.
У меня ладья на a8
so maybe
заперта.
That's why I was a bit enthusiastic here, but I just have this quiet move and I'm fine.
Но у меня есть тихий ход, и после этого у меня все в порядке.
Okay, just a last short question. I mean, just estimate what happened, and this tournament situation is changing rapidly, of course. We still don't know how Jan.
I think from day one, Jan has been steadily doing his thing. So I don't really think too much is going on. But maybe if he isn't going to win this game, he might feel a bit, overexcited.
Okay, we'll see.
Tomorrow. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Anish, and all the best in the next rounds.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Welcome back to our studio in Yekaterinburg. The 12th round of the FIDE Candidates is still going on. Daniil, please explain to me this endgame between Jan Nepomniachtchi and Wang Hao, and to our audience as well.
So yeah, I'll need the board for it probably.
Yes, let's get the board for it. I think that it is a very important moment of the tournament. That's actually the last game.
Yeah, I think long story short, it was unpleasant for white for quite a long time. And king f8, g5 was indeed the best move and objectively white is in this in general drawing zone still. Hao played rook c3 here, which is a big mistake, I think, exactly because of knight b2. And now it's probably already lost or very close to be lost anyway. I mean, it's definitely not the scenario you want. So now knight d1, f2 is coming. So he played rook c8 check. The line we looked at actually is knight e4. I actually realized that there is a funny problem. So you go rook e2.
Yes.
And then after king g1, you go like check and rook takes c4. That's how you win. And rook c8 runs into rook e8, and if e runs into knight d1 check. So this is a problem. So that's why Hao played rook c8 check, king g7, rook d8, which is by far the best defense.
To control the d3 and the d1
as all the rest is just completely lost. But now black can just play rook f2, and he takes on f3, and then slowly but surely he should win the game.
What around, Daniil? For the moment we have 3 decisive games, and there might be a fourth one.
It's not over yet, yeah, and we'll probably have another one, yeah, that is true.
So I was such a big fan of Greek mythology, you know, when I was a kid, you know, and it doesn't even come close to the stories told, you know.
Yeah.
So this round is.
So let's tell the guy in advance that we basically have a very short break between 2 press conferences. So yeah, like we can be off any moment as well. Yeah. So another one will start or what?
We can switch to the press conference and we'll have a very short break.
Yeah, rook f2 was played meanwhile.
With white, but never could. In 10 games, never.
В моих партиях, где я играл это за белых, я все время стремился получить такую позицию, но у меня никогда этого не получалось.
But then I think I defended quite well.
Yeah.
And here
I think the plan to transfer the knight from b1 is very bad.
Далее, мне кажется, я хорошо защищался. Дим считает, что перевод конь b1 был плохим.
I think here, if I played queen a8, okay, just a draw more or less.
Если бы здесь я пошел ферзь a8, то, скорее всего, просто была бы ничья.
I don't see how you can.
И я не вижу, как здесь белые могут играть на победу.
And I thought, okay, I will just. I thought it's more or less the same, and I blundered knight c1, and then I'm in big trouble.
И здесь я зевнул ход конь c1.
Yes, but I thought that's why I played rook a3. I thought you will play queen b2, rook a4, and then I have if b5, I have a3 with tempo. That was my idea, because here I was afraid of b5. Maybe wrong. Maybe I'm still holding here. I don't know. Take. I thought b5.
Я пошел сначала ладья a3, потому что ожидал ферзь b2, и далее у меня есть ход a3 с темпом. Я боялся хода b5, но, может быть, здесь нет ничего страшного. Но выглядит довольно опасно.
And queen b5, a3, knight a2. Okay, maybe there are some chances, but I don't know. And I missed queen d2, and okay, here I can resign. I think
я пропустил ход ферзь d2, и здесь я просто мог бы сдаться.
And
king g2.
Yes, king g2. I have g5 when you play e5. Here. I think I have g5.
No, I hoped I can sacrifice a piece, but it doesn't work.
Я надеялся, что я смогу пожертвовать фигуру, конь c5, но это не работает.
You play queen e3, yeah?
What about queen d4?
Queen d4, then maybe queen a3 and
queen b6.
Okay, this I think maybe some chance c5, even c5 and d4.
Some commentators were remembering your game against Dubov.
Yes,
Sasha,
me
yes,
too. No, but I thought queen e3. And I have no move. Then you play queen c3. And if I play queen e7, okay, you will play queen b4. Maybe this was better chance, but it looks lost completely. I don't know, b4. Okay, let's say you take, I check.
I cannot take.
I should be winning, maybe. But
Yeah, so what do you think?
Yeah, I think it's winning, but maybe it's better to try. 94.
yes, 5. Check. No, check maybe.
Queen h4.
Queen 1.
Может быть, в этом варианте были шансы, стоило попробовать, согласился Динг.
Queen c5.
Queen 5, b3. No, looks lost, but okay, some chance maybe.
Yeah. I mean, Sasha, it looked like this game was like all-in game, right, for you. Did it affect your play today?
No, after the opening I had no chance to win.
Выглядело так, как будто эта партия стала партией ва-банк для вас. И Александр говорит, что после дебюта у него не было шансов на победу. И...
Did you have time to check the games of the other players today? And okay, now still Jan is playing. Maybe we can check quickly what's happening right now.
It's very difficult for white. Maybe some little chance for a draw, but I don't know, knight c4.
В партии лидера Яна Непомнящего у белых довольно сложная защита, но возможно, что есть шансы на ничью.
But maybe no chances, I don't know.
Yeah, hard to say. Thank you so much for your comments. All the best.
Dear chess friends, welcome back to the FIDE Candidates Tournament. 12th round is under the way, and what a round. We have 3 decisive games so far.
We're about to have 4th, it seems, yeah.
The last game is still in progress. The leader of the tournament, Jan Nepomniachtchi, is trying to, how would you say, to grind his win, to grind out. Yes, I don't like a poker term. So, is it possible, Daniil? Tell me.
I think it's very, very close, actually. No, well, I think first of all, objectively, just lost. He played rook h3. I think he's winning. And it does not, I feel like it does not really require any brilliant technique anymore. So just go knight d3, knight e5, but in general you just win because there is no way to win the h3 pawn. And that means slowly but surely black will win the g4 pawn. So he'll play knight d3, knight e5, or knight f4. The h2 pawn is weak. The g4 pawn is weak. I mean, there is not much to hope for.
So probably you were right when you said that white needed to fix the structure and to play g5 at that moment. Yes.
Of course, I was right.
And maybe no, to create some mating threats. Yes, knight e4, knight f6.
No, I mean you never mate really.
It's not very realistic.
No, I mean like let's say here one move knight d3, knight e4 is white who is getting checkmated suddenly, yeah. So it's a long way to get mated here as black, but yeah, g5 was probably correct. Now I think it is just so first of all it's lost objectively, and yeah, he just resigned. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. So he had enough. So first of all it's lost objectively, and secondly the practical trend is also good for black.
So Anish Giri and Jan Nepomniachtchi win
their games. So we have Jan on
win
+4.
their games. Jan is on +4, Anish is on +3. It seemed that he achieved something like he could never hoped for. He won with black, but Jan Nepomniachtchi also wins with black.
Yeah.
This is such an exciting scenario.
Yes, it is, yeah. And there is still some sort of a race. Yeah, we finally have Ding winning a game, and Jan will have to play him as black. Yeah, we'll see.
Yes, I think we're waiting for a moment to get the standings after this round, so we will speculate a little bit.
Yeah.
And then the press conferences also will be on its way, so let's have a look. Actually, Jan Nepomniachtchi is leading with 8 out of 12. Tomorrow there will be a free day. Anish Giri has 7.5 points out of 12.
It's nice to see how, you can see that he really cares, yeah, laughing like this, coming to the candidates. It's kind of obvious that he's serious about it.
But yeah, it's actually a very strange feeling. You feel like half of the tournament is playing the candidates with a different motivation. Yes, they just want to survive.
Makes sense.
The candidates is not about that. Yes, so you have to offer the maximum of resistance. Yes, let's have a look at the standings. Yes. Not yet. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave won with white a very important game against Kirill Alekseenko.
Yeah, so extremely important one.
Especially, so he's still in the race. And Alexander Grischuk lost against Ding Liren. So only 3 players still have mathematical chances, yes, to qualify. We'll have a look.
Unless Jan loses 2 games in a row, then all of a sudden it can even be Fabi, I guess, yeah. But yeah, all in all, it's obviously very much about Nepo, Giri, the game Nepomniachtchi Vachier-Lagrave, and the game Ding Nepomniachtchi.
Actually, Anish Giri will play Kirill Alekseenko after the free day. Ding Liren will have white once again against Jan Nepomniachtchi and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. Yes, you have the pairings on your screen.
No, I guess you are reading the wrong round.
It's the last round.
Yeah. So this is the last round.
Yes, they changed. They changed the round. Okay, so this is the round 13, yes, Anish Giri is playing with black against Alexander Grischuk. Then Jan Nepomniachtchi, yes, has white against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave.
Kirill Alekseenko plays white against Ding Liren, and then Wang Hao has white against Fabiano Caruana.
So tomorrow we have this thriller, Jan Nepomniachtchi versus Maxime Vachier-Lagrave.
From what you said before, I thought tomorrow we have a free day, but
yes, I'm tired. Yes,
yeah, okay.
You're right.
Just relax a little. I will finish this thing. So once again, the standings. As you can see, Jan's chances have only increased. So he's the sole leader with 8 points. Giri is half point behind technically, but in case they will come to the finish with the same number of points, Jan will win this actually. So that means Giri has to come back, and he needs to get 1 point more than Jan in last 2 rounds. Then the 3rd place and still some mathematical chances for Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, who has 6.5, but he will have to play Jan the day after tomorrow with black, and this will be his. At least we hope this will be his last fight. And all the rest of the field are far above. So we have Fabi on 50%, and Sasha Grischuk is once again on -1. So he was on -1 before, then he managed to beat. Whom did he beat? Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. Now he lost again. He's on -1, -2 for Wang Hao, and I think -3 probably, for Kirill.
Daniil,
so anyways, I
have to finish our broadcast and to say thank you once again to our sponsors. Simland is the general partner of the event. Algorand is the official blockchain partner. Kaspersky is the official cybersecurity partner, as you know. Mercedes-Benz is our official auto partner. Fosagra is the general partner of Russian Chess Federation. Chessable and Chess24 has recently become partners, long-term partners for FIDE and for the World Championship cycles. They acquired also the rights for the broadcast of these events. And Pine Creek Golf Resort is an event partner. Thank you so much, guys. Tomorrow is the free day. The press conference is ready, and see you in a day.
So the last game of the 12th round of FIDE Candidates Tournament is over, and we have Jan Nepomniachtchi and Wang Hao here with us. Jan, actually, when the opening stage happened, could you imagine that you would win this game?
Ян, думали ли вы, что можете выиграть эту партию после дебюта?
Well, I only was thinking how not to get into trouble because, well, I think this position is, of course, it's equal, but it can be sometimes unpleasant, like two bishops and white very slowly build up, especially if they trade like maybe a couple of rooks and then try to make a breakthrough. So, well, I, you know, have very little experience.
В дебюте я просто хотела избежать проблем.
H6?
И, конечно, позиция могла оказаться опасной из-за двух слонов у соперника. Достаточно поменять пару ладей.
Well, I'm a new player to Petrov defense, yeah, so I have no experience. Okay, knight h4 is a move I surely missed. I only calculated 95 here. I thought it's interesting, so I can't take with the knight. Since I lose a piece here.
Я новичок в русской партии, и у меня мало.
I think I can try taking like
мало опыта игры.
Okay, with black at least, yeah. Rook e1, king d6, bishop f4, and maybe knight d7. And maybe I can keep this knight alive, and then okay, f6, c6, and so on. So I didn't see how do I lose here. So I was already happy about it. And here, this is like very, looks like a plus equal, so very small edge for white, but you know, white doesn't have such a good development. And, well, I had no idea what to do, so I just started to move around and try to fix the structure.
Здесь я уже понимал, что у меня нет точно никаких проблем, белые отстают в развитии. Дальше я просто стал маневрировать и улучшать позицию фигур.
Yeah, f3 is a weird move to me. Like I think like knight on e3 has to be supported because with this setup like knight e4 you can more or less ignore it, like play b3, bishop b2, knight c3, rook c1, c4.
Здесь ход f3 мне показался довольно странным, потому что поле f3 принадлежит коню, и белые особо не боятся хода конь g4.
Yeah, so after this.
Couldn't see anything.
How can you speak on microphone, please?
Well, so here, I mean, okay, at least here black can also stand still, but since f3 and b3 played and bishop on h3 is slightly misplaced, I thought maybe there is a plan for me to play c5. So this was like, of course, welcome. Like bishop g5 gives me a tempo. Okay, yeah, of course, white could play something like this, and then play f4, maybe g5, takes, king d2 and make a draw. Yeah, but somehow bishop e3 also doesn't spoil anything. Rook c8, bishop d2. Well, it's hard. I mean, clearly, it's, you know, I think play of both sides could be improved many times. So here, at least, I thought like, okay, maybe there is some tiny pressure for black. And here I was very lucky to find this idea of knight c7. So basically white is okay, but bishop on h3 is just ugly. And here after b4, okay, a b4, I think even c b4 is good, then a5, b5, and so on.
Actually, here you spend quite a lot of time, yes, for moves like rook c6 and knight c7. Let's say, well, can you say tell more about the idea behind those moves?
There is no idea not to let the bishop get bishop on h3, so it's not going to get traded too soon. And here, you know, this setup is clumsy, yeah? So of course, like white has two bishops, all these known like advantages, but I don't know. So, and here I was of course happy when this thing appeared. Well, there is also move d4, but here I think c4, knight d6, more or less the same. But I thought maybe knight d6 is a little bit more tricky. Yeah, rook e7 takes. I have to take. Bishop d7, yeah, is a nice way. Because if you play something like bishop f4, then knight c4, and once again, okay, this setup is. I mean, indeed, Black can ask some questions here. Like.
Okay, you can play bishop d5, rook c2.
Конечно, у белых преимущество два слона, но слон h3 стоит довольно неуклюже, и я был рад найти идею c5, и далее конь d7.
So surprisingly, this is not so bad for you. I also thought, like, I mean, okay, but this knight is hanging, and bishop e6 is coming, so I thought, like, this is just why is it just in time? Yeah, but this is a nice move. There was rook c4 move as well, but I thought like this endgame could be unpleasant for white after rook c6.
Rook c4 was what I mainly thought about. Rook c4, there have rook e6. Huh?
Yeah, rook e6, and yeah, this is correct. This is basically the move I turned it down. Yeah, because bishop d2 you take on d2, yeah, and you keep the good bishop.
Yes.
Yeah, rook e6 is a very precise move. So otherwise I would probably play this. But here, well, I don't think there is something real.
If I may interrupt, I mean, what do you think? What was the moment something went wrong in your position? Like maybe some decisions?
I don't know. I was very tired. I couldn't calculate anything and somehow blundered somewhere and just lost and like happened every time, huh?
Well, I guess here was the moment.
Говорит, что он очень устал и не уверен, где ошибся, но он просто зевнул и все развалилось.
I mean, I didn't have any energy left until here. I thought, okay, I couldn't calculate at all, and if I can make draw, probably it's equal, but probably I would lose this and whatever. I thought.
Yeah.
И в конце он просто понял, что у него не осталось энергии уже и просто не мог продолжать борьбу.
Yeah, but here position is quite unpleasant, but I believe, okay, knight e3 is a trap, king f6, and you can't take because of king e6. But I think knight d2 was the move, and this is, I believe this should be more or less all right. Yes, so knight goes to d4, becomes active, jumps here and there. Okay, I can try, like, play rook c2, king e6, knight f5, or rook b2, but I don't think it's anything real, so... I had, I had some hopes about this position, but in general, I think it's once time trouble is over, it should be.
Позиция неприятная, и, конечно, у меня были надежды на победу здесь, но белые могли продолжать борьбу ходом конь d2 и конь b3.
After 40 moves, and I started to play like 22 player.
После 40-го хода Ван Хау признался, что играл на уровень 2200.
Very bad it was.
Yeah, but here, well, I don't know. So, I think Black is clearly pressing, and here I felt like h6 is losing by f6 is losing by force, which I was very disappointed. So this was a study, and here I was planning to play like this: rook g2, king h1, knight e3.
This is sure.
And this only move is rook h8 here. But now I play knight d1, so you should take. Now I play here. I'm not sure if it's a draw or not, but I thought like maybe it's the way to. If there is a chance to spoil my game, this is definitely it. So now you play something like rook h4, I believe, maybe d3, rook d4. So, well, where is this? d3, rook d4, and here, okay, I wasn't sure. Like, okay, of course I can take here, but then, okay, I guess king g1, rook. Okay, knight b2, so I wasn't sure, okay, this pawn promotes, like, okay, everyone is helping it, and white forces are all together.
No, I think this is probably worse than...
Yeah, and the trick, yeah, is rook h8 was only moved, but it's enough, yes, so here I was very disappointed, because, for example, if you play rook, I don't know, rook b8 here, then knight d1 wins, yeah?
Yes.
So, for example, rook b2, knight f2 check, you take, and okay, rook is in time to go to a2. And... if you take on e3, for example, then it's
it's mate.
No, it's not mate, but this is like this rook endgame is not good here. Yeah, I think so. Rook d2, rook b1, rook a2. It should be 1-0, 0-1. Yeah, but yeah, rook h8 is a brilliant move. I missed it from distance, and I was like very disappointed of me. So I could perhaps do something better, but still I keep a lot of chances because of h3 pawn.
Я был очень разочарован, что в этой позиции я зевнул ход ладья h8. Иначе возникала просто этюдная идея, где я выигрывал любым способом, но я пропустил ладья h8 издалека.
Yeah, and here, well, rook b8 is quite interesting approach, and here, well, it was a lucky blunder for me, so rook d4. Okay, rook e3, rook takes d4, and then knight d2, and white is quickly coming forward, also king f2. And here I actually blundered rook b3 move, but the point is that I always also calculated this line, rook a2 here. So I thought like rook a3 or maybe rook a2, I didn't know what's better. And surprisingly here after knight c4, well, I guess, of course, it should be closer to a draw, but, well, once I lost myself 3-on-3 in a better pawn structure against Kramnik in Dortmund, against rook and knight, and here combined with h3 pawn, it's like very painful to defend this position, especially like it's like fifth, I don't know, the game lasts for 4 or 5 hours, and if you lose focus, you just blunder something. And, well, I was lucky to find all this cunning idea king f8, so there is never rook e3, rook e2. The main defending idea for white is play like this. And rook c3, well, here after knight b2 I didn't see how to defend.
No, rook c3 was a bad move.
Yeah, rook c3 a bad move, but then it's also a question what to do instead, like knight e4 maybe, rook e2, king g1, knight e5. Well, I'm still like jumping around with my knight, like trying to...
Rook somewhere.
Yeah, yeah, rook c3, I don't know, maybe king g7, so... Or maybe rook g2 check.
No, how knight g5 and take the pawn.
Knight g5, yes. Well, so maybe it was the way, yeah, but, well, maybe rook c3 was the only mistake. Because here after knight b2 I didn't see how to escape. Here I also had this move, but suddenly rook h8 saves the game, yeah, I guess.
Yes.
So this was never, you know, it was never too late to blunder. And here I also was ready to blunder at some point. Here I almost played knight g3, and then I saw knight d2, and, well, I mean, I just wanted to, you know. After this I would probably break something here. If I would blunder this, yeah, like here, and... Okay, there is no mate as it's easy to spot. Yeah, so that's why I just immediately moved my rook as far as possible, not to blunder something like this. Yeah, but this should be very bad for white, I believe. So g4 pawn also.
В целом я был очень доволен позицией, потому что однажды я даже проиграл партию Владимиру Крамнику в Дортмунде, где у нас было поровну пешек и также ладья с конем. Здесь с пешкой на h3 белым очень сложно играть и защищаться, и чуть-чуть стоит потерять концентрацию, и позиция просто катится. И в конце, наверное, ладья c3 это была решающая ошибка, но в какой-то момент я сам тоже чуть-чуть не зевнул, поэтому сразу убрал ладью с f3.
So it's the last move of the game, right? And
rook e3, I think, yeah, the last move here, but...
yes, so, I mean, some spectators were not sure why actually Hao resigned here.
Because I didn't want to continue.
But how do you play here? Like, knight goes to...
it's probably... Okay, maybe I can defend somehow, but I didn't want to.
But how do you proceed?
I don't know. I think it's just close to losing.
No,
okay.
just.
No, this is just dead loss. Like knight goes to d3, to e5, to f4. I win the g pawn, and.
Okay, anyway, it's.
I mean, no. This is like mating idea. Yes, this and.
Yes. Easy for you, not easy for everyone.
No, but okay, king f2, knight d3. Okay, I'll show some line.
Yes.
Yeah. Knight d3, king f3, okay, let's say knight e5, king f4, knight f3, so I win another pawn, and then, okay, it's like 2 extra in the end. I guess it's enough to safely say black should win, or maybe...
Оба соперника согласились, что в конце позиция абсолютно проигранная для белых, и поэтому они сдались. А черные выигрывают пешку на h2 форсированно.
Yeah, now with this victory, you are, of course, still first, and but you can see also Anish is keep winning. What can you say about these last 2 rounds? Also, Maxime won today, and he's in better spirits.
Расскажите, пожалуйста, о турнирной ситуации после вашей победы Аниша.
Well, I guess it's still very complex, and still 2 rounds to go.
Yeah. What are you going to do on the free day? Preparing the whole day, or you'll try to relax?
I'm going to have rest and then to prepare.
Yeah, any questions?
В выходной я собираюсь отдохнуть и готовиться к следующим партиям.
Okay, we'll let players to rest. Thanks so much for coming. All the best.
The Simland company has enjoyed more than 20 years of steady growth on the market. It is one of the largest wholesale companies that designs, produces and sells consumer goods. Every day, more than 500,000 people visit Simland online store, which has a range of more than 1 million items. The company has more than 11,000 employees, including more than 1,000 sales managers. 70% of goods are produced in Russia. They can be easily delivered all over the country from the Crimea to the Far East, as the company has its own fleet of delivery vehicles. The headquarters of the company are in Yekaterinburg, where they occupy an area of 250,000 square meters. It also has offices in Moscow, St. Petersburg, Krasnodar and Novosibirsk. The company is also represented in China and India. The largest representative office is located in China, Yiwu, where it occupies a separate area with a warehouse of 20,000 square meters.